anyone who needs this can go for free. Okay, they're going to be doing this until January 15th. You do not have to have a membership. You do not have to apply for a membership. They say they hope that this just serves as a place for first responders as well to feel supported and cared for between shifts. Fire victims can get basic necessities. Again, sometimes as simple as just getting a rest, lay down in a chair for a second, charge your phone, take a shower. They say some locations, again, they've been forced to close because of these fires. So make sure you check the website for the latest and make sure you're going to one that actually is open right now. And again, this deal is good until Wednesday.
All right, so even if you're not directly affected by the wildfires burning Southern California, can it adversely impact your mental health? The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has the Disaster Distress Helpline. This is a free resource for victims of natural and man-made disasters to contact if they are experiencing anxiety, stress, or other emotional distress. Callers can talk with a trained counselor 24/7. The number you can call or text is 800-985-5990. DoorDash has activated its severe weather protocol to pause operations in affected areas. DoorDash first suspended operations in impacted areas of Los Angeles and surrounding the Pacific Palisades, including Santa Monica, Westwood, Brentwood, Calabasas, Pasadena's, and other areas. As conditions got worse, DoorDash suspended service in San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Northridge, and will continue to adjust operations as necessary.
Airbnb.org is offering free temporary housing to the fire's hardest hit areas. The company just announced they're actually partnering with 211 LA to identify people in greatest need of temporary housing in the Altadena, Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and also Sylmar area. So they're asking if you're impacted to contact 211 LA. Then you can, through them, reach back out to coordinate the free housing. You can also apply online. If you're interested in offering up your house for free, go to airbnb.org for more information on how to sign up. In case you're wondering, hosts who sign up to share your home, you get damage protection and liability insurance for each booking. They basically already have this community of houses of people who are signed up to airbnb.org, which is kind of their charity organization. They offer, you know, free and discounted rates during tragedies. And so this is going to be really helpful for free to people dealing with this. Just on that note, Uber and Lyft are offering free rides to people going to shelters. I saw the Queen Mary in Long Beach saying that they're there to support, offering different things, discounts, and waiving fees. SpaceX also jumping in to provide free Starlink terminals when it comes to Wi-Fi. So it's a very big deal, right? Lots of different aspects of help out there for people.
Yeah, community coming together.
There are many power outages across Southern California because of these wildfires.
Well, this morning we spoke to an official from SoCal Edison with how you can get updates on outages.
People can go to sce.com/outages. But I also want to say, I want to remind people to please be safe. If they see a down power line, do not touch it or anything in contact with it. Stay at least 100 feet away and call 911.
You can see that link right there on your screen. If you want to keep up with power outages, go to sce.com/outage center.
All right, let's send things over to Samad at 544 this morning to talk a little bit about this wind, the changes that we've been seeing, the changes that are on the way. Good morning.
And we certainly have been talking about the big wind event that brought in the catastrophic conditions yesterday. Within 24 hours, a stark difference from wind gusts that reached hurricane force to now today, or at least at this hour, winds are more relaxed on the calm side. And that stability is providing firefighters the help that they need to look for spot fires or flare-ups and really get a better handle on areas like the Palisades fire that is actively burning, 0% containment there, and locations in the Eaton fire area. Also, our firefighters are working tirelessly to help that community. The Hurst fire, we also continue to watch the Sunset fire as well. We've got our winds on the calm side, and it's going to be a very brief period because later this mid-morning, should I say, we are expecting winds to make another return. They are expected to be on the strong side, but not nearly as strong or powerful as those widespread gusty winds that we saw yesterday. So there's a hint of good news, but don't let that fool you. We are going to be looking at gusts, still the range of 50 to 60 plus miles an hour, but at least it's not 70s or 80s. We did lose that upper level support, and the dynamics in the upper levels of the atmosphere have changed slightly, and that is what's providing us with a little bit of relief from the winds. At this hour, we have 4-mile-an-hour winds across the Ventura County Valley communities. Camarillo, calm conditions, and we're going to push out towards areas of the San Fernando Valley that was blowing yesterday. Now it's very calm. It's cool to start this hour, and out towards the Inland Empire communities and Orange County as well. At 6 o'clock this morning, we are looking at high wind warnings to retake effect in those locations, so really depending on your area, and that's going to be in advance of the winds expected to arrive sometime around 10 or 11 o'clock and blow through till about early tomorrow. So we have to continue to be on our toes and be mindful of our current situation. Areas across our local mountains now starting to see things pick up just a tad. When you see those highlighted areas, we're looking at wind conditions at least sustained over 20 plus miles an hour. Red flag conditions have now been extended. We were looking forward to these conditions improving and the advisory lifting, but unfortunately it's now being extended into Friday, and this applies to just about anywhere across Southern California outside of our beach communities where the humidity levels are, of course, a little higher. Meanwhile, outside of our beach areas, we're looking at dry conditions, 6 to 8 to even 12%, and we are bone dry, and that unfortunately the reason why we are under red flag conditions, that if a new fire were to spark, it could rapidly grow and spread and get out of control. So we'll have that red flag in place again through tomorrow. High wind warnings, as I pointed out, where gusts are 65 plus, even the opportunity, unfortunately, of 75-mile-an-hour winds in some isolated areas across Ontario, San Bernardino, Riverside, Fontana, Rialto, pushing southward, Lake Elsinore, Temecula, as well as portions of Orange County, downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains, Irvine and Anaheim could be seeing these similar conditions. The strong winds have adjusted and is now pushing a little further to the east as that area of low pressure that was offering and providing the upper level support is also shifting. So we're seeing what's happening in the upper levels of the atmosphere and seeing it on the surface level. And looking forward ahead, high wind watch will be watching locations across Santa Clarita Valley. Wind advisories currently in place also through Friday for those same vulnerable fire zones. And a high wind watch will continue to watch the Palisades fire areas very closely. But again, we've got to keep on with paying attention to the local forecast. Give you an idea of the peak winds from yesterday. Fremont Canyon, Arrowhead Springs, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, over 90 miles an hour. We're not going to see that today. So that's a hint of good news, but we are going to be experiencing winds, unfortunately, just strong enough. We've got this area of high pressure, as I mentioned, and the pressure gradients are relaxed a little bit, and that area of low pressure is shifting out of our area, but the western periphery of that area of low pressure is still providing just enough support to lead to those high wind warnings, again, for the Inland Empire communities and Orange County. Breakdown 7-day forecast, 70s. It's going to be a warm afternoon out of the windy areas, and we'll look forward to mild temperatures, and winds could make another return, Santa Ana winds next week. Traffic conditions. Do we want to do traffic conditions? Oh, okay. A reminder, PCH is closed in both directions near the Palisades fire from Malibu to Santa Monica. Send it back over to you two. Good morning, Melvin. Good morning, Jen.
Morning, Samara. Thank you very much. This is Good Day Late at 6 o'clock. Of course, we are still on this breaking news. I am Melvin Robert.
I'm Jen Lammers. Yes, we are continuing coverage on the wildfires that are happening right now throughout Southern California.
The wildfires are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes. This, of course, as flames threaten thousands of structures still at this time. Strong Santa Ana winds are fueling these fires, making containment quite difficult. Several big fires burning in the Los Angeles area right now. Of course, the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire above Altadena, and the Hurst fire in the Sylmar area. We also have that Sunset fire in Hollywood that popped up last night around 5:30.
That's right. So let's start with the largest one, the Palisades fire. It scorched over 17,000 acres, reducing more than 1,000 structures to ashes. With zero containment, the blaze continues to force tens of thousands to stay away under mandatory evacuations. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger.
Winds are driving multiple blazes all across LA County. Many of, Samana, Maria talked a lot about anticipating these unprecedented Santa Ana winds, which are not helping to take down these fires. In Eaton Canyon, above Altadena, 5 people have died. This fire has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Some 100 structures are destroyed, and more than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including residents in parts of Pasadena and Altadena. The Eaton fire is at a 0% containment. Winds that drove the flames are easing, though, we do want to tell you, at this hour.
And the Hurst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. It's now 10% contained. That is the good news this morning. The fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. It forced evacuations across the region. More than 44,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes. Evacuation zones extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass. And a massive fire erupted just last night in Studio City. Flames engulfing this 4-story home as you can watch it collapse. Right there, my goodness, this is on Sunswept Drive. The fire then spread to nearby brush and buildings. More than 50 firefighters quickly brought the blaze under control. There was some damage to surrounding structures, but luckily no injuries were reported there. Residents near Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Mulholland Drive, as well as Coldwater Canyon Avenue and Ventura Boulevard, are now advised to remain prepared for any possible evacuations. It has certainly been a 48-hour nightmare for people across Southern California.
No doubt about it. And of course, the Sunset fire has burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills. There's 0% containment. Flames are pushing toward Hollywood Boulevard. Most evacuations have been lifted at this time, but areas north of Franklin Avenue do remain closed until later this morning. Firefighters are monitoring for flare-ups, and residents returning home are urged to stay alert. An evacuation center is open at Pan Pacific Recreation Center. And with that, let's get to Coco McAvoy. She is standing by for us in Hollywood with the very latest on this Sunset fire. Good morning.
Good morning, and you can really still smell the smoke in the air. We're on North Vista Street, and this is one of the streets that takes you directly into Runyon Canyon, and that's why there is a police cruiser that's parked here right now just to make sure that people don't go into Runyon Canyon while fire crews are still trying to fight this fire. We know the latest numbers from CAL FIRE show that the Sunset fire is at 60 acres with 0% containment, but fire crews last night really were able to battle this fire as soon as it started because the wind conditions were just a little bit more favorable, and also they did have support from air support, so that really helped them to stop the fire from spreading. And that is why the majority of the evacuation zone for the Sunset fire is now lifted, with the exception of the area north of Franklin Avenue from Camino Palmero Street to North Sierra Bonita Avenue. That area is still closed until later this morning because fire crews are just making sure that there are no flare-ups in the area, especially where vegetation is surrounding these streets. And as you mentioned, they really want to make sure that residents are cautious when they do return to these streets as well, because fire crews might still be in the area working on those flare-ups. But you have to imagine how scary this was, especially when it started last night, because it did impact a lot of iconic Hollywood spots like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Chinese Theater, Dolby Theater, also the Capitol Records building. But again, majority of the evacuation orders are now lifted this morning while fire crews continue to battle the fire. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, and of course, we'll check in with you in just a little bit.
All right, for now, let's go over to Stu because he is overhead giving us a picture of what I believe is the Palisades fire. Stu, it's so good to talk to you, not only because you offer some fantastic perspective for all of our viewers out there, but also because you weren't allowed to fly yesterday for the majority of the morning because of all these Santa Ana winds, and it does appear that the picture is slightly changing this morning.
Definitely slightly changing, and on a personal note, I was chomping at the bit. Biggest story, and I'm sidelined and watching you guys doing some great reporting. I enjoyed the watch, but I was upset that I couldn't be here. Taking a look at that, as you said, at the Palisades fire. All that active flame has made their way up onto this hillside up here, but it is still a lot of active flame, and it was interesting because just what we're seeing right now, a lot of folks are just tuning in. Moments ago, it looked a little bit different. And then there was a huge gust of wind apparently down there on the ground, and it changed everything instantly. And it just shows you how quickly that fire behavior can change with the gust of a wind. Right now, though, the smoke is kind of making its way due south. It was actually kind of going a little bit out to the west earlier on. So there definitely was just moments ago a change in that wind. Those embers, they're dropping down and they're falling into these neighborhoods down here. I'm going to show you just what the firefighters are dealing with, but on a kind of a micro scale. Look at that. That right there, that is new growth for that fire. And it is in a low spot. So that fire definitely going to start growing up here and the terrain going to start rising. There are some homes nearby, but these homes pretty much at a distance farther away than it really seems to look. I'd say probably about a mile from the nearest home. I actually just noticing that right there. I believe that's going to be some sort of fire vehicle. So they are aware of what's going on, and they probably are taking a peek at that hot spot. I'm going to bring up the map real quick, showing the viewers kind of what's going on and where a lot of this stuff is. This is going to be, right there. This is going to be very, very close to the Brentwood area, but still technically the Palisades. As I pan down over here, this is going to be the areas where Gigi's at and other of our crews, and a lot of that devastation. Those 1,000 homes that were destroyed, I would venture to say they're going to be somewhere right here in this area, because you can see how it is all darkness, and this would be an area that usually would be lit up, much like you see on a lot of when we show those wide shots of the city, but right now all in darkness due to all those homes being destroyed. Hot spots that have been popping up, I believe that is going to be an actual structure right there. We've been seeing this all morning long. A lot of times there's going to be too much smoke in the area where you really can't see what is burning, but this one, if you look, you can clearly see that is some sort of structure right there, and they actually have some firefighters nearby. This is actually very dynamic and something that we have not seen in Southern California in a very, very long time. And of course, with the map, you can kind of get an idea where this is. When the sun comes up, we're going to be able to kind of see more of that, the areas that have been devastated. These hot spots continue to pop up. all the fire departments that are down there, I can't even really say for sure which fire department is actually battling those flames, because we have so many multiple agencies down there helping to keep these homes safe, the ones that have not yet burned. But the fires fight still very, very active and very sporadic. Even though the winds are a little bit lighter, it is still a very sporadic firefight. But the bulk of the fire right now up on that hillside, up on those hills, but that's still technically in the Palisades. And those homes that you see nearby, those are about a mile away. But I can tell you, if that was my house or I knew somebody that lived there, I would be concerned. I'm sure they are as well. But of course, the firefighters, they know about it. Aerial support coming back apparently as day breaks, and we've been watching those helicopters, but we're very, very hopeful now that we have lighter winds. These winds have not stopped, but just lighter winds. We're going to be able to see some of those fixed wings. We'll see those big Phos-Check drops, and hopefully see those super scoopers picking up water from the ocean. It's just a short hop over here to these flames. Hopefully they'll get a lot of this in check this afternoon.
Yes, Stu, I mean, I know the hope is that firefighters are able to turn a corner today, a bit of a corner, with the weather conditions slightly improving. We saw yesterday, last night, when firefighters did that Phos-Check drop in the Sunset fire, it really, really made a difference. And I think that's what we were severely missing yesterday.
Definitely, and and it's all because of the winds, and it could, there's a lot of factors involved as well. Is it just the aircraft limitations? That could be part of it, but it also is how effective is that excuse me, how effective is that drop in those high winds? When those winds are blowing really, really hard, the helicopters might be able to get in there, but when they drop that water, it just kind of mists around. It might be helpful, but it's not doing the job that it could be doing, and that's what makes it so difficult with these lighter winds happening, because the wind event is still active. With these lighter winds, we're probably going to see more helicopters dropping water and more of those big aircraft, the fixed wings, dropping water, and hopefully, like you said, they're going to turn that corner. We're going to see a lot less of this, a little bit more of hot spots, and of course, a lot more people in these neighborhoods out here breathing a little easier.
And that's just this is just such a needed part of the response effort, especially when you're trying to fight a major fire like this. The more assets that are available, the better. And because of the lack of water in Palisades yesterday on the ground, today, the fact that these super scoopers can just get right into the ocean, pick up water there, and then drop it down is just going to, I can imagine, offer an extraordinary amount of support.
It definitely, and you know, on a personal level, when I watch these fires, that's what I'm watching. It's like, how are they fighting them? Why are they putting the fire? Why are they moving their assets to this location? What's changed? What are they seeing? And it is actually it's like watching a chess game sometimes. You know, these firefighters, it isn't just they're not just out here dropping water in random spots. Everything is very well coordinated. They have a command center. They've got people that are way smarter than me watching what's going on and making these moves and saying, all right, we're going to move these assets over here. And then there's also a lot of safety involved as well. The helicopters and the fixed wings, the joke is they don't play well together. They do play well together to put out the fire, but they have to get the helicopters out of the way and in a safe area before they can let those fixed wings come in and drop their Phosgec and or water, depending on which aircraft it is. So there is a lot of coordination going on. There's a lot of strategic moves happening, especially when they're fighting fires from the air. And those aerial assets, they are amazing. And yes, definitely, when they come out here, we're going to start seeing a lot of this happening. You know, these fires, the big bulk of these fires getting knocked down quickly. And of course, those neighborhoods, that's going to be the guys on the ground for the most part. You got to give your hats off to them. An extremely difficult job. And they were there when those high winds were happening. They were there trying to put out those fires and picking and choosing what they can save and what they can't. It is an amazing job. And of course, we're just talking about the Palisades. We got the Eaton fire going as well. That one is huge. Multiple structures destroyed. Sad to say, 5 people lost their lives out there. And at the Palisades one, multiple injuries, as we understand. People that had burns walking away from a lot of these areas because they couldn't get away any other way. This is something that is unprecedented in the Southern California area. And this fire, it's still going. It is definitely not out, but hopefully we're not going to see any more injuries and, sadly to say, deaths.
Really holding out hope for that. Yeah, as you said, Stu, you cannot underestimate this. We are experiencing some of the most devastating winter fires that we've seen in 4 decades. And Stu, hey, you're going to be making up for all the work that maybe you couldn't get to do yesterday. I'll be checking in with you for sure all morning long, especially when the sun starts to rise, and we'll be able to see a very clear picture, unfortunately, of all the devastation that you're looking at right now in the Palisades.
Thank you, Stu, and the real magnitude of that devastation that we just weren't able to see yesterday. We saw it from the ground, but the aerial perspective, once the sun rises today, that many of us are going to see, I can imagine is going to be quite daunting. All right, Stu, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, let's get to Mario, who is in Altadena at the Eaton fire. What's the latest from there, Mario? Hey there, good morning.
Hey, Melvin, Jen, we're on a popular stretch of North Lake Avenue, and this is where several businesses and homes have been destroyed. It's really incredible to see the amount of damage that has been done. I want to show you some more of the destruction. So we're at the corner of Lake and Boston. This is 2098 Lake Avenue, and this is listed as an herbal medicine shop, and you can see just how powerful the flames were here, ripping through the storefront, basically leaving nothing here but the shell of this business. Just behind this, we have a tattoo tattoo shop, a small tattoo shop that burned to the ground, as well as 3 homes a little farther down Boston Street that we've counted. And that's just what we've seen in our immediate area. So we could be looking at more destruction. And Carlos Jacinto behind the camera here, I want to pan over and show you just what we're seeing here along the sidewalk. These vehicles have been left torched. We've counted at least a dozen here in this area. We know plenty more look like this, unfortunately. So just imagine being here on the street. It's fortunate that those evacuations were in place and a lot of people had left. And just across the street, Carlos, I wanted to that Brake Masters, an auto shop where you see all those vehicles that have also been torched. You can imagine the explosions that may have been heard coming from that business as the flames were making their way through. So the power is out. Traffic lights are not working here through most of the area. Evacuations expanded now into all of La Cañada Flint Ridge, in addition to parts of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia. More than 52,000 residents and 20,000 structures remain under those evacuations, with tens of thousands more under warnings. Now, we know this has been fueled by the Santa Ana winds, and it's really been difficult for firefighters to get a grasp on this with all of the strong gusts that we've been feeling. But this morning, it's really been fairly calm. We can still smell that heavy smoke. And then way off into the distance, up in the hills above Altadena, we can see some of those flames still making their way through. So it is incredible to see, you know, this might be the site for a lot of people who are waking up, maybe tuning in to Good Day LA and seeing some of these properties that have been left leveled, just completely gone here this morning. Live in Altadena, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, I mean, one thing that took me by surprise when you first said this business is listed as, you have to go by what the business is being listed as, because it is so badly burned that it's unrecognizable.
Absolutely. There are a few businesses we've been trying to figure out. It looks like there may have been a film production site just across the street, a little business, a pet store up the street that may have been impacted as well. We could easily see the Bank of America signage up the street. That building burned yesterday. So, yeah, it's definitely hard to tell, but I assume as the sun comes up, we'll definitely get a better idea of more of that damage here in Altadena.
Thank you so much, Mario, for being out there for us. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. I think the point you raised, Jen, about stuff being unrecognizable, I think many structures that people have come to know in these communities that have been hallmarks of the community are no longer there.
That's right, especially in the Palisades. You know, you're talking about Palisades Village and some of these places that people go to every day. The library, the places that people come together and pray, or to read books, or even just talk. It's all gone, and I think it's going to really change the fabric and the DNA of some of these communities.
It's one of the top 20 most destructive fires in California history, based on the amount of structures that have been destroyed. And with that, we're going to go to Gigi.
Mel and Jen, you said it. We're talking about churches. We're talking about supermarkets. We're talking about the public library. We're talking about schools. This is all part of the fabric of a community, and especially here in the Palisades. And another important piece of the fabric of this community is the community theater. We're talking about the Pearson Playhouse. It has been destroyed. The Theater Palisades page on Facebook posting, "Too sad. Our beloved Pearson Playhouse is gone, but the heart of Theater Palisades beats on. We will rise again." And to give you a little piece of history, according to Playbill magazine, this first started in 1967. The theater company has operated as a community theater with an active community of subscribers. The theater actually opened this venue here in the Palisades in 1988. The group typically performs about 5 shows a year, plus 2 youth productions, and they also host presentations from the Palisades Historical Society. And the company had been slated to start their theater performances this week. And now the theater, the community theater, is a total loss. Yet another statistic of what could be the destruction of the Palisades, because there is so much loss here. But people are standing strong. They say they will rebuild. This is just a pause. Again, important pieces of the fabric of a community. This is what makes up a community. And we talked about the youth productions that were held here at the Pearson Playhouse. You know, all those kids probably looking forward to the start of theater season to be able to perform in front of their families and their parents. And now this is a loss also. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Grassi. I'll send it back to you, Melanie Jan.
Yeah, Gigi, it's one of those things where you're thinking about when to rebuild. We're in the recovery process right now, obviously, but you wonder what the Palisades is now going to look like and what that rebuilding process will even look like, because you're having insurance providers that have pulled, 70% of State Farm Insurance has pulled out of Pacific Palisades neighborhood alone. So you wonder what that rebuilding process is going to look like.
Yeah.
It will be, Mel and Jen, a very lengthy process, because between dealing, if you have insurance, between dealing with the insurance adjusters, and then you have to source the materials. Just last year, we had a spike in the price of plywood. You know, the materials will have to be sourced, and everybody will be sourcing them at the same time. You'd be able to get the crews, the contractors, on. And then you have to get permits for absolutely everything. Again, hopefully the city, the state, the county will speed up the bureaucracy involved in building a structure. That can be lengthy. Just a few weeks ago, the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management told us that it can take up to 5 years to rebuild a structure after a fire. I was shocked to hear that number, but then understood why after the Woolsey fire, we still see empty lots where homes once stood and have not been rebuilt.
That's right. That's right.
I think in the days and the months and the weeks, we're going to see it's a new normal that those of us that are not in this predicament know nothing about, but that many people across Southern California are going to have to muddle through and figure out how to make sense of this new normal that has become their life.
Yeah. And as we take a look, Gigi, live at Skyfox overhead, I mean, just the magnitude of the Palisades fire in and of itself, 17,000 acres. That is larger than the island of Manhattan.
Yes.
Yes, about 3,000, I think about 3,000 acres or 30,000 acres bigger. It is the size, according to the New York Times, of 20,000 football fields. The area damaged by the 3 major fires, when you add all up the acreage, they did the math and they came up with 20,000 football fields worth of damage. When you're here, you see block after block after block of loss, total loss. Homes burned to the ground. We're talking about small businesses. We're talking about big businesses. Yesterday, we saw the Chase Bank building burning. In Altadena, Pasadena, the Bank of America building was burning.
You were at Ralph's earlier.
They're all gone. But yes. And what about the mom and pop businesses?
That's
I hope
right.
to focus on those a little bit later. Mom and pop businesses, you know, they're struggling day by day. I mean, it's 4 years after COVID.
Yep.
Many of them still haven't recovered from that economic loss. They're rebuilding. This is their source of income. This is how they put food on the family table. And now they're out of business. So we have to think there's so many layers to the loss.
It is just an absolute gut punch. And as I was saying to you, I texted you this yesterday, Gigi, that you've done such an amazing job at giving us the human side, the human toll of all of this. Like, for example, yesterday you spoke to a man who lives in a mobile home area of the Palisades. It's not just people who have a lot of money who live here, right? It's people who live paycheck to paycheck in some spots and just losing everything. Yeah.
And I appreciated your text message, Jen. Thank you so much, because I think, you know, a lot of people focus, oh, there's, you know, 3,000 structures and buildings and outbuildings and stuff. What about the human toll? What about the toll on people's lives? The stuff that they lost, those prized possessions that they can't replace. What about all the apartment buildings that we saw devastated? We know rent is extremely high in Los Angeles. There's a misconception that everybody is rich. And even if they are rich, do you not have empathy for their loss, for those things that can't be replaced? Maybe a family pet, why are we holding it against them? Because maybe Maybe they are wealthy. There are beautiful mansions here in Pacific Palisades. You have to assume that those people are comfortable, but they have still suffered a huge loss, and they'll be out of their home for a long time if they ever return.
Well, and I think another big part of this story, Gigi, are the elderly people. Those people that perhaps were stuck in their homes.
Yes.
They didn't have a way out. They didn't have anybody to even help them.
There was a man with dementia. Our reporter, Christy Fajardo, interviewed his daughter. She watched as his daughter begged police to let her in. She didn't have ID showing that she lived here, but she was trying to get to her dad, who was in his late 70s, I believe. Police worked with her. They were able to let her in so she could rescue her dad. There was a man when this fire broke out. Remember, this fire broke out at 10:30 in the morning. There was a man who called 911 from his swimming pool. He said the fire was raging all around him. He could not get out, and he was sheltering inside the water in his pool. There are multiple senior citizens that were rescued by our firefighters, by the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department also assisting, getting these people out. It wasn't as simple as, oh, let's just jump in the car and drive out. They needed help, and a lot of senior citizens lived in that mobile home park where over 180 mobile homes were destroyed. A lot of seniors live there on a fixed income.
Right.
What is going to happen to them now?
And I think you have the rebuilding process of getting back into your home and the personal loss, the financial loss, but also the extraordinary amount of trauma that people are going to have to move through, watching perhaps their homes burn on TV, watching their friends' homes that have burned on TV, watching up close and personal as you're trying to evacuate. I mean, so just the mental health toll and the trauma that people are going to have to move through is going to be extraordinary as well.
Gigi, thank you so much for your coverage out there. We really do appreciate you. We're going to let you get back to the tremendous work that you've been doing out there on the ground, but we appreciate you, and we'll be checking in with you in just a little bit. All right, so an evacuation center we need to tell you about has been set up for victims of the Palisades fire. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. It's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. They've always been incredibly helpful over there.
Yeah, there are also 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. You can go to Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank. Smaller pets like cats and dogs can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agoura Road in Agoura Hills. Now, this extreme fire danger means that LA Unified Schools will be closed today. Officials say flames destroyed parts of Palisades, Charter High School. The 63-year-old school was featured in the movie Grease. LA Unified officials say Marquez Charter Elementary also sustained severe damage, and students will continue to have access to academic resources online and will be able to get meal services at 8 sites between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Remote learning may continue on Friday. LAUSD officials say they'll make that call this afternoon.
Other school closures to tell you about. All Glendale Unified School District schools are closed. Child care operations and district offices will be closed for the rest of the week because of the Eaton fire. Arcadia schools will be closed today. Pasadena Unified also closed the rest of the week. And here's some schools in Altadena that were damaged by the Eaton fire. Elliott Arts Magnet School, Avison Charter School, Loma Alta Elementary School, and Noyes Elementary School. And I also know that there are some schools, I mean, most of them actually, who are even the schools that are not inside this fire area because of the air quality out there, they've been keeping kids indoors all day. And some have even offered air purifiers in some of those classrooms.
Yeah, a lot of schools are considering not just the air quality, but also considering traveling, having to commute from certain areas. That could be a problem. So they had to consider that in order to close. But they also considered parents in hardship, during this time, especially families that may not be directly impacted by this fire, but indirectly will be impacted now with childcare because they still have to go go to work. They still have, 1-2 parent homes, and now they have to kind of scramble and take care of the kids and what they're going to do in that sense. I do have some good news. We're going to take a look at some numbers here. But the fact and the indication that Stu and Sky Fox is up is good, because that means restrictions that have kept Sky Fox down have eased up. Also meaning that the winds have eased up. I like this. This is a huge improvement from what we have been talking about the last several days. Look at this, really calm winds in a lot of areas. These are the sustained winds right now. Some of the breezier areas that we're seeing are parts of the Inland Empire out towards Fontana and that Cajon Pass up into the travel up to the mountains, a little bit more breezy, but so much better than what we have been seeing. The wind gusts still occasionally getting up there, so I'll show you that in just a few moments. But we are anticipating right now several hours of this break in the strong winds. So we are all hoping that firefighters will be able to get better control of these fires, which there's been really no containment with the exception of that Hurst fire. But otherwise, lighter northeasterly winds will continue. It's still an offshore flow. It's still going to dry things out, so we still have the fire danger. It is going to pick up this afternoon, though, so that's why I say brief. We are going to see another round of potentially stronger winds later today, into this evening, into tomorrow morning. So the window is now into the afternoon. Red flag warnings continue because of the fire danger. In fact, it has been extended to tomorrow evening. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended further, but we'll keep you abreast of that. This is the timeline. I just want to break it down for you hour by hour. At this hour, these are the wind gusts. So you can see I pointed out earlier near Fontana, out towards the Inland Empire, up to the mountains, San Bernardino, a little bit stronger, but much lighter here, closer to Malibu, even where the Eaton fire is at, much weaker winds down through parts of Orange County. Now, as we fast forward to this afternoon, watch as the numbers go up, increasing, right? These wind gusts now closer to 40+ miles an hour. So this is an indication of, again, those stronger winds returning. And then as we get to tonight, kind of maintaining that speed. So it'll be another pretty sketchy night with firefighters. And then we look at, I just fast forward just a little bit faster than what I wanted. But anyway, a little bit of a break Friday into Saturday, and then the winds pick up again Sunday into Monday. There is a potential for some much stronger winds next week, Monday to Tuesday. A lot can happen between now and then, but this is just a heads up on what we may see early next week with another round of potentially pretty strong winds. The language has changed a little bit, right? Earlier we talked about the PDS, potentially dangerous situation, put out by the extreme condition of these ferocious winds. Now it's much different, kind of more typical red flag warning conditions, but we won't let our guard down. Just to show you the temperatures outside, chilly as you head out this afternoon, a little warmer because of that offshore flow in those 70s. Air quality very poor, needless to say. We've got a smoke advisory, so if you have to go outside, limit any outdoor activity, or you spend outdoors and then get back into where the air quality hopefully is much better. I'll show you the rest of the forecast. We'll go over each warning and advisory and watch that's staying in effect and going through the end of the week into next week in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Rip, thank you very much. Some breaking news just into our newsroom. All Sunset Fire evacuation orders will be lifted at 7:30. It's about an hour from now. LAFD posted this alert to its website just moments ago, reading at 7:30 a.m. the closed section of the Sunset Fire area north of Franklin will be open and all evacuation orders lifted. We will still have LAFD companies working in the area and ask you to be careful while returning to your homes.
Meantime, LA Mayor Karen Bass is under scrutiny today. Earlier this year, she approved a budget-cutting $17.5 million from the fire department while increasing police funding by $126 million. Critics are questioning her leadership, especially since she was in Ghana for a presidential event when the fires broke out. Sky News caught up with the mayor yesterday and gave her a grilling.
You owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning. Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
You see a full 2 minutes of silence there from the mayor. She returned yesterday after going viral. This video, as you can imagine, made the rounds after refusing to answer questions from Sky News. And last night, Mayor Bass did hold a news conference.
Is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
And yes, so you just heard from Mayor Bass there addressing some of those concerns, but I'm sure there's going to be quite a few more questions for her as these days and weeks move forward. Meantime, LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman also had this warning for, believe it or not, people who have been looting and preying on people's homes.
Both law enforcement and the DA's office, I want to send an unmistakably clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you, we are going to prosecute you, and we are going to punish you to the full extent of the law. So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. If we will go after you, we will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
Who is preying on someone at an extraordinary moment of loss like this? What is with people?
Yeah, there are always opportunists, right?
My
there are always those people who are waiting for the most vulnerable people. It's awful.
It really is. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna announced that deputies arrested 2 people for allegedly looting homes of victims of the Eaton fire. He had this message for anyone looking to prey on fire victims.
If you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
All right, so meantime, for those do-gooders out there, and people who want to help, I've actually been getting a lot of messages from people who want to know what they can do. So State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurmond is urging Californians to come together in support of fire-impacted students, families, educators, and school staff. Tax-deductible contributions, we're being told, can be made through the supplybank.org disaster relief fund to help provide much-needed assistance. The latest figures show that 335 schools and more than 211,000 students are impacted. For more information, we do have a link on our website at foxla.com. I also want to take a moment to remind everybody out there that President Jimmy Carter's funeral is happening as we speak. We were supposed to be carrying that here on Fox 11. However, with the nature of the events right now, we will be showing President Jimmy Carter's funeral on KCOP Channel 13. And that, again, that's happening right now if you choose to watch that.
Meantime, we're going to get to Coco McAvoy. Newly elected Congressman George Whitesides discussed the oh, that's not the right thing I'm reading. We're just going to go to Coco. Coco, hey there.
Good morning. I do have an update on the Sunset Fire here. We have just learned that all of the evacuation orders will be lifted at 7:30 this morning. And of course, that's the news that everyone wants to hear if they were impacted by the Sunset Fire. We are here on Hillside Avenue, and it's important to note that firefighters from the LA Fire Department will still be in the neighborhood. They're really just keeping an eye on things, making sure that there aren't flare-ups that happen due to the Sunset Fire that broke out last night. But the fire crews have been working all night, throughout the night, to really help control this fire and make sure that it did not spread and put more people in harm's way. And their efforts were extremely successful, along with the help from air support, to make sure that the fire did not spread. And that's why the evacuation orders will be lifted, started at 7:30 this morning. But definitely very scary for residents and people who were visiting, because a lot of the iconic Hollywood spots were impacted by the evacuation, such as the Hollywood Walk of Fame, also the Chinese Theater, the Dolby Theater, and the Capitol Records building. But again, the good news is at 7:30 this morning, all of the evacuation orders will be lifted. But if residents are coming back to the area, they need to be mindful that firefighters from the LA Fire Department will still be in the neighborhood. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you very much. It's just quite the scene out there. And I think we're going to be seeing imagery of just extraordinary images coming up when we get Stu back up there, especially as sunlight begins to break and we get those aerial shots that we weren't able to get yesterday because of the Santa Ana winds that were just raging out of control. And I think what we're going to see is just going to be just so daunting. Just so daunting.
Yeah, I mean, I think when the smoke clears, we all have a chance to kind of process what has just happened here. This loss is going to be felt for years to come. Small businesses that have burned to the ground, just places that people go to come together and commune and to talk and to pray, to read books, especially in the Palisades, all of these gathering places have burned to the ground, and you just wonder what the DNA and the fabric of those and the landscape of those areas are going to look like.
Especially because you're talking about highly populated areas. This is a highly populated area, and to see the Pearson Community Theater, Gigi Graciette was just live outside of that structure, now gone. The Ralphs, the extraordinary damage that Corpus Christi Catholic Church has sustained, and of course, the school, Corpus Christi School. So many of the mom and pop local shops, coffee shops and otherwise, and the damage that they've sustained, even going out to Malibu, Moonshadow's restaurant, the Real Inn on PCH. Right. So many popular places. I think that's such a big part of this story is just these popular places that have become hallmarks of the local community that many people have frequented over so many years. And then, of course, now this new normal that many people that have been impacted by this will now have to come to experience and muddle through, that so many people know nothing about. And then the mental health toll of folks that watch their homes or other structures burn on television or even burn right before their eyes, having to escape and run for their lives. Mm-hmm. There's just quite the rebuilding process, not only financially and with structures, but also internally for so many people out there.
But it's also rethinking perhaps the infrastructure, the way we prepare for major fire events. That's because we know when one major fire breaks out with these Santa Ana winds, more are likely to follow.
Especially with the embers, they just fan the embers.
That's right. This should not be looked at as a one-off, a unique kind of event. This will happen, and this will keep happening over and over again. Sad to say, but it's true. And there are some people who are estimating the damage. AccuWeather estimated the damage right now at $58 billion.
I think there's also, Jen, a misconception, too, about the support from insurance companies and the ease that, oh, you have insurance, so this kind of a horrible event happens and you just immediately get support, right? But that's not indeed the case. There are many steps once you file the insurance claim, getting the inspector or the adjuster to come out.
It takes years.
Right.
It does.
Right.
It takes years. It takes years to rebuild small businesses.
Yes.
It takes years for homeowners to get back on their feet, and especially having to, the daunting task of filling out all that paperwork and trying to sift through what they can while they're also in the middle of their own personal crisis after losing their homes.
And what about the people that didn't have insurance or couldn't afford insurance?
Right.
The Palisades, yes, there are a fair amount of people of a certain means and wealth that live there. But what about the people in apartment buildings, right? What about the elderly people that were perhaps stuck in their homes and had no way to get out? There's so many story points with this horrible, horrible tragedy. Oh, my goodness. It really is. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. And I can only imagine those folks, that are directly affected and impacted, what they are experiencing, thinking, feeling, probably just struggling to process what has happened.
Yeah, and we are hearing from Congressman George Whitesides. He was talking about the federal response to the disaster. I know that President Biden was here in Southern California yesterday getting a briefing from fire officials and emergency responders, but Representative Whitesides, he also shared his thoughts on the cleanup costs for all this destruction.
I think that the combined damages, Alex, will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered. And that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond. And I think that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets, and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask, but to stay indoors if they can, and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seeing this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa, and they had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart. And we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
That's right, and you hope that can become a bipartisan thing that both parties can agree on, because that's the last thing you want is when people who are struggling right now get caught up in any kind of politics.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Yes. In the meantime, a lot of people are talking about the wildfires, of course, on social media.
And Amanda joins us now with reaction online. Hey there, good morning.
Good morning. I was really appreciating what you were saying about it doesn't matter what your tax bracket is. Home is where you hang your hat. It doesn't matter if it's your humble abode or if it's a home you saved for years for, or if it's a home you inherited. It's your home.
Yeah.
It's a place that has all your memories. It brings you solace. And from local LA residents to A-list celebrities, they're all being affected by these fires. This is such a human moment. Many celebrities have fled during evacuations in the area, while others lost their homes completely. Page 6 reports Paris Hilton, her Malibu home burned to the ground. Heidi Montag and Spencer Pratt lost their home. Spencer actually in his car recording himself saying that he watched his home burn down on their security cameras. So heartbreaking. Leighton Meester and Adam Brody just 3 days ago were walking the red carpet at the Golden Globes, and now their home gone. Anna Faris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal. I want to note, Billy Crystal and his wife Janice Crystal lived in Pacific Palisades in the same home since 1979. Yeah. Almost 5 decades in that home.
Decades of memories.
Decades of memories. Love in that home. Yeah. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, and John Goodman are just some of the stars who had to say goodbye to their beloved homes. Many shared emotional messages on social media expressing heartbreak over the loss of cherished memories. Others like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, and Mark Hamill were forced to evacuate. Celebrities like Ricky Lake described their homes as heaven on earth and perfection, now reduced to ashes. Mandy Moore wrote this caption about Altadena because that's the thing. Celebrities live everywhere, right? It's not just the hills. And Mandy Moore saying, seeing her child's school burned to the ground, their favorite restaurants burned to the ground.
And some of these homes, these are you know, people, these are families as well. They're celebrities, but they're also families.
That's right.
And they want to remain in these homes for a long time to come and share memories and raise their kids in these homes and have a place to come back to.
And your home, like you were saying, Amanda, too, it's where you hang your hat, whether it's a big hat or a humble hat,
or
right?
a humble hat,
but you have memories, you have pictures, you've shared big events and other really cherished moments. You've worked perhaps really hard to attain whatever parcel of land you have.
Absolutely.
And it's yours.
Absolutely.
And so to lose it is unimaginable.
Oh, it's devastating.
It doesn't matter what your tax bracket, how much money you have.
No, I teared up at the story that James Wood actually posting a series of videos on X, but he said that his wife's niece, about 8 years old, brought her piggy bank out to him and the wife and said, here, you know, this is for you to help rebuild.
Kids are so pure.
Rebuild your home. And that got me glassy-eyed. Showing his home and his neighbors around him homes surrounded by smoke and flames. James Wood says his family evacuated from the area safely, and he commended first responders and members of the community for evacuating the children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. You know what you are seeing is you're seeing all hands on deck here. You're seeing everyone help out. What can I do? Oh, if I don't have
the one good thing to come out of any of this, it is that sense of neighbor helping neighbor as much as they can.
Absolutely. A church, All Saints in Pasadena, even if those residents weren't evacuated, dropping off food, blankets to those who were evacuated. It's really a time to be a neighbor no matter what area you live in.
It's like one of those moments too in life where you can't help but just think, why? Like, why? Why did this happen? Why of this magnitude?
Of course.
Why? And you want to make sense and try to assemble some sort of pattern to justify why this would happen to all these communities and all these people. And it's just so hard to understand and to process, you know, and I recognize the privilege I have with saying that. And I can only imagine for somebody that's going through this directly impacted what they must be thinking or feeling, or even just trying to process how they feel in a moment like this.
I mean, we're a beautiful city, but we are a tough city. We've been through a lot over the last few years.
It's the nature of where we live, right? It really is.
From the pandemic to earthquakes to fires.
The topography. And this fire is actually, if you think about it, and Maria can probably speak to this better than I can, is 2 years in the making, because was it several years ago we had record rainfall, which allowed for vegetation growth, and then things dried out, and then that just became
more fuel for brush.
Yes,
that's absolutely right.
Fanned by these Santa Ana winds, hurricane level winds that we received too, Maria, right? With no rainfall that usually accompanies a hurricane.
Absolutely. Hurricane force wind gusts, and it wasn't just like one day of this, which we've kind of gotten accustomed to. Oh, we're getting some Santa Ana winds, you know, for a day or day and a half. But this has been consistently at that level for several days now. So that combined together, creating such challenging conditions for our firefighters. You talk about the amount of rain we've had the last 2 seasons, the previous 2 seasons, where we had record rainfall, and then now to start this season, the last 3 months, record driest. I mean, talk about the swing from extremes. So that's what we're contending with now, is that the growth that those 2 previous years gave us with all that rain, and now very dry conditions. All right, let's talk about these numbers right now as you are perhaps getting ready to head out the door. Maybe you do have to go to work this morning, right? A lot of us do. 34 degrees currently in Santa Clarita, 47 in Burbank, 46 in downtown LA, 53 in Santa Ana, 36 in Big Bear. The arrows, notice these are the wind barbs that we like to look at. Slower, it is moving not quite as fast as it has been. Current sustained winds, again, very encouraging, very different from what we have been talking about the last couple of days, really since Tuesday morning. Nearly calm winds in a lot of areas. Santa Ana, downtown LA, Palmdale, just about 5 miles an hour. Last couple of days, we've seen the bright colors on this map, the contours that were more of that purple color indicating those strong winds. We're not seeing that right now. So really kind of a break. It's a brief one, but it's a break from those ferocious and fierce winds that we have been seeing. There's some stronger wind gusts up into the high desert areas, parts of the mountain locations, and that drive up to San Bernardino, the mountains there, 20 to 30 miles an hour. We still have these weather alerts in place. High wind warnings, some of the stronger winds out towards San Bernardino. So this is where the high wind warning is at. That means these very strong, potentially damaging winds are currently occurring or imminent or about to. This is where we're still expecting some of those wind gusts this morning to be anywhere from 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's the usual wind-prone areas here through parts of Orange County, maybe below the Santa Ana Mountains out towards Fontana. That drive through the Cone Pass will be gusty at times, not quite as bad as it has been. And here's the good news. We've got a wind advisory instead of a wind warning here through parts of Ventura County, Santa Clarita, right? Winds now 20 maybe miles per hour to 40 potentially here today with some hazardous driving conditions. The gusts nearing 50 miles an hour. So hopefully, yes, those fixed wing aircraft, those assets that the fires will need addressing will be flying this morning and into the afternoon. High wind watches. So this is what we're doing. We're watching this area here for another round of gusty winds, and that is going to come later tonight into tomorrow. And of course, the red flag warnings pretty widespread still, so do not let your guard down. Be ready. Remember the plan, that ready, set, go fire plan that you must have, because it can erupt at any time when we consider these strong winds we're expecting. So the winds have relaxed because this area of low pressure has pushed off to the east. That gradient or pressure difference between that and this area of high pressure has weakened. We're still getting an offshore flow because of this ridge of high pressure nearby, but it is going to strengthen as it settles over the Great Basin, and that's why we're expecting those gustier winds later today, tonight, into tomorrow. There's that future cast as we get into the afternoon. Notice those bright colors again and those stronger winds. So this is the window of several hours until later today that firefighters have. I'll go over the rest of the forecast, show you the 7-day in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you very much. Well, we've talked a lot and showed you all a lot about homes that have been damaged and destroyed as a result of these fires, but also many local businesses, many mom and pop businesses have also been destroyed. And let's get back out to Gigi in the Palisades to give us some more insight there. Good morning.
There is so much loss, Melvin and Jen here. Big businesses, small businesses. Let's start with this. Casa Nostra Trattoria. We're on the 15,300 block of Sunset Boulevard here. This is such a popular Italian restaurant. If you in the Palisades, even if you don't and you like Italian food, you have probably eaten here at one time or another. They have a beautiful, or had a beautiful patio. It is all gone. You can actually see, if photographer Tony Butita, if you pan to the left and you can sort of see all the way there, that's actually Starbucks, or that was Starbucks. That's on the corner there. Starbucks is gone. A lady just actually walked up for us. She's not a local. She was looking for the Starbucks, hoping it was open. She didn't even know where it was. She couldn't see it because it has been destroyed. Let's walk up the street. We don't know if this is part of the restaurant. I've been here. I've eaten here. I don't remember. But this is destroyed. And I want to show you what once was Bank of America. This is just all mangled metal now. There may have been another business here. Unclear. No signs. Everything has just been destroyed. Take a look at the Bank of America ATMs. They've basically just melted, when we assume with all the money inside, but they're gone. And then we walk towards the main branch doors here, again on the 15,300 block of Sunset Boulevard, and look inside. Everything is gone. And one of the questions I had for my photographer, asked him if he knew what happens to the safe. I mean, we're always told to put our valuables, our treasures, in the safe. What happens when a bank burns to the ground? Does the safe remain standing, or is the heat simply too intense and everything inside is destroyed? Melvin, you mentioned very important mom and pop businesses. Take a look. We're going to cross the street in our next live shot. But all of those businesses that you see destroyed, those are small shops, family owned. We're talking about a hair salon, a nail salon, a gymnastics studio, Palisades Flowers. They are all gone. Those are all small businesses. How they will survive this? Well, that remains to be seen. But a lot of destruction here on Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades, including this very popular strip mall again, the Italian restaurant, the Starbucks, the Bank of America. And this is just one of several banks that have been destroyed here in the Palisades. We will send it back to you, and we'll have much more coming up on Good Day LA.
That is just, Gigi, that is just surreal to look at.
Yes.
It really, you talk about Hollywood, it does look like a movie set. It really does.
I just drove by there on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh.
We still have her.
Look at that. It's just metal. You can't even begin to see where one business started, the other ended. And if anybody knows what happens to the safe, can you just send me a message on social media or call our station and let me know? I'm just curious because, you know, we're always told, don't keep your valuables at home. Put everything in the safe. Put your important documents at the bank. Keep everything in the bank. What happens when a bank burns down?
That's a good question, right? That's right.
And we're looking at, Gigi, just so as we're talking to you, Stu is overhead in Skyfox, and we're getting some of the first. Oh, okay, well, somebody's overhead in in a helicopter. It's not Stu, my bad. Who was giving us aerial perspective, Gigi, of the scorched Pacific Palisades, pictures that we weren't able to see yesterday, naturally, because of those raging Santa Ana winds.
Look at this.
And how this
Angeles is on fire.
It's hard to put this into words. Turning to hell on earth.
The senior center is burning.
There is no containment here.
This is a wind-driven fire.
It is devastating.
The fire is still raging.
This American flag still stands proudly.
For continuing team coverage on air, online, and streaming live on the Fox Local mobile app, stay with Fox 11.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our...
Right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to be with us here, continuing coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles coming up in just moments, but we want to continue to provide you the latest here as we are just seeing such devastating results of more than 1,000 homes destroyed and over 100,000 people evacuated. So far, at least 5 people have died in these fires, and there's 4 major fires continuing on right now in Los Angeles County. And again, we will be giving you updates throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox, all right here for you in real time. We are going to get back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles right now, coming up in just moments as well. Do want to continue to showcase everyone just some of the powerful scenes that we have seen these last couple of days. I mean, just take a look here at firefighters desperately trying to put out flames. And it's one thing to see these flames pop up and go from home to home. But then when these embers are going just so fast from the wind, again, they are going at such high rates of speed right here and really hitting homes. And even if firefighters are able to put one out, they have to just go right next door to another there. So that is definitely something that has been a struggle for firefighters right now, and will continue to do so as more problems persist with these massive wildfires. I do want to continue to update you here on some other news coming from LA County right now. We are expecting an update coming up in about an hour from the LA mayor and other city officials as well. And now we are going to go back out to the coverage, Fox 11 Los Angeles, right now for more of their coverage.
Just local folks, but you meet people here for dinner. They were well known for their patio, their service, their food, and that's gone. And we have to imagine it is a smaller, independently owned business affected.
And if you're the business owner that had to watch this happen or now go survey the damage, oh my goodness. We can only imagine. And
look at the inside. The restaurant is completely gone.
Gigi, thank you for your reporting out
and
there.
And to the left.
To the left. Go ahead. To the left.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say to the left, now blended into the Italian restaurant, is the Starbucks. Of course, Starbucks is a corporation. It will be easier for them to rebuild, most likely, if they choose to rebuild in this community. But now it's just one lot of mingled metal and the roof and concrete. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Gigi, thank you. Those are some incredible visuals that you were able to just show us. And so we're going to do a bit of a reset to welcome everybody in to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. The scope of these fires, as you just saw from Gigi, is just absolutely unimaginable. Flames are ravaging homes, threatening communities, leaving thousands of people with really nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go and left to move through this new normal that many of us that haven't directly been impacted by this don't really know anything about.
Yeah.
Fire crews are stretched really thin, as you can imagine, as we have been reporting, as they face devastating conditions all across the Southland. Roxy is here with us. She's got the latest on all the fires. Hey there, good morning.
4 major fires that are now burning.
Yeah.
That's right, yes. And then you see some of these spot fires, which make people nervous, right? Because they don't know what
like in Studio City last night, too.
Right.
Yeah.
We're going to get to the one in Studio City. That was the one that the community there was on edge, like, wait, are we next? Do we have to evacuate?
Right.
So, yeah, the winds are, of course, driving multiple fires across LA County, as you know. And together, these fires have burned more than 28,000 acres. This is across the region. Some 130,000 people have been told to leave their homes or to get ready to do so. And there is zero containment in many of these areas. Let's begin with the Palisades fire. It has scorched over 17,000 acres, reducing more than 1,000 structures to ashes, just ashes. 0% containment with this fire. And the fire does continue to force tens of thousands to stay away under mandatory evacuation orders. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger. Moving over to the Eaton Canyon above Altadena, 5 people have died. This fire has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Some 100 structures are destroyed. More than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including parts of Pasadena and Altadena. The Eaton fire is 0% contained as well. There is a bit of good news. You could say the winds that drove the flames are easing at this hour, but of course that can change. The Hurst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. This fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. This forced evacuations across the region. More than 44,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes. Evacuation zones do extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass. The Hurst fire is now at 10% contained. The Sunset fire has burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills. There is 0% containment here. Flames are pushing toward Hollywood Boulevard. Most evacuations, though, have been lifted. Evacuations in areas north of Franklin Avenue will be lifted shortly, coming up at about 7:30 this morning. There is an evacuation center which is opened at Pan Pacific Recreation Center. So this is something, if it's near you, you can take advantage of that. Speaking of, Melvin and Jen, that Studio City fire, right? So the massive fire erupted there. Flames engulfed a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. We were watching this live yesterday as it was happening, and it was just really tough to see. Those flames then spread to nearby brush and buildings, and more than 50 firefighters quickly were able to, thankfully, get this fire under control. There was some damage, though, to surrounding structures. No injuries were reported there. So, yes, many people just on edge. People who live in Studio City who were near the fire didn't know if they were next or if they would have to be evacuated. I know some people and they're telling me, you know, I don't even know if I can sleep tonight. I don't feel comfortable going to sleep tonight, closing my eyes, not knowing what can happen next. So we have incredible video that we've been sharing with you throughout our coverage, of course. This right here, though, I want to share with you is from a firefighter's perspective. This video sent to us from a firefighter who's been right there on the front lines. Look at the images. This is a bit more up close and personal, right? Now, these firefighters, of course, they have the equipment, but still, even with that being said, with the power of these flames and the conditions they're dealing with, many of them irritated in the eyes, right, because of these ember bursts. Their eyes are swollen. Their voice voices are hoarse. They're having a hard time breathing. They're coughing. Imagine for hours and hours and hours not getting any relief and having to be in these conditions. And, of course, when it comes to some of the issues we've been discussing as well, with the lack of water, the frustration of making these tough calls, right? Do I run toward this building or this building? Which one will be a total loss and is pointless to even put our resources? These are things they have to think about.
It's strategic.
On Tuesday, because of those raging Santa Ana winds, those choppers couldn't get in. Even when they ran out of water, you know, Roxy and everybody in the Palisades, they couldn't get into the ocean in those super scoopers and get that water that was just available and drop it down. So it's so heartening to be able to see that they can have assets up into the sky.
And that's why they were using as much water as they could on the ground, even pulling water from people's pools. They went through 3 gigantic water tanks in a matter of hours, from like 10:30 until I believe 4 a.m. This was yesterday.
And speaking of pools, some people who were desperate taking refuge in pools, right?
Yes.
Which, I mean, if you have no option and no choice, and the pool's the safest place to be, but can you imagine how scary that is? It's just tough to cover this, of course, and people who are living through it, you know, our hearts go out to them, obviously, because they have this new reality that they're going to have to deal with. And now it's more of the adrenaline, right, from all of us.
A lot of us.
It hasn't really hit. It'll happen days, weeks, and months to come. Once you realize, wait a minute, we just lived through this, and what in the world, and now what are we
Or when you go to look for something, or when you want something, and it's not there, you know, for
those conveniences that we often take for granted.
No matter where you are, if you're watching us right now, in some way you are connected to these fires, for sure. Whether it's a family member, a loved one, a friend who you offered your home to stay at overnight.
Well, and the ripple effect, the businesses that Gigi is sharing with us, you know, these people all have jobs, right? And then what happens to those jobs, and what happens to the economy?
That's
the bigger scope, right? The local economy taking a huge hit
that's
here.
a question. That's a question for tomorrow and the days to come. Thank you, Roxia.
Thanks, Roxia.
In the meantime, you know, flames are still raging as the now deadly Eaton fire continues to grow.
With 5 lives lost and hundreds of homes threatened, firefighters are battling to gain control of this fire. Mario is standing by for us in Altadena with the latest on the devastation. My goodness. Hey, good morning.
Hi, Melvin, Jen. We continue to see that large plume of smoke coming from the hills above Altadena, and we're now showing you more of the hundreds of structures that have been damaged here or destroyed. We're now looking at someone's home, or at least what's left of it. 2135 North Lake Avenue. There's a vehicle here in the driveway that got a little damaged, a barbecue grill, and air conditioning unit. But other than that, there's really not much that we can recognize here. You see 2 vehicles here that were left torched as well. So we were looking at some of the pictures online, what used to be here. It looks like there was a single-story home, and just behind it, a guest house, completely gone right now. And I want to have Carlos Jacinto show you some of the activity right next door. There's a power pole right here, a utility pole, that was snapped in half during the fire as those flames were rushing through. That's what we've seen here around this neighborhood. A lot of power lines and trees that have come down and left burned here, some in the middle of the street right now. So this is a home, and then over this way, we have a few more businesses. So what you're looking at just behind these trees, this is actually a home decor store at 2141 North Lake Avenue. And then you have the Altadena Boys and Girls Academy, a preschool right next door, a chiropractic office, and also a restaurant a little farther down. This is all right across the street from Charles Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. We know that Pasadena Unified School District officials say 5 public schools were damaged by the fire. So that's also going to be an impact. And when you look at this damage, you just hope that people who were evacuating left safely. We know this is a deadly fire. 5 lives have been claimed. We're still working to get more information. Not too many details on those circumstances. But you'll notice just behind this damaged property, there are some on Crawford Street, just behind this street. So there are blocks here in this area that have been left leveled. The destruction is just amazing. The fire continues to burn. And I want to have Carlos also show you the sky, because as the sun comes up, we're not really seeing very many clouds, just a big swath of smoke. And some of the mountain ridge lines there are not even visible because of all this smoke that's still making its way through here in the Altadena area. That's the latest here, but it is just shocking to see the amount of damage and destruction here now that the sun is starting to come up.
It is, and I also have to remark, I mean, it's not just these tree-lined streets and neighborhoods and homes. You're talking about industrial areas that were full of concrete, like you've been reporting on, catching on fire and burning to the ground.
Yeah, and to be honest, we don't know what has been burning. A lot of these buildings that are no longer there, we don't know what was inside. Maybe some materials that are toxic and people could be breathing them in. So that's always a big concern. There's an auto shop, a Brake Masters, just 2 buildings down, that's also been leveled. So just imagine the fumes, some of the chemicals that are coming out of these structures. Definitely not a good situation for anybody around these areas.
All right, Mario, thank you very much for being out there for us. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. The magnitude and the impact of these fires across all these various communities are great, and it hasn't just affected those that have a certain amount of means or those that have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. There are all different types of people that have been impacted here, people in apartments, elderly and otherwise. This is a live look of an aerial view of the Pacific Palisades. We'll have a lot more perspective from up above as the sun begins to rise, Jen.
That's right, and our continuing team coverage of these fires continues after a short break. Keep it here.
All right, we will check back in with Fox 11 in just a moment. We are staying with you here. It's a new Sky Fox video. This is live right now. They just got back up in the air, and again, they are tracking what is going to be our first look in the daytime as the sun has risen on another day. But here in Southern California, we are going to be seeing much more damage as these wildfires have continued to grow in size, and we've been seeing the numbers there from Fox 11 on how big that they have gotten in the last 12 hours or so. So we will be checking on those live images coming up in just moments. But I just do want to again show you just some of more of the just extraordinary video that we have gotten in the last couple of days of these firefighters continuing to do what they do best, but are putting up struggles of their own, not only with the amount of people that they have on their staffs, but also finding water to help these communities out in such a way that they need a lot of help. That is why from other areas, even here in Arizona, they are coming to their aid and trying to give them the best support that they can. So again, you are watching here live on Live Now from Fox, as we are going to get back to the coverage of Fox 11 Los Angeles in just moments. But I want to continue to update you here on the latest numbers that we are seeing right now. More than 100,000 people have been ordered to evacuate as dry hurricane-force winds spread flames across parched ground that has seen no rain for months. At least 5 people have died since the fires erupted on Tuesday. Now, in about 45 minutes, we are expecting an update from LA County officials as well as the LA mayor to give the latest updates. That's when we will get the fresh numbers as far as people that are displaced, people that are that their homes have been forced to leave, so we'll get the latest evacuation numbers as well. So this is the spot to stay with us here on Live Now from Fox as our coverage does continue all in real time. We'll also be getting a lot more reporters on the ground to show you what is happening. I do want to go back out now to Sky Fox images as well to show you here in just moments. And this is a live look at that as Sky Fox is up in the air right now. Let's go back out to the coverage. Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Hey, good morning to you and good morning to everybody. And it might not be such a great morning to a lot of folks in the Palisades area. Now, Skyfox just getting back up over the Palisades area. That sun definitely rising, but that smoke so very, very thick. I'm looking at one of those neighborhoods. You're just peeking at one of the neighborhoods, and this is going to be on the far, would be the northern part of the Palisades area. And it might be still a little difficult to make out, but those are rows and rows of foundations that used to be homes. And this is just a portion of that devastation. I can actually bring up the map real quick. Excuse me. And you can start seeing some of the road names out there. Now, we're going to try to move Skyfox maybe a little bit off to the left and then maybe make our way a little closer to that area. But this is the first peak of the devastation that I've seen since this fire started. You can see that there are some definite homes that are still standing in that neighborhood, but for the most part, most of the homes leveled. There is pretty much nothing left down there except for just the rubble and the areas that were the foundations. Getting a little bit of a wider shot just to get you a bigger picture of what we're shooting through. That is all the smoke from the fire. The winds actually just have changed again a little bit. This smoke was actually blowing more towards, well, actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm being serious, because I was seeing that plume of smoke right there, and that one was actually, it was my indication thinking that maybe the winds had changed and it was kind of pushing it all off to the north. But now when you look at the lower stuff right there, it's still doing that same thing. It's just kind of pushing it down over towards the water, and that's out to the south. Now, you can see a lot of those street names out there as we push in. We got to kind of clean it up as we try to get through that smoke and haze down there. But there are so many neighborhoods. It's, you know, it's one of those ones where all I have to do is kind of push in. I don't even have to look at a street name, and pretty much wherever that camera ends up, it's going to show you that same type of devastation. When they say 1,000 structures destroyed, at first I was thinking that might be a little high, but now if you see like these entire neighborhoods down here, that really that number seems very realistic, and I might venture to say might even climb. Again, this is going to be out in the Palisades area, and this is just some of the destruction. We're going to try to get a better shot, maybe climb up over the smoke and look straight down. But right now, there's still so much of that smoke and ash in the air from that fire. It's going to be very difficult to see a lot of those homes. But again, just more confirmation of what was going on down there when that fire was burning. And amazing that in this fire, only injuries as people are trying to make their way out of that area, especially when it got into that situation where people were actually out walking to get away from the fire. But in that Eaton fire, I don't know if we have a moment. I'm going to try to do a big swing of the camera and show you that Eaton fire. That is going to be out into that sunrise, and it's going to be out over this location. That one really starting to plume as well. You can see that giant header is, and I think what's going on there is that wind is, or this fire is actually starting to make its way up into the forest areas. So that right there is going to be the Eaton fire as we look way out into the distance. Let me get rid of that map for you guys. But it also kind of shows you that that fire is still very, very active, putting up a lot of smoke, and it's just kind of consuming all the way from the Altadena area. That's probably some of North Hollywood and Studio City, all covered in smoke this afternoon or this early morning. It's going to stay that way for the afternoon. Coming back over to the Palisades fire. This one's still very active as well, but that firefight continuing, and hopefully they're going to start getting aerial assets out here and start taking care of those hot spots up in the hills.
Yeah, you know, it's the air quality, no matter where you are in our viewing area, you're going to be impacted by this. We talked to an allergist yesterday, in fact, who said that if you're outside, you should be wearing one of those masks, the ones that we used during COVID times, if you remember, and if one's available to you, that is, because you don't know what's burning in these fires. Mario was showing us an auto body shop that went up in flames.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, the toxicity of the air, you just don't know what's in it, and you don't really want to take any chances. So if you can.
The materials from these buildings, yeah.
If you can, work from home, do that. A lot of people, Maria, have actually, I think they've been paying attention to that because the roads were in pretty good shape going back and forth yesterday.
I think so. I think people are trying to help any way they can.
That's right.
Part of that is staying off the road so that officials, people who need to really are critical to get to where they need to to go, we can free up the roads for them, right? This is tough for the kids. I feel bad because a lot of them not in school. They can't really play outside. I did have this conversation with my son last night, and he loves being outside. He's one of those kids, you know, give him a ball and he'll be outside. But the air quality is just not so healthy, and so you've got to really limit your time outdoors. You just got to get to where you need to go. Here is the live look at LAX right now. You can see that haze just out there. And this is the stuff that we can see. The stuff that we can't see is what's dangerous. So you go out there and you look and you go, it's not so bad here. Listen, just follow the officials' suggestions and stay indoors. Not much of a wind here in Long Beach, as you can see the windsock. We always refer to the windsock there in Long Beach to see what the winds are like, and it's not so bad. Air quality, very poor to hazardous. See these red dots all around and extends from the inland areas. That's due to that Eaton fire, of course, the other fires there, and the fires in the Palisades area. Really, that wind is much lighter, so it's allowing all that ash and the soot and that really toxic air to just kind of loft and spread out a little bit wider and impact so many more people today. The good news is the winds are much lighter, with the exception of this area here, where it's a little bit more breezy, but nothing like what we have been experiencing the last several days. Very light near Santa Monica at the moment, but the winds prevailing out of the northeast. Still that offshore flow and still the drier conditions, because as a result of those winds coming out of the northeast, drying out even more the vegetation. You can see the smoke, even the direction that it's moving, still from the northeast towards the west and southwest. San Bernardino out towards the Inland Empire, some of those stronger winds at the moment. Temperatures are chilly up in Lancaster. It's 20 degrees. Bundle up if you are having to head outside and out the door. 36 in Santa Clarita. It's 43 in Burbank. Out towards downtown LA, 46. 38 degrees in Long Beach. High pressure is still in control, but we're not getting that upper level support or cold air associated with the system, which has pushed off to our east now, bringing that wintry weather through parts of the south, the southern plains, and in Texas. High wind warnings for portions of Orange County, the Inland Empire, and that's where we're seeing some of those stronger winds. So if you're in that area, yes, do not let your guard down. Be vigilant, please. Here's our 7-day forecast. Just want to quickly let you know that the winds are going to pick up later tonight into tomorrow. Maybe a little break Saturday, Sunday, with even a slight onshore flow, which will allow us to get maybe a little bit more humidity, or at least bring that humidity level back up. Heads up, though, Monday, Tuesday, watching the computer models starting to come together for perhaps another strong event. Maybe not as severe or extreme as what we have just experienced, but strong enough that will exacerbate the problems we're already seeing. So just keep that in mind as we look ahead. Samara, a lot of traffic problems, and I'm glad people are staying off the roads, but you got a lot of reminders for people. Yeah, definitely big reminders. Stay away from the fire zone. The firefighters are working tirelessly and endlessly to help get a good handle on the current fires that are burning. And the first attention is the Palisades area. Palisade fire closures still in effect until further notice. This applies to PCH in both directions. Malibu Canyon Road has now been included in that closure. Malibu Canyon Road extends all the way to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica, as well as Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive to PCH. So those are the roads that you cannot get through. And also near the Hurst fire, northbound side of the 5, this is going to be at the eastbound 210 at Yarnell Street. That area is also closed off, but also keep in mind that there could be some on and off ramps closed in that area as well. And a reminder, as Marie mentioned, that the winds will eventually increase. Therefore, we have the Department of Transportation is issuing a wind alert for areas of the Castaic Junction. That's the 126, the 5, because they are anticipating some stronger wind gusts, and they are recommending not to travel for campers and trailers through that 5 corridor, especially down that route, and also the 5 to 14 through the New Hall Pass. And the strong winds will eventually increase in areas like the Cajon Pass, the 15, as well as areas along the 10 freeway going into the Coachella Valley, where gusts could still range up to 60 miles per hour. Jen, Melvin.
All right, thank you, Samara.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to take a short break. You are looking live at aerial footage of the extraordinary devastation of the Palisades fire, I think more and more is going to become clear this morning as far as the depth of the damage as the sun begins to rise and we get a better look. Meantime, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks for tuning in with us.
All right, Fox 11 going to a quick break. We're staying on right here with you on Live Now from Fox. And again, in about 30 minutes, we will be receiving the latest California fires update. We can let you know about this, about the Sunset Fire. All evacuation orders within Sunset Fire will be lifted in about 3 minutes. We are getting that update right here for you. That is happening north of Franklin. Will be open. LA fire crews are still working in the area. Please be careful when returning to your home. So again, that is some big news for people in that area. Again, the Sunset Fire update. All evacuation orders within Sunset Fire will be lifted at 7:30 local time there. So that is in about 2 minutes. So Sky Fox again showcasing daytime now video fresh off on your screen right now as we continue to wait about 30 minutes for the latest update from LA officials. That will be coming up in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. So again, we appreciate all our viewers being with us here. It's been a very busy couple of days bringing you this coverage. We will be hearing from the LA City Mayor, Karen Bass. We will be hearing from LA County Board of Supervisors, the LA County Supervisor, the LA County Sheriff, the LA City Police Chief, the LA County Office of Emergency Management Director, LA County Public Works Director, and the LA Department of Water and Power CEO. So it'll be quite the lineup. And again, we will be bringing that to you worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox. Red flag warnings we should let you know from the National Weather Service for Los Angeles and Ventura counties were extended through 6 p.m. tomorrow due to extreme low humidity and strong winds. A Los Angeles Fire Department spokesperson said today that erratic winds were a concern with gusts blowing embers. Water shortages caused some hydrants to run dry in upscale Pacific Palisades, wedged between Malibu and Santa Monica. Firefighters are doing what they can to save lives and then focused on what they could to save structures, whether there was water in the hydrant or water had to be shuttled in. The LA Fire Department overnight lifted most of an evacuation order that was issued due to the Sunset Fire raging just above Hollywood Boulevard. That 43-acre fire was 0% contained as of this morning. On the west side of Los Angeles, the Palisades fire consumed over 18,000 acres and hundreds of structures in the hills, racing down Topanga Canyon until reaching the Pacific Ocean on Tuesday. So again, we'll be continuing to be here with you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out to more coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
My goodness, I know that it's tough for Stu to see beyond the smoke and the haze and everything, but you do see some of these homes remain intact, luckily enough, but then in other neighborhoods, it is just absolute a flattening of just blocks and blocks of homes. Historic landmarks and hundreds of homes are now gone. Let's go to Gigi Graciette. She has been reporting for us there on the ground all morning long. Some stunning visuals, Gigi.
You know, we're on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard. We were across the street, Casa Nostra, the Italian restaurant, Bank of America, Starbucks. That is all a total loss. Now we've crossed the street and we're at smaller businesses. You were looking at what once was Palisades Flowers. The only thing indicating what this business was. We have to imagine this is family owned. This is a smaller business. Be careful, photographer Tony Butita. There's a lot of debris, a lot of raised concrete here on the street. This was a nail salon right next door to it, we believe. It says Rosie's Nails. There was a gymnastics center here. There was a hair salon here. I can't tell where everything was, but these are smaller businesses. And not only is the business owner out of business, it may be temporary, we hope, but not only is the business owner out of business, what about all the employees? What about all the lovely men and women who do nails in these nail salons? What about all our stylists who cut our hair? What do? They move to another salon. If they're lucky, they rent another station maybe somewhere. What does the florist do until they can rebuild? The devastation is just all over. And behind this, I just walked behind this. I don't even know what it once was, but there's an entire collapsed building in the back of these little shops here on Sunset Boulevard. Some of the damage is very reminiscent of what we saw in 1994 at the Northridge earthquake, when we saw apartment buildings collapse and then catch fire. There's certain areas that it looks like there was an earthquake and it just knocked these buildings down. They caught fire, and this is the aftermath. But no, this is all because of the Palisades fire. Look at that sign right there. Joy to all. I don't know if you can see that, Tony, right there at your feet.
Yeah, juxtapositions, right, of the signs. You showed us the American flag that remained intact yesterday, and now it's the sign, Joy to all, in front of just this absolute destruction. It's just really something to see side by side.
I think the other point, too, Gigi, that you raised about job loss, I think that's an extraordinary part of this story, are the amount of people that, there's the people that have lost their homes, people that lost their businesses, but employees at many of these establishments that now do not have jobs.
And likely don't have homes either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the employees at Bank of America and Starbucks most likely will be relocated to another branch, another Starbucks. But the folks who do your nails here, the servers, the busboys, the dishwashers at Casa Nostra, the Italian restaurant, the folks who do your hair, the gymnastics, where kids had all those gymnastics programs here. What do they do until they can rebuild? And careful. In the back there, you know, I was talking to you about that collapsed building. That is actually across the alley in the back. I don't even know what that was, but that entire building, if you pan off to the right, you can see some of the debris. That is all collapsed and destroyed. They look like some type of maybe offices. I'm going to go check that out a little better after, but just more destruction. And again, we're on Sunset Boulevard, the 15,300 block near Swarthmore, and these are the mom and pop businesses that have now been affected and have left so many people out of a job.
Yeah. All right, Gigi, thank you very much. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so meantime, city officials, they will be holding a press conference much like they did yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning. That press conference is slated for 8 o'clock this morning as well.
Yeah, Mayor Karen Bass undoubtedly faces more questions about her actions leading up to and after the fire starting. Bob DeCastro is live for us in downtown L.A. with more details on this front. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, here at the Hall of Administration, again, that press conference getting underway at 8 o'clock this morning. You have county and city officials standing shoulder to shoulder here to give an update on the crisis. And yes, LA Mayor Karen Bass will be here this morning. She was noticeably absent yesterday. She was even asked about that. She was returning from a trip to Ghana, a trip that she is still being criticized for. Many wondering why, with the National Weather Service had said that previously this was going to be a potentially destructive and life-threatening fire, a windstorm, why she would even take that trip to West Africa in the first place. Also receiving criticism this morning for cuts to the department, to the fire department. LA City Fire receiving $17 million in cuts last year, and many wondering if that had an impact at all in terms of the firefight and the challenges when it came to the staffing of fighting this fire. Well, Sky News caught up with LA Mayor Karen Bass when she was on that overseas trip on her return here to Los Angeles, and this is video that went viral.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
It looks like this wave.
Well, Mayor Bass did return yesterday from that trip overseas, and she held a press conference last night. She did address that trip and said that she was in constant contact with emergency officials.
Is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
And again, Mayor Bass expected to be at this press conference, again, starting at 8 o'clock this morning. In addition to those questions, there are so many other questions that people in this area have, including the firefight, now that the winds that we're dealing with are not the same winds, but more of a traditional Santa Ana wind pattern that we're dealing with, and we can get air assets in the air. Is this the day that we can finally turn a corner and perhaps get some containment on all of the fire lines? Questions that will be asked today, and of course we'll be here live as we're covering this press conference that gets underway at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, Bob, I think in the coming days you're going to be talking about issues of preparation. Why did firefighters, specifically in the Palisades, run out of water? Why was the LAFD begging for more firefighters to join their ranks, off-duty firefighters, volunteers? We knew this was coming. We knew that at some point all of these elements would converge to make for a catastrophic fire event. And I think these questions in the days to come are going to get louder and louder and louder. And I do hope that the mayor of Los Angeles does something to address some of these concerns here.
These are not just questions that the mayor, but perhaps people across the state have to answer. And
right.
that issue in the Palisades is not just the issue in the Palisades. People in Altadena had also experienced a severe pressure loss in all of their hoses when they were trying to fight those fires as well. They said they did not have any water. So these are all issues, infrastructure issues that certainly will be asked, and perhaps we'll get some answers to in the next days, the weeks, and months, and perhaps years to come.
Thanks, Bob. I think, after the Woolsey fire, there was a big conversation and investigation even about communication and how the communication fell through there. And I think here we're probably going to see lots of conversation about especially this water and what happened there, and the lack of funding and preparation amongst, within the LAFD. Yeah. All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bob.
And we'll be taking that press conference live as it happens, set for 8 o'clock. And they were very prompt, we should say, yesterday when that news conference started, so 8 o'clock.
And I want to clarify something. The lack of preparation to support the firefighters that we're trying to fight, because we're very grateful for, I just want to be very clear about that.
They are doing the absolute best
and they were left helpless in many situations, those poor men and women just trying to do their job. They needed support.
And going above and beyond. You're seeing videos of them helping pets, trying to bring out some belongings.
Leaving their families behind.
That's right.
And many of them who probably experienced extraordinary loss in their own lives, that weren't able to tend to their homes or their families because they were protecting structures and protecting all the residents across Southern California. We cannot say thank you enough to these brave men and women for everything that they have done against extraordinary odds.
And I have to say, some words from the mayor, and in that situation when she stood silent for a full 2 minutes while she was getting, a grilling from that Sky News reporter, but saying something about the gratitude for these firefighters, and our hearts go out to some of the people who have lost everything. Something would have been nice.
Some of these,
some words.
The firefighters have been working, some of them over 24, 45 hours.
Absolutely. I texted one yesterday, Cameron, LAFD 88, checking in on him, and he got back to me over 12 hours later. He's like, sorry, just now getting a chance.
And what they're seeing and what they're experiencing right in the midst of harm to protect structures as best they can, people's lives as best they can. Thank you to all of the brave men and women out there.
Thank you from all of us.
Thank goodness. All right, Amanda, what's up?
Well, we've heard the saying, stars, they're just like us. And this is such a moment where we are seeing seeing that, from local mom and pop shops to some of our favorite stars. Everyone is being affected somehow by these fires. Many have fled during evacuations in the area, while others have lost their homes completely, all their memories. I had a friend from college just text me a picture of what stands from her house. Every photo gone. Page 6 reporting Paris Hilton, Heidi Montag, Spencer Pratt, Leighton Meester, Adam Brody, Anna Faris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal, Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, and John Goodman are among the stars who have lost their homes. Many shared emotional messages on social media expressing heartbreak over the loss of such cherished memories. Others, like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, and Mark Hamill, were forced to evacuate. Celebrities like Ricky Lake described their homes as heaven on earth and perfection, now reduced to ashes. Actor James Woods posted a series of videos on X showing his home and his neighbors' homes surrounded by smoke and flames. Woods says that his family evacuated from the area safely. He commended first responders and members of the community for evacuating children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. And Paris Hilton posting on Instagram saying that she learned her Malibu home was lost while watching it burn on live television. She adds no one should ever have to experience that. Jamie Lee Curtis speaking out about devastating wildfires in Pacific Palisades.
Saw that.
Yeah, she got very emotional, as I can imagine. She shared this video on social media that our family is safe, but many friends may lose their homes. She described the situation as terrifying and expressed gratitude to firefighters and neighbors helping each other. You are really seeing the community come together right now. She urged everyone to stay safe, support one another, and let first responders do their work. Curtis also encouraged people to pray, regardless of their beliefs, for those affected, because sometimes that's really all you can do. Jamie Lee Curtis also shared that a church in the Palisades where she got sober 25 years ago is now gone. Curtis described it as a place of comfort, hosting baptisms, weddings, funerals, and helping countless people reclaim their lives through sobriety. She also mentioned the women's club in the area where she connected with others on their sober journeys is no longer there. Now, despite these losses, Curtis expressed hope, saying, "We will persevere." There are a lot of entertainment events that are being canceled due to the fires. This week, we saw premieres being canceled. This weekend was supposed to be the 30th Annual Critics' Choice Awards. It was slated for Sunday, January 12th in Santa Monica. It has now been postponed to January 26th. Also, the deadline for Oscar nomination voting has been extended 2 days to January 19th due to the fires as well.
And we've also seen, by the way, I mean, say what you want about people who are privileged enough to live in some of these areas and they have the resources. Yes, they do. However, these are also the same people who will be giving back.
Oh, yes.
And they're some of the same people who we saw at these evacuation shelters, not even wanting the attention, not wanting to be on camera, or even be named, by the way, because Bob DeCastro talked to one of them yesterday, who are just taking it upon themselves to go and help some of these victims.
It's really all you can do. You know, there's a quote from Maria Shriver, and I remember this quote: "In times like this, look for the helpers."
That's right.
Because there will always be those who want
Mr. Rogers,
to help.
Mr.
Oh, and I saw Maria Shriver sharing it.
I love that. I thought that's such a beautiful
Look for
quote.
the helpers.
Yeah,
and they're around.
And I think, I think everybody also needs to be mindful of the fact that you want to find the right words to offer comfort to people that are directly impacted by this, and at the same time, there really aren't words.
No. So just listen.
So just listen and just be there, and even just enough to say, "I'm thinking of you," or maybe, "I don't know that I'm going to get this right."
Yeah.
Because people are going through a lot, man, and a new normal that we know nothing about, especially if you've had direct impact. So let's get over to,
we're going to go to
commercial break.
We're
going to take a short break. We'll be right back, everybody.
Yeah.
More coverage after this.
All right, as their coverage goes to a short break, we are staying on with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, more Skyfox images to show you, and we are awaiting that update. Less than 15 minutes away from L.A. County officials. We'll have the L.A. mayor taking a lot of questions, as you can imagine. We do want to give you updates, though. Red flag warnings from the National Weather Service for L.A. and Ventura counties have been extended through 6 p.m. tomorrow due to the extremely low humidity and strong winds. The L.A. Fire Department spokesperson said that erratic winds were a major concern, with gusts blowing embers. We also can tell you that whipped up by fierce winds and fueled by bone-dry conditions, 3 major wildfires were burning around L.A., killing at least 5 people and forcing residents, including many Hollywood celebrities, to evacuate by car or on foot. Water shortages have been a major issue here with this fire, and it has caused some hydrants to run dry in upscale Pacific Palisades, wedged between Malibu and Santa Monica. Officials with the fire departments have been saying that they are trying their best to save lives and then focused on what they could do to save structures, whether that there was water in the hydrant or it had to be shuttled in. At least 6 separate wildfires have been burning in L.A. County as of this morning. 3 of them were listed at 0% containment, including the Palisades fire in the west, the Eaton fire in the east, and the smaller Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. And again, everyone, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate all our viewers being with us. We'll get you back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles as soon as they come back from their break. And we're about 12 minutes away from the latest update from L.A. County. We'll also be bringing you that live, raw, and unfiltered when that does get going. We'll be hearing from the L.A. County Board of Supervisors, the L.A. City Mayor, L.A. County Supervisor, and the L.A. City Fire Chief, among others from L.A. County. So again, these are Skyfox images bringing you this morning of just some of the daylight that we are seeing from this devastation that started back on Tuesday. And it's been a hard 48 hours for people in Southern California. More than 100,000 people have been evacuated. Let's go back out now. More coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Encouraged by this, the wind reports right now, very, very favorable for firefighters. Nothing like what we've been talking about the last couple of days. Really light winds to 3 miles per hour here in downtown LA, 8 miles an hour in Oxnard. Some breezier conditions on that drive up to the mountain locations out towards the Inland Empire, maybe Fontana, that area there for the Cajon Pass. We're looking at some gustier winds. But we're watching this area of low pressure that really helped bring in all that cold air from Canada, gave us that extra added support in terms of driving those winds out of the northeast. Well, that low is pushing off to the east, and that's bringing some wintry weather through parts of the south. High pressure, though, still in control, so we're still getting that offshore flow and that clockwise flow of air around that area of high pressure, although much weaker. So we'll call it breezy conditions today for some areas. Now, here's the bad news. As that high strengthens a bit as we get to the afternoon and evening, the winds are due to increase. Those wind gusts are going to get gustier tonight into tomorrow morning. So we do have those weather alerts that are still in place, and of course red flag warnings have been extended. I wouldn't be surprised if they get extended beyond Friday, but for the moment that means critical fire weather conditions will continue throughout a grid area over SoCal. And then as we look ahead, perhaps next week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe another round of some stronger and gusty Santa Ana winds. Air quality alert, of course, big area here where we are encouraging you to stay indoors, please, because of the toxic air that's out there. We need the rain. We need the rain to extinguish the fires, but we also need it to clean out the atmosphere, and we're just not getting any this season at all. Look at this. Trace amounts in October. We had barely any rain in November, less even in December. January, typically the second wettest month of the year, we've gotten 0 rain so far. So this is adding to the problems that we have right now. Consider last year when we had well above seasonal average in terms of the rainfall. So all of that became vegetation, which has become fuel for all these fires. Just quickly, we have a La Nina weather pattern, and when we get that, typically we don't get much rain, and that's why it's much drier here in SoCal. High wind warnings for portions of Orange County, the Inland Empire. Here's your 7-day, 70s today for that high temperature. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Maria. Yeah, we were just talking about a lot of A lot of help for some of these fire victims if you don't know where to go. A lot of like peripheral assistance is the best way to describe it. If you can't cook, if you don't have any power, a lot of businesses are actually offering these free services for some of the fire victims out there.
And also, you know, many young people that are relying on meal service at their school, especially within the LAUSD and those schools that are in the Palisades community. There's locations that are still allowing students to still get their meal service. And that being said, a lot of people impacted in ways that we all may not be thinking about. Brooke is joining us now with a list to offer some support. Good morning.
Hey there. Yes, so there are a lot of different aspects of help out there. I think many people, you know, when you're impacted by these fires, sometimes you don't even know what type of help you need.
That's right.
You know
you're just trying to think of the day-to-day.
And you don't even, you're just kind of in a panic. And so, you know, hopefully this will help kind of jumpstart things, you know, going on as so many people are dealing with just absolute devastation. Uber and Lyft right now, they're offering free rides to temporary shelters. You do need to use the promo code wildfire25 for Uber and CA Fire Life 25. Both of those are just one word, by the way. That's the one for Lyft. And here's the thing. I want you to keep this in mind because there are limits, and I just don't want you to be in a panic and get surprised, okay? Uber's ride has to be $40 or less. And for Lyft, you can get 2 rides up to $25 each. And, you know, I just don't want people to get in there. You know, they need to get somewhere, and it's a little farther away than they think. It's a $30 ride, and they don't understand why they're charged $5.
Right.
And also, you need to know, in case you get an error, Lyft is only going up to 5 riders.
And also worth it to take a screenshot, by the way, of what you see on the screen.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll have that for you, though, throughout the
put it up again.
Sure, yes. Airbnb.org is working with 211 LA to provide free temporary housing to people who have been displaced from their homes or forced to evacuate because of these wildfires. You do have to fill out an intake form with 211 LA to be approved, and we have that information on our website, foxla.com. For more short-term, really just immediate help, every Planet Fitness in our area that is still open is offering free access to their showers, locker rooms. You can actually stop in and use their Wi-Fi, charge your phone or other devices, or even just relax for a bit in their massage loungers. This is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, and you do not need a membership, okay? It is free. Once again, just keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fire, so you want to make sure you go to an open location. And also, there's this, you know, well, much more throughout the morning here for you on Good Day LA. We'll let you know. We've got some of that information on foxla.com.
And also, if you have been displaced from your homes, there's a website, Discover Los Angeles has a list of 20 area hotels that are offering relief accommodations at varying rates.
Thank you. We'll be back.
All right, more coverage coming from Fox 11 in just a little bit. We are about 6 minutes away from the news conference. We got Fox high up above right now, just showcasing some of the latest fire conditions. But we also want to show you this is going to be where the news conference is going to be at, and we will be bringing that to you from the beginning all the way to the end, just like you could expect right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, just devastating 48 hours that it has been in Southern California. Our hearts go out really to everyone that has been impacted by this, either losing a loved one or losing a home, losing a business. It has to be such a terrible time for so many, and it's just the start of the new year, and it's just this terrifying wave of wildfires that is squeezing LA on multiple fronts, being pushed closer to the symbolic heart of the U.S. film industry today after a new fire ignited in the hills overlooking Hollywood Boulevard and its Walk of Fame. The crescent of flames squeezing Los Angeles, including a huge fire between Santa Monica and Malibu on the city's western flank, and a big area in the east near Pasadena was so expansive that it was visible from space as a huge pincer. More than 100,000 people have been ordered to evacuate as dry hurricane-force winds spread flames. Also, a parched ground that has seen no rain for months. At least 5 people have died since the fires erupted on Tuesday. At least 6 separate wildfires have been burning in Los Angeles. 3 of them were listed as 0% controlled, including the Palisades fire in the west, the Eaton fire in the east, and the smaller Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. Again, you are watching live now from Fox. We will get back to Fox 11 Los Angeles in just a moment. Red flag warnings from the National Weather Service for Los Angeles and Ventura counties have been extended through 6 p.m. tomorrow due to the extremely low humidity and strong winds. Los Angeles Fire Department spokesperson said today that erratic winds were a concern with gusts blowing embers, and that was a huge concern for the department and really the area. Water shortages have been the issue for so many firefighters. Some hydrants have been running dry in upscale Pacific Palisades, wedged between Malibu and Santa Monica, and that has been an issue, of course, fighting these fires. Let's go back out now. More coverage from Fox 11 right now on Live Now.
California wildfires, the largest in LA city history. We're hoping that today could be the day when things begin to turn a quarter, when firefighters get some relief assisted by some calmer winds. We're going to have live team coverage all throughout the morning as the 8 o'clock hour is about to start. We're also waiting for a press conference from fire officials. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
This is your Big Bear Mountain Resort Snow Report. Winners finally...
All right, they are going back to one more commercial there before the top of the hour. They're trying to get as many breaks in as they can before the big LA County update here. And you can see some more media members coming in. You got officials getting ready for the update out of California. And that is where we are going to get the fresh updates on the number of acres in these fires, and we're hoping that the number of dead has not increased there, but we should be getting a fresh update on maybe the number injured as well as dead, unfortunately. So that is something that we are not looking forward to at all. There has been, of course, celebrities that have been caught up in this as well. Media personality Paris Hilton said that she was heartbroken beyond words after watching her beachfront house in Malibu burn to the ground on live TV. Actor James Woods recounted fleeing in the face of the flames. One day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone, he said in a TV interview. He wept as he described a niece who came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house. Some residents ventured back into areas the fire had already swept through, where brick chimneys were left looming over charred waste and burned out vehicles. The remnants of a tattered and scorched American flag flapped from a pole here. Let's go back out now to the images of Sky Fox. I know a lot of people want to continue to see that as we are watching these fires just really pick up at random spots, and it's random because you just don't know where these embers are going to be flying, and you don't know what the next thing will just be starting to go up in flames. And that has been just the hard part for so many of the firefighters that have been just doing grueling hours. They have to be just absolutely exhausted at this time, and we are really thinking about them. They are true heroes in this all. Remember, if you lost your home, or you lost belongings, you lost a business, but if you still have your family, that is the main thing going forward. Now let's go back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles as they start the new hour here on Live Now.
The Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills, and Hurst fire in Sylmar. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Strong Santa Ana winds are fueling the fires, making containment, as you can imagine, and as many of news outlets have been reporting, quite difficult.
That's right. And we are awaiting an update on the fire that's supposed to start in just moments. This is supposed to be happening at 8 o'clock in the morning. They were prompt yesterday. I'm sure that same thing is going to be holding today. So we are awaiting fire officials on that information. But first, let's go up to Stu Mundell. He is in Sky Fox over the Palisades fires. We can get a bit of a more clear picture through the haze and the smoke of the devastation there in some of those areas. Good morning, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, this is it is difficult to clean this shot up. It's still under a lot of smoke. This is part of the Palisades, but this isn't one of those neighborhoods where all the homes were destroyed. This is what we usually see in a lot of the brush fires. You can see right there, they got a couple of houses standing, and then if you can look through that haze as best you can see some just burned to the ground. Some houses standing, some to the ground. And this seems to be the whole pattern through this neighborhood up here. And this is going to be off of Paradise Drive. So this is going to be on the most northern part of the Palisades. What brought us up here was we were checking an address out here on the Michaels Lane area. This is one of the spots when we fly over it, I always think the red roofs. And I'm like, okay, this is the Palisades. And most of those homes are standing, but there are a cluster right there of a couple of them that are also burned to the ground. This is what's been going on for most of the Palisades fire, but there's sections of neighborhoods that are closer to Sunset Boulevard that we did kind of see through the smoke a little bit earlier on, that are literally burned to the ground. The entire neighborhood. It isn't one of those ones where there's one house here, one house there, and there's blocks and blocks and blocks of that. And while we were up there, I kind of was just doing the math. I was counting. There's about 40 homes on one of those residential blocks, and then you just kind of do we got 5 blocks right here. That's 200 homes at least that have burned to the ground. Now, there's still a lot of active fire, of course, out here, most of it getting into the vegetation, which, the firefighters are concerned about because the winds are carrying those embers. But right now, these flames are moving away from the houses and away from the homes. Getting a little bit of a wider shot again. This is kind of showing you. This is coming towards Topanga, actually. This is Agora Hills is what we're looking at right there. And you can see some of those homes up in the hills and a lot of vegetation over there. And the winds are actually helping these houses. As you can see, the smoke moving away from there. But that vegetation is very, very thick and lush, and that fuel will burn very quickly. Now, we do have structure protection already in place. You can see some of those Forest Service firefighters down there. It might even be CAL FIRE down there as well. So they are aware of the situation, but if that wind changes, it's like, just think if it does a 180 right now, those homes would be in imminent danger, as those flames are already entrenched into that aged foliage right there. So.
And of course, we will continue to bring you Fox 11 coverage here on Live Now from Fox. But what we want to do is bring you out to the latest news conference coming out of Los Angeles. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this week, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors declared today, January 9th, a day of mourning in solidarity with the federal government in honor of the passing of former President James Earl Carter. Ironically, today is turned into a day of mourning for more reasons than the one as we mourn the loss of lives and property across our county. While we are still facing significant threats, I am hopeful that the tide is turning. Thank you, Chief Marrone. Thank you, Chief Crowley. Yesterday afternoon, as the winds died down, we saw the return of aerial drops and aerial firefighting, a truly, truly welcome sight. First and foremost, I want to assure our residents in Los Angeles County that the City of LA and the county are working hard and working hand in hand to bring every resource available to the table. Last night, the county opened the Pomona Fairplex as an additional shelter for those evacuating and those who have suffered losses. The Fairplex will also continue to take in large animals that are in need of a home. The county is working to harness and utilize the incredible outpouring of generosity from individuals, nonprofits, and companies that want to help. We have heard that many companies like Airbnb, Uber, and Lyft are offering free or subsidized services for those impacted by the fires in Los Angeles County. The county will be sharing all of these resources through our recovery.lacounty.gov website. In addition, the state has activated CAL FIRE Management Team 3 and assigned them to the Eaton Canyon incident. They will be joining Federal Management Team 5 in their ongoing efforts, we hope as early as tomorrow. CAL FIRE Team 3 will be tasked with overseeing victim search operations and damage inspections to facilitate debris removal operations and setting up disaster recovery assistance centers. This will allow Federal Management Team 5 to focus on firefighting operations and the active front. As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday, wildfires do not care about jurisdictional boundaries. Between the city and the county, we are managing the various resources that are coming online with the increasing demands on our first responders. I saw this firsthand driving through the streets of Altadena yesterday. Driving up Lake Avenue, the devastation could not be missed. The number of homes, businesses, and buildings that were on the fire dwarfed in any sense of available resources. Altadena is a very unique and special part of the 5th District. It is a community that embodies the spirit of a big, small town. A community full of rich culture, history, and one that passionately supports the small businesses that drive its economy in the community. It is also one of the only communities in Los Angeles County that manages the urban wildland interface. Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today is larger than anything that I have seen in my career. The loss of historic resources at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, Farnsworth Park, and the Altadena Golf Course cannot be measured. I saw fire engines and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You'll be hearing from our DA, Hockman, shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who will be held accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
The mayor.
Okay, so who are we gonna? Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big 1-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are 2 essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning, and I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members, and I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire, and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories. memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hurst fire, but we have a long way to go. And we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Marrone.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Marrone from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Marrone. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and their surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We're in Unified Command, LAFD, CAL Fire, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hurst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LAFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, Anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents, we stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir.
Good morning, Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the county of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Marrone mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions, are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hurst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Morning, and I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I asked for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time. To be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other. And this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First, I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who's remained behind or who is visiting the areas, as was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris that it's done in a way that's safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality, the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted, and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing, or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign, and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around, because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention, that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access it yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Barger.
I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with. And we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Pigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when
did not
rest
happen.
assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction?
First of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving in different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? Because and talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're gonna do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the winds subsiding, you're gonna see water drops, you're gonna see rotary, you're gonna see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in, even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Right behind. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have another question for you, Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and, in particular, staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters, even on the front lines, expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing of the budget?
Go back and look at the reductions that were made. There were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right, so I'll start with your second question and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's for you to highlight numbers.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home.
But it is thousands plural that have been destroyed?
Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed. It could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from LA City Fire. Thank you.
All right, that was the update there from the LA County officials, giving a big breakdown of what they are seeing. And one of the main factors is the looting concerns. Now, 20 people have been arrested stealing from people's burnt homes. We're talking jewelry, maybe even diamonds as well. Let's go now back to the coverage of Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Not as intensely as we've seen in the past, and still fires blazing throughout the Southland, obviously with all eyes on the Palisades fire in particular. We're continuing our extensive coverage of these fires across the Southland, and the wildfires, of course, are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Those strong Santa Ana winds, they've been fueling these fires, making containment difficult.
Really tough. Several big fires burning in LA right now. You've got the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire above Altadena, the Hurst fire in the Sylmar area, and you also have the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. The Palisades fire still relentless though, and we do have some big breaking news right now.
Gigi Graciette has been on the scene all morning long and has an update to something new that we're learning now at this hour. Gigi?
Unfortunately, we start out with sad breaking news here on Good Day and Fox 11. We can exclusively confirm that deputies doing a welfare check here in Malibu, where the Palisades fire actually burnt down the hill behind me and then jumped the highway to the beach side. They were doing a welfare check on someone that had been reported missing, and they found what appeared to them like human remains. Investigators are here on the scene. You are looking live at the home burnt to the ground where those what deputies believe are human remains were found. Homicide detectives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are en route here right now to begin their investigation, and you are looking live at investigators with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Arson and Bomb Squad. This is very common in these types of investigations, that they also come out to try to determine exactly how the fire at this home started. And this this is not the only location that homicide detectives are responding to. They are also responding to 2 other homes that were severely damaged or lost in the Eaton fire. In one home, firefighters going through the rubble found what they believe are also human remains. And at another home, deputies driving by were flagged down by someone who said they had found human remains in the front yard of a home, also in the rubble. Now, let me tell you, this is not uncommon after a fire. After fires of this magnitude, a lot of folks unaccounted for. Police will receive a call from a friend or a family member. Often those friends or family members are out of state or out of the area. They have not heard from their loved one. They don't know if they're in an evacuation center, if they've been injured or hurt, and they ask deputies or police officers to please do welfare checks. And sadly, we have been at many, many fires where human remains would be later found from people who either chose not to evacuate or possibly, for whatever reason, were unable to get out in time. If you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, I'm Gigi Graciette with live breaking news. A Fox 11 exclusive. Los Angeles County Sheriff homicide detectives en route right now to 3 different locations where what appear to be human remains have been found in the aftermath of both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Of course, it will ultimately be the medical examiner's office who determines if they are indeed human remains, and then will work on identifying them. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
And, you know, to add to that, it could take some time before the coroner is even able to make his or her way up to this location, whether it's the Pacific Palisades location or in Eaton, the Eaton fire, to actually see what happened, what in fact went wrong here. And it takes some time to even identify these individuals, and it's very heartbreaking, and our hearts go out, obviously, to the friends and family who've been waiting to hear from these people, the missing people that they hadn't heard from.
It is very heartbreaking. And again, unfortunately, it is not uncommon when you see fires of this size, these large magnitude fires. And, you know, this is, let me step out of the way here. This is the area, we're actually in Malibu. So this is the area where the fire jumped the road. It burnt the homes on that side. It destroyed homes on the beach side. I'm going to ask photographer, I know there's a lamp in the way, but I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita just to go to the beach side to show you some of the devastation that we're seeing up and down Pacific Coast Highway on the beach side in Malibu, not even in the Palisades area. That is how strong this fire and how fast moving it was. Those flames fanned by the Santa Ana winds and sending those embers to Malibu. That entire hillside is charred, and just up and down Pacific Coast Highway. The loss is just incredible. Home after home, block after block of burnt down houses. And just a very sad finding here. Again, homicide detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, they're fanning out. They're sending teams to 3 locations, including right here in Malibu, to determine if these remains that were found by deputies doing a welfare check, deputies who received a call from someone who was worried about the person or persons who lived at this home, concerned they may not have been able to get out or chose not to get out. And those deputies found what they believed to be, and they reported as, human remains.
And we're hoping we're not going to hear more news like this as the aftermath of this continues. And we're just going to start assessing the damage and getting into these properties where the debris has been left over from all of the destruction. And unfortunately, findings like this are very devastating. And hopefully those numbers won't go up in terms of fatalities when we talk about this fire, Gigi.
Sources tell me that they expect to receive more calls, more requests to do welfare checks. A lot of times, family members, they wait a couple of days. They think, well, maybe, you know, they didn't take their cell phone. Maybe they're in an evacuation center. I'm sure they're going to call me. I'm going to go back to the home right there. And you see LA County Sheriff bomb squad and arson investigators. They are part of this multi-level investigation. Homicide detectives, again, are en route. They've been focused on what appears to be the kitchen area of this home. And we say appears to be because it looks like there's a stove in the area where they've been looking at, where they've isolated that area. And again, this is only one of 3 homes. 2 are in the Eaton fire area. Homicide detectives are also heading there. One of those law enforcement sources tell me it was firefighters who found in the rubble of a home human remains. What they were doing, if they were maybe looking for hot spots, or if maybe somebody came up and asked them to please look for a loved one, but it was firefighters who reported to the sheriff's department they had found what appeared to be human remains. And at another home, deputies were actually flagged down by someone who said they had found human remains. Unclear what the relationship between the person who flagged the deputies down and that home is, if they're connected, if they live there, if they're a family member looking for their loved one. All of that, of course, will be part of the investigation. Just a tragic story, and you know, it will again be the medical examiner who determines if these are indeed human remains.
All right, Gigi, thank you so much for that breaking news, that update there. Unfortunately, tragic news coming out of the Palisades fire day after day. And as she was mentioning, more calls for welfare checks could come in the days to come because evacuation centers are filled with people, and perhaps families are going to be waiting for a little bit before making those calls to officials. But evacuation centers, they're full and they're set up for the Palisades fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That address on your screen right there, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Another evacuation center as an option is the Dream Center in Los Angeles.
And there are 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. That's at Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank.
And then for the smaller animals like cats and dogs, those can be taken to the Agora Animal Care Center at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
And again, looking at the enormity of the Palisades fire, here's a map, and it shows you just how broad the Palisades fire is. It started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermosa drives. Red flag warnings are still in effect here, and as we look at the scene and the acreage, we know that this is larger than the size of Manhattan. Maria.
It's really incredible when you put it into that context, right? Let me turn on my microphone. There it is. I think that would be better if I turned the microphone back on. But yes, I agree. When you put that comparison in perspective about the size of Manhattan, a lot of us know that's a large area encompassing so many people, and that is what we are seeing here, bigger than that with just the Palisades fire and destruction alone. Just want to echo what officials were saying there during that press conference and how things are looking better right now. The winds are actually lighter, so we're getting a brief break from the strong winds. So it's going to stay lighter this morning, so firefighters, those fixed-wing aircraft, those air assets have this window of several hours right now where they can really try to attack this fire and the other fires burning across Southern California before the winds start to pick up again. It's going to get stronger as we get to this afternoon and evening into early tomorrow morning. And yes, those red flag warnings continue for the danger, fire danger, where we get that small spark somewhere, perhaps, that is still possible outside of these fire zones, and that can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. 55 degrees currently in Burbank, same for downtown LA. It's 33 in Lancaster, 65 in Santa Ana. Notice those arrows, so those winds still coming out of the northeast. The pressure gradient, or the difference in pressure between this area of high pressure here over SoCal and that lower pressure now well to our south and east has really relaxed, and that's allowed the winds to relax as well. But the prevailing winds, although much lighter, is still coming from the northeasterly direction, and that is helping to dry things out. So that is why we still have the fire danger and the red flag warnings. Temperatures this afternoon are going to range from 77 downtown, 76 for the valleys. We've got the smoke advisory in effect. Of course, very hazardous air quality. We can't stress it enough. Please limit your activities outdoors because of that very harmful air. Red flag warnings, you can see encompassing everyone from Ventura County south into Orange County, the Inland Empire. So don't let your guard down. Please stay vigilant with the fire danger. Let's check in on the roads outside. We've got a lot of closures. Samada's got all the details on that. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, everyone. Yes, back to the fires we go. Another reminder to avoid those areas, especially in and around our fire zones. A couple of the bigger fires, Palisades fire closures. PCH still shut down in both directions, and this applies from Malibu Canyon Road all the way into Santa Monica to the McClure Tunnel. Also, the road closures remaining in place for our Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH, and this is along the Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Back to the Hurst fire. Firefighters are still battling that blaze, and we do have this closure in place northbound side of the 5. If you're traveling to the East 210 at Yarnell Street, you can't get through there. And a reminder also for trailers and campers at Castaic Junction, right there at the 5 and the 126. The Department of Transportation is recommending travel, should I say, not recommended, due to the gusty winds that will continue to be part of the problem throughout the next evening and into the early part of tomorrow as well. Please, again, avoid the fire zones as firefighters work tirelessly to help, again, continue to save these communities. Back to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. You know, Stu, you're up in Skyfox, and I have to tell you this morning when I heard your voice, it was comforting, not only because you have a comforting voice, but also it was a good sign in the sense that you were able to get up and fly, right?
Definitely. Comforting voice. Thank you so much. I actually am blushing. We got phone calls coming into our assignment desk that the fire has made its way into the Topanga Canyon area. And oddly enough, that's actually right where we've been looking. Let me bring up the map for y'all so you guys can get an idea where exactly this is. Now, LA City Fire Department's been doing a couple of drops out here, and that is Topanga Canyon Boulevard down there on, excuse me. It might actually be some of the smoke. Topanga Canyon Boulevard right there. And the fire is actually climbing up to this Green Bluff home up here at the top. Now, we've been running the perimeter of the fire, that Palisades fire, basically back and forth through that entire press conference. And we've been keeping an eye on this. This has started out, just like all the fires do, as just a couple of small hot spots. But then it started to get into some of that brush and started to bloom. Now, we did see 2 drops from LA City Fire Department. They came out here with the helicopter and did those drops, and now we're starting to see some fire trucks starting to arrive here on Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So they're going to make their way up there. They're going to get this under control, hopefully very, very quickly. But you can definitely see the concern and the response by LA City Fire right now as they see this plume of smoke making its way up this hillside in the Topanga Canyon area. Now, there are some other homes nearby. We did see some structure protection going on at these homes every time we pass by. It is still quite a distance, but look at all that foliage. And there isn't a lot of brush clearance around a lot of these bigger homes out here at the top of this hillside. So this is definitely going to be something that they are very concerned about, meaning the fire department. Again, you saw that number of fire trucks down there on Topanga Canyon. I'm sure they're going to start making their way up here and try to get all these hot spots taken care of as quickly as possible. But it just shows you how quickly the situation can change. We probably passed by this 30 minutes ago, and it was just a tiny spot. Now look at it. It's actually starting to really grow, and there's a big fire in this area. Fire department, they're doing what they can, and I'm sure they're going to be taking care of it. There you go, another LA City Fire Department helicopter doing a precision drop. And this area right here in the canyon, you can see it. Not very windy, probably because of the hillsides out here, but still enough to get those flames going. And of course, a terrain-driven fire, just as dangerous as a wind-driven fire, especially when it's climbing up a hillside. And I'm sure that's what everybody's concerned about. And again, there's another hot spot right there. And you can see how close a lot of these homes are. But again, structure protection already in place. Fire department, they're ready to battle these flames. Hopefully they're going to get a handle on it before it starts getting into any of these homes. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
It is hard to see those hot spots. You know, you just hope and pray that it doesn't get any worse.
Makes everyone very nervous, understandably so. All right, welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, it is coming up on 9:30. I'm Roxy Carbadian.
And I'm Sandra Enda. We continue our fire coverage this morning. The Eaton fire has turned deadly, and it's claimed 5 lives so far, destroying hundreds of structures.
Flames have scorched over 10,000 plus acres, thousands of residents forced to flee. Mario live for us in Altadena with the latest. Hi, Mario.
Hi, Roxy, Sandra, and hundreds of properties that have been either touched by flames or completely destroyed, leveled. Now, this is an area where you wouldn't think something like this would happen. A popular stretch of North Lake Avenue, a feeder road right down to Pasadena, and we're still a few miles from the mountains where those flames continue here this morning. So, Carlos Jacinto, I want him to show you exactly what we're talking about. This is one of the structures that we've seen this morning, at least what's left of it. Now, this here used to be a home decor store. This is 2141 North Lake, and there's not really much you can make out of it. It can take just a few minutes for those flames to rip through a building when they're raging. And Carlos, let's keep going down here the street along North Lake Avenue, where we're seeing emergency crews continue to make their way up into the mountains here, and you see more torched vehicles. This is one of a few dozen that we've seen here throughout the morning. And right next door, a preschool that burned down at 2151 North Lake. And I'll open this gate and give you an idea of some of the destruction inside. You may be able to make out what looks like a basketball hoop and some plants here near the front, but it is just incredible to see the type of devastation that these flames have left here. A chiropractic office and a fish and chips restaurant were left destroyed. Almost the entire block here was engulfed in flames, and these businesses right across from Elliott Middle School, which doesn't appear to have any major damage. The Eaton fire is still burning in the hills above Altadena. It's scorched over 10,000 acres, 0% containment since it started Tuesday evening here in the Eaton Canyon area of Pasadena. And we've learned during an update from Sheriff Luna yesterday, 5 people lost their lives in the fire and a significant number of injuries were reported. Well, today during that presser a little while ago, he basically said he wants to make sure those are accurately confirmed, but also thinks, unfortunately, the death toll will rise. So we're going to show you some more of the other businesses here in this area, but fire officials say as many as 500 structures have been impacted by fire, with at least 100 now gone, nothing left standing but a shell in some cases. And we still have those evacuation orders that are in place. The good news is, what we heard from that news conference is that the forward progress has been stopped, but this fire is still at 0% containment. And the other positive note here this morning is, for the last couple of hours, we really haven't seen any strong winds, so much better conditions, much needed relief for these fire crews out here.
Yeah, it's really noticeable. The conditions are very different and favorable, as you mentioned today, Mario, at least for now.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
They can take advantage of it while they can. Thank you, Mario.
And that's Fox 11 coverage. We will be continuing to bring it to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. And for our viewers now just joining us from the Jimmy Carter funeral, it was very emotional at times. And if you want to continue to watch our coverage there, you can scan the QR code that is on your screen right now. And you could see some more moving images from remembering President Jimmy Carter, and now the road back home to Georgia for the president. All right, everyone, we will go now back out to more of the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest.
And shortly after that, newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman echoed that sentiment.
Want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's always always discouraging, not surprising, sadly, but discouraging when this type of stuff happens, right? And so, yes, please don't do that.
All right,
They're already dealing with enough.
20 arrests. I mean, that's a lot, you know?
Yeah, that is a lot. That's as far as we know, right?
Right.
Okay, so oftentimes with these types of things, we see the worst in people, but then we see the best in people. In this case, many businesses offering some free services for the fire victims.
This is a good thing. Brooke, where are all the resources?
Yeah, so I have a breakdown for you. And, you know, I was saying earlier that sometimes in these moments, you don't even know what you need. You don't even know what you can use. Like, it's hard to think when you're, you know, just trying to get your family to safety, just trying to stay safe, trying to keep your kids calm, things like that, you know, thinking about everything that's gone. There is a lot of different help out there, though, so let me try and break down a little bit of what we have for you. Uber and Lyft, they're both offering free rides to temporary shelters. You need to use the promo code WILDFIRE25 for Uber and CA FIRELIFE25 for Lyft. Now, both of those promo codes are one word, okay? And keep in mind there are some limits here. Uber's ride has to be $40 or less, and for Lyft, you can get 2 rides up to $25 each until they get to 500 riders. So there's a limit there. I don't want people to, you know, be in a panic and get surprised when something gets denied or there is a cost. Airbnb.org is working with 211 LA to give free temporary housing to people who have been displaced from their homes or forced to evacuate because of these wildfires. For this, you have to fill out an intake form with 211 LA to be approved. And we actually have that information on our website, foxla.com. For more short-term, just quick, immediate help, every Planet Fitness in our area that is still open is offering free access to their showers, locker rooms. You can stop in and use their Wi-Fi. You can charge your phone, any other devices, or even just take a break and relax for a bit, actually in their massage loungers. Now, this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, and you do not need a membership, okay? Once again, it's free. I want you to keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fire, so you want to make sure you go to an open location, and you can find that info on their website. Then over at Little Kitchen Academy, it's a children's cooking school in Westfield Century City Mall. They're actually offering free classes for the next 3 days to families impacted. And I think you think cooking classes, what? Like, we're dealing with this. This is about the parents. This is about the fact that right now schools are closed. And this just gives parents just 3 hours of free time where their kids are in a safe space. Their minds are being taken off of this, you know, devastation. Your kids are safe. They're being taken care of. They're learning, and you can get a handle on things that, you know, adults need to do without the kids around. Sometimes you just need to cry. You know what I mean? And sometimes you need to go to Target and pick up new clothes because you only have what's on your back. Sometimes you need to make phone calls and figure out, you know, insurance and starting the process of moving forward. And so they have that for the next 3 days for people as well.
It's all of the immediate necessities, but it's also all of those other things that is part of living life, you know, that you're not thinking about at the very moment, but then a couple days in and you're like, well, we got to do something with the kids.
Right. Create a sense of normalcy and a routine for them. Yeah.
Can you imagine you're on the hold with insurance and you've got your kids there and you guys are in the car?
Right. And they can't play outside. The air quality is bad. So what are you going to do? Exactly. All right, Brooke, thank you. Good resources there. So there are many jaw-dropping videos, of course, surfacing out of these horrific fires, and in total, more than 29,000 acres have burned since Tuesday.
Here's just some of the videos showcasing the devastation hitting the community nearby. First, we go to Studio City. This home collapsed last night under the pressure of the flames. 4-story home, total loss, falling there on the cliffside.
And take a look at this video. People taking their animals with them as they evacuate from the Hurst fire. This is in the Sylmar area, as we've been showing you. Evacuation centers are in place for large animals like those horses there, and you can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
And here you can see what it was like for the crews in the thick of the Palisades fire. Embers just flying everywhere. You have palm trees lightening up there, emergency responders rushing in to put out the flames. You can even hear it. Do you hear the gusts of wind? It's just such a scary scene.
And staying with the Palisades fire for a moment, it moved so fast that traffic forced residents to escape on foot, abandoning their cars, leaving them behind without leaving keys. Evacuation routes were so jammed, if you remember this video and this scene right here. Officials had to use bulldozers to clear nearly 200 abandoned cars. Now, officials from the Los Angeles Fire and Police Department say they had no choice but to do this so that fire resources could get through.
All right, let's take a look at some of the maps here. The power outage map reported by SoCal Edison. The triangles are the current outages. Oh my gosh, look at that, right? And then all of those bells on the map are the public safety power shutoffs. Now, these shutoffs are intended to be temporary. They're temporary outages to keep your neighborhood safe during dangerous conditions like fire weather. Now, as you can see, hundreds of thousands of people in the Southland are in fact being impacted by this. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about this on social media where they don't have power, and it is very frustrating, of course, but at the same time, they're doing this for your safety, and it can take hours once they deem this area to be safe for someone to go in and turn that power back on. And earlier, we did speak with SoCal Edison spokesperson Kathleen Dunleavy about what's being done, what decision was made, how to cut off power, where to cut off power, and when these customers can expect for power to be turned back on. You know what? We're going to go to Stu up in Skyfox right now.
Oh, look at this.
Let's see what this is.
The whole neighborhood.
Yeah, this is what we were. Yeah, we knew this was here, and this is like the first chance that we're actually kind of getting a look at that real devastation. When they keep saying over 1,000 homes burned in the Palisades, this is one of those areas. This neighborhood, I would venture to say, probably 500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is, when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed, I never picture anything like this. This is just blocks after blocks after blocks of that neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes and goes. And then sometimes there is, oddly enough, there's like a structure standing or maybe a garage standing. But for the most part, I would say every home in this neighborhood flattened due to the Palisades fire. And I would venture to say also, during one of the press conferences, I did hear them talking, one of the people talking about an entire neighborhood burning, and there was no resources there. This might have been what they were talking about, because it just goes and goes and goes. But also in that same breath could you imagine being a firefighter, and even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips, how do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen, and again, I would venture to say a lot of other folks watching have never seen, especially here in the Southern California area. The haze is still really, really strong, or the smoke out here, so it makes it a little difficult. Sometimes when you get that wider shot, you just think, oh, we're just looking at a neighborhood. But then when you really kind of push in, you can see every single home out here just leveled. You've got the chimneys, you've got some of the walls might still be standing, but the devastation is complete and just jaw-dropping. I'm really not playing. I have no words to describe this entire neighborhood just gone.
It really is. It's just all reduced to rubble. And what hit me the most is when you put up the names of those streets, Stu. I recognize one of the names as somebody who lives there, and I'm sure a lot of people for the first time seeing their communities and these street names, and they can identify their homes. And unfortunately, I do think that I recognize the address of one of our friends. Oh, no. And just to see this, that their neighborhood and their house is probably leveled at this point, it's just so hard to see.
Well, just like these people, we don't know what their story is, but perhaps they used to live here, right? And they've come back to see what was left, and obviously not much. But really, when you're showing us this image, you have to remind yourself, and I know I'm not alone, this is Pacific Palisades, this is Southern California, this is Los Angeles right here. It truly looks like a war zone, and I hate using these cliches and, these terms we keep tossing around, like a bomb went off or, apocalyptic, but there's no other way to describe it.
No. None whatsoever. And it's complete. It's you know, they have a garage standing right there. That family that couple that we saw down there. I'm gonna see if I can find them one more time. We actually made a little bit of a turn, but they clearly are. This is like they made their way back into the neighborhood, and they are looking. You can see it. This is clearly their house. You know, one of them has a cell phone out. They're walking around. They've got their masks on. But you know, if it's not their house, it might be somebody that they know personally. But just imagine driving into your neighborhood, or anybody listening, not just you ladies. It's like you go home, and all of a sudden, every home on your block, every home in your neighborhood is gone. No words can really describe it, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes. I know that this is I was calling it the Commons area. Some people were calling it the Village, but now we can kind of see some of that as well in all these buildings. You know, I'm not that familiar with this area. I don't know if that was the Gelsons or not, but there is a large building right there. Then there's all these smaller buildings and some apartment buildings. This is the devastation of the Palisades fire, and this is what we couldn't see underneath the smoke, and that our ground reporters worked so hard to just kind of emphasize, to let everybody know, like, this is what's going on. But until you kind of see a broad perspective of an entire neighborhood leveled, it really, you know, picture's worth 1,000 words, and in this case, this is really more than 1,000 words right here.
And you couldn't get this perspective yesterday because of all the smoke that was covering this neighborhood, and it was still very dark and embers flying. But today, with the winds calm at this point, at this hour, and that clear shot, you can definitely see the devastation left behind. And it is just, again, you have no words on how to describe this. And you think about each individual home being someone's life and memories and homes. I mean, the roof over their heads.
You know what's really interesting, too, is there's moments where you have a building or a business that appears to be somewhat intact, and you try to figure out how in the world is that possible? Like that, for example, all around it, right? And that goes to show how these winds are just so unpredictable, and it just takes a second for it to go one direction and then another. And I guess in this case, like that home or that structure is saved. It's just so strange.
You wonder about the construction of the material. Maybe that's a newer home or different type of material that was used, or maybe the winds just didn't blow the embers that way. But clearly, you never know also from the outside what damage is done inside. We talk a lot about the flames destroying these structures, but there's definitely smoke damage that could penetrate these buildings and homes, and it is hard to get rid of any toxic smoke damage inside these buildings as well, or inside these homes. So that's going to be another big process in terms of cleanup for people who have perhaps salvaged their homes, or businesses that have been left standing. What kind of situation are they getting into or returning to when they do go survey the scene after the fact? So a lot of questions, you know, still remain as to how viable these structures are. Stu, thank you so much for this perspective. Of course, we're going to check back in with you a little later on, but for now, we'll take a quick break.
All right, everyone, you are watching continuing coverage here on Live Now from Fox. These heartbreaking images in Palisades. We will continue to follow it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We will get you back out to Fox 11 coverage in just moments. We will take a 2-minute break as well here on Live Now. This is what we were scared about. The daylight video coming from just a horrible 2 days out in Southern California. Skyfox images just showing us the heartbreak that is going on for so many people that have lost their homes. Take a look here at this vantage point as you are looking at just some people going through the rubble right now, maybe trying to pick out just anything that they can as all of this is destroyed in the Palisades area. Let's go back out now. Skyfox images from Fox 11.
When you hear those numbers, when they say 1,000, maybe more structures have burned, and a lot of them homes, this is the neighborhood that is probably going to be the biggest chunk of that number. Just by doing basic math, you come up with almost 500 homes just here in that shot, and they are the majority, probably 99% have been flattened by that fire. You can just go up and down the streets out here. We can pick up just any one, and you can just go back and forth from block to block to block, and every home has been destroyed. This is what was burning. This is what we could not see from the air because, well, one, the winds were too high for us to be here, but then even afterwards, there was just too much smoke. You could not really get a picture of the homes that were destroyed and the destruction that's out here. As we make our way over to the downtown area, which is very close by, that Sunset Boulevard that you're looking at right there, you can actually see a lot of that destruction over here as well. All those small businesses destroyed. A couple of apartment buildings also gone. And it just goes and goes and goes. Every time you just move the camera, you're going to run into a building or a home that has been flattened by the fire. Now, we did hear Gigi talking about, sadly, that they did have a confirmation of at least one other fatality down there. Those numbers may rise because could you imagine just how this must have looked if to be there on the ground when that fire was just going through that entire neighborhood? It was, even if there were fire trucks there, what could they do to stop that type of destruction, to stop those types of flames? This is just jaw-dropping, and, apocalyptic is a word that we use, and sometimes we use these words just to be a little bit exaggerative, but in this case, this time, I can't find the words to describe the destruction of the Palisades fire. So many homes, so many lives have been affected by this, and a lot of folks really, honestly, still don't know. They might be seeing right now, don't want to shock or hurt anybody's feelings or feel it, but this is really what happened out here in the Palisades area when that fire ripped through there. There are plenty of other homes up in the hills, but this is more of the flatland area, and these are actual neighborhoods. You can just see block by block by block out here. Pretty much wherever you move the camera, you're going to find some kind of destruction, and it just goes from home to home. Again, if you do live out here, and this is the first time you're seeing it, really, truly, my condolences. I couldn't even imagine losing everything like that. And, and this is the thing, you have your life, and everybody says other things can be replaced, but everybody knows the things in your homes, they are held dear to you, and to lose
these images just truly, truly heartbreaking. We will continue our coverage with Fox 11 all day today, right here on Live Now from Fox. We will take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come.
their homes as mandatory evacuations continue for many parts of California. I once again want to thank my colleagues earlier today for their coverage on the Jimmy Carter funeral. My name is Karal Lahara, and we are transitioning now to cover those fires, the aftermath, and what officials are saying now to make sure that everyone in the area does stay safe. But a reminder that if you do want to tune in to our Jimmy Carter coverage, it is still going on live now on our YouTube page. So taking a look here at your screen, you can scan this QR code with your phone. It will take you straight to that coverage as we remember Jimmy Carter all throughout this Thursday. My colleague Andrew Kraft has that continuing coverage. But let's turn back now to our attention over in California, heading straight out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue to assess the aftermath of these fires.
That we see in California at any kind of ever.
Heavily populated area like this, yeah.
Right.
And the domino effect that this creates, all those displaced homes, families, residents there, businesses,
jobs, schools, all of it.
And then to think about rebuilding that entire area as well. It'll take years. And then what? The people that originally lived there may not be able to move back. So it's just, again, the impact of this is going to take years and years and years for these families.
Seconds it took to damage all of this, it's going to take a long time to rebuild all of it again. Yeah. Well, thank you for this look, I guess. I don't know if thank you is the right word for it. Unfortunately, you're not sharing something we want to see, but it certainly is something that puts into perspective exactly what happened. And we're getting a look out of it now, because for a long time, all we saw was smoke and fire. And it was hard to know what the damage was until now.
And we are hearing from colleagues who live in Topanga that the website you see on your screen is a great resource for residents there. We were showing you at the time because that's a region that was hit as well.
Yes, the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness. That is tcep.org/emergency status. So I'll say it again since it's not coming up. tcep.org/emergency status. All right. We are going to welcome you now to the 10 o'clock hour as our coverage continues of the wildfires. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave, as you know, their homes because of those flames threatening thousands of structures. Strong Santa Ana winds fueling those flames, making containment so difficult. At this point, pretty much zero containment, except for the Hurst fire, I believe, is 10% contained still.
Yes, several big fires still burning in the LA area right now. The Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, of course. The Eaton fire as well above Altadena, and the Hurst fire in the Silmar area. We also have the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. But the weather has been cooperating this morning, Maria.
Yeah, that's really the good news right now. The winds have continued to be on the much, much lighter side, allowing firefighters to really have better control, or at least greater advantage now fighting these blazes. We're seeing those fixed wing aircraft. We're seeing the air assets go up, which is fantastic. The winds, as you can see here, so different from the last couple of days. Still an offshore flow with us. So when we have those weaker Santa Ana winds still, that still does give us those very dry conditions. And we still have those occasional gusts. So we're not completely out of the danger, but in the sense of much better conditions, most certainly it is for firefighters and officials out there, and for homeowners, because hopefully they can get a better handle. High pressure still in control of our weather. The offshore flow is still going to be with us. The unfortunate thing is that, or the bad news is that high pressure will strengthen. This afternoon, this evening, into tomorrow, the winds will get gustier. We are expecting those stronger wind gusts. Not as ferocious as the last couple of days. At least that's the silver lining. However, that being said, that's going to increase the fire danger again. So red flag warnings continue in effect through at least tomorrow evening. I wouldn't be surprised if they get extended. Some bouts of stronger winds, then weaker winds this weekend, and then another round perhaps as we get to next week, Tuesday into Wednesday. Otherwise, red flag warnings still encompassing all of SoCal here from Ventura out towards LA County down into Orange Orange County, parts of the Inland Empire for those critical fire weather conditions. A little different in the language that we had the last couple of days with that particularly dangerous situation the National Weather Service have been talking about. It's at that extreme level. Now we're down a rung and it's critical. High wind warning still in effect for portions of Orange County and the Inland Empire. So the wind gusts, particularly here, still getting up to near 50, 60 miles per hour. So there is that danger, as I mentioned, but not as widespread. The wind advisories, though, are still in effect for portions of Ventura into LA County, and those wind gusts nearing 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'll show you the 7-day forecast and the complete extended outlook on the winds. We'll time it out hour by hour when I come back. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. With more than 17,000 acres and plus those thousands of homes lost, the Palisades fire is just relentless. It is devastating to see the aftermath from what we can see so far.
That's right. Landmarks like Will Rogers Ranch are destroyed. The flames keep spreading slowly today, but steadily. And Gigi Graciet is live there on the scene with the very latest. Gigi?
And we start off with breaking news because, sadly, in addition to the loss of so many homes, houses, structures, businesses, there is also the loss of life and the ongoing investigations. And in an exclusive report, we can confirm that investigators, homicide detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are en route right now to 3 different locations in the Palisades fire and in the Eaton fire areas after what appears to be human remains were found in the rubble of 3 different homes. We start off here in Malibu. Here, deputies with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department were doing a welfare check. They'd received a report of a missing person, and they came to this address to see if this person was well, what was the situation, and that is when they spotted in the rubble what they reported to be human remains. So investigators are en route. We have arson and bomb squad investigators here too because it is a fire, and they will be working closely with the medical examiner's office to determine many things: who this person is, how they died, was there foul play involved. They may have died during or before the fire. They may have died from natural causes. Many unanswered questions, and the first determination the medical examiner, of course, will have to make is, are they indeed human remains? The other 2 cases in the Eaton fire area, one of them, we're told it was firefighters who called police, who called the sheriff's department to tell them they had found what they believed were human remains in the rubble of a burnt-out house. In the 3rd case, it was someone who flagged down passing deputies to tell them they had found what appeared to be human remains in the rubble of a burnt-out house. So very unfortunate, but let's put this in context. This is a fire. These are fires of huge magnitude, and I'm told by law enforcement sources that this is not uncommon, and these 911 calls to report someone missing or asking for welfare checks will come in for the weeks following. Some people don't report their relative or friend missing right away because they simply don't know that they're missing. They maybe assume they're in an evacuation center. They didn't take their cell phone with them. They haven't been able to make contact with their family. And then after days pass, they realize, okay, something is wrong here. Let's have police check, do those welfare checks. So today alone, 3 different homes, 2 in the Eaton fire area, 1 here in the Palisades fire area in Malibu, being investigated. And my last thought, because homicide detectives are responding, does not necessarily mean they suspect foul play. It is just part of the process, and they're in charge of that part of the investigation. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciet. Back to you.
Certainly something you don't want to hear, that number of fatalities going up, but it could be the case in the coming days and weeks to come. All right, Gigi, thank you. Oh, look at this shot of the coastline right here, looking live from an aerial shot. Still cloudy out there. And of course, we're watching the Eaton fire. It's leaving a trail of heartbreak in Altadena as well, and nearby communities there.
So at least, and we say at least, 5 lives lost. Gigi mentioned some of this information just now. Hundreds of homes, of course, destroyed, thousands displaced as that fire has just raged through the 10,000 acres or so that have been charged. Mario is joining us with an update right now. We mentioned at least 5 lives lost there, and again, that could change.
Exactly. We heard from Sheriff Luna during that press conference a little earlier. He said that there are 5 fatalities. He wants to make sure those are accurate and also believes that the death toll could rise, unfortunately. As the sun came up this morning, we got a better idea of some of the damage. There are dozens of homes here in this neighborhood that we've seen ourselves that have been just leveled. Now, down the way, down this driveway here, we just spoke to 2 homeowners who arrived. Their home is intact here along Marrone Place, but everything else surrounding it is just burned to the ground. Now, I want to show you, if Carlos, we can kind of pan over and give you an idea of the street here, and you can see some of the other homes, but also these power lines that have been compromised here, and we've seen that all over this area. Downed trees, downed utility poles, and that's a big reason why there is no power here, and a lot of the region is dealing with the same. No power, no water, difficult access into many of these areas. So we've been talking about these businesses here, many businesses in Altadena like Fox's Restaurant, Side Pie Pizza, Theosophical Books and Library, the Bank of America on Lake Avenue just down the street here, all destroyed, along with the Altadena Golf Course and several places of worship. Fire officials say as many as 500 structures have been impacted by fire, with at least 100 structures gone, nothing left standing. Now, we should mention evacuations, they're still in place. They've now been expanded into all of La Cañada Flint Ridge, in addition to parts of Altadena, Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. And the Pasadena Department of Water and Power also warning people not to drink the water in these evacuated areas because the system is potentially impacted with debris and it could make people sick. Well, we heard during that news conference as well that LA County is now coordinating delivering water into some of these communities, some of these neighbors or residents who may have been left behind. Just another challenge that these fire crews and agencies are dealing with as the Eaton fire continues to burn here. For now, live in Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Speaking of the Eaton fire, Mario, thank you. Hundreds of Eaton fire victims are sheltering at the Pasadena Convention Center right now.
Coco McAvoy is there with a closer look.
Good morning. Now that it's day 3 for the Eaton fire and the winds have eased just a little bit, people are really able to see the devastation from this fire that has so far killed 5 people. And a lot of families are realizing that their homes are gone, which means memories are gone. And we've been speaking with a lot of people here at the Pasadena Convention Center who are going through that right now. And I do want to introduce you to Felicia and Les, who we ran into here at the Convention Center this morning. And Les, if you can just first tell me what it was like when you had to evacuate.
Well, it was about 3 in the morning, and the fire was burning southeast, which was away from us, and then the wind changed on a dime, and next thing we know, at about 3:30, we get the evacuation order, and we had to scramble to really get out of there. It was a lot of chaos, the smoke, all the stuff in the road, the power lines, the wind especially. It was crazy. You know, we were fortunate to get out when we did. Yeah.
And I know it's hard to probably remember or process things. Do you remember what thoughts were running through your mind as you were evacuating with your wife?
You know, it was surreal. It's like stuff happened so fast. You really didn't have time to think. You were just thinking, okay, get in the car and get out, you know, and then it didn't really hit us till, you know, kind of early the next morning. And today, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it together because our life is gone. It's not gone. We're alive. We're fortunate, but our home is nothing there but the chimney. You know, it's and so many others, all our neighbors and everybody, the memories. Altadena is a special place, and I hope we bounce back. You know, it's going to be a hard process, a slow process, but I hope we bounce back. We will. It's just going to take time, you know? It's just going to take time.
And I know, like you were saying, this is emotional for you, too, because of your cancer journey. You've been through a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I was diagnosed with cancer in the middle of August. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital. I couldn't use my legs at all. And after 7 weeks in a nursing facility and some great PT people, I'm now on a walker. And God willing, in a couple months I'll be walking again. So it's just like a big one too, you know. And but I'm fortunate because I'm here. I have my wife. We have some great friends who are really helped us out, and we'll get through this, you know. And I'm wishing that for everyone. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know. Excuse me.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Les and Felicia. I know how difficult this is for you. We've been speaking with you. Our thoughts are with you. I know our viewers' thoughts are with you as well. So I'll get your information. So if there's any way we can help you, please let us know. Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Les and Felicia. So many families going through something similar, finding out that their homes are gone, all of their memories. It's just unimaginable what people are going through. And again, we're here at the Pasadena Convention Center, and a lot of people from the Red Cross are here trying to speak with families to try to connect them with resources as quickly as they can, because this will be a long and very difficult process. I'll send it back to you.
My goodness, so tough to hear him speak, and our hearts certainly go out to him and so many others like that gentleman and his family. The journey he's been on just in the last several months, it's been so tough, and you can understand, you know, he's grateful, of course, as he says, to be alive.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but at the same time, my goodness.
They've already gone through so much, and then the health and medical issues as well that goes along with that. And we definitely feel for them and so many others. I do have the good news to say that there is this window right now. We need this break so desperately, and I think firefighters hopefully are taking a big jump and taking advantage of the changes in the winds. This brief break, though, it's brief, but it is a break in those strong, fierce winds that we have been talking about incessantly the last couple of days. So it's much lighter, still coming out of the northeast, and it is still drying things out and continuing to contribute to the dry conditions out there, but it is lighter. It will get stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening. Not as ferocious as the last couple of days, but it will be stronger than where it is right now, so that will bring some new concerns. Red flag warnings are going to continue through at least 6 p.m. tomorrow, and that means critical fire weather conditions as well will continue. This is our wind gust futurecast. This is one of our computer models, so I want you to watch this now. This hour, we're seeing the gusts still fairly strong, but nowhere near where they were when we were talking about those 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So right now it's about 20 to 40 miles per hour here near Camarillo. So just occasionally gusting to this level. Quieter elsewhere in terms of those winds in LA, parts of Orange County even. But as we get to the afternoon, notice that the numbers go up a little bit. So the wind gusts start to increase a little bit. I think still in that criteria, though, they will be able to still allow to fly those helicopters and fixed wing aircrafts, hopefully. As we get to tomorrow morning, still on the breezy side, but not as bad. And then we get to much better weather conditions. It looks like Friday into Saturday, more of an onshore flow, a little bit of that sea breeze, and hopefully some more moisture. As we get to next week, however, watch how the winds do start to increase again Monday into Tuesday. So that we are not happy about. I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thanks so much. And when we come back, many businesses offering free services for victims.
Uber, Lyft, and Airbnb, to name a few. So we'll have those details for you coming up right after the break.
A big thank you to our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as they do have continuing coverage throughout the next several hours as we assess the damage from those wildfires that have burned all throughout Los Angeles County, and also looking ahead to the forecast and really what kind of break firefighters and crews are going to catch as they work to put out several fires that are still burning in that area. I want to bring you this, a live picture, 4 different cameras that we have stationed all around the area there. You see Santa Monica, California. We have Los Angeles, LAX, Mount Wilson. Now, Mount Wilson's looking to be the most active. You can see really those thick plumes of smoke and even some flames down there. The cameras look to freeze every now and then. It's expected because, you know, the connections in these areas. I mean, power lines have been taken down because of these flames. So this is expected. But in the other cameras, you can also see that it is really hazy over there in Los Angeles County due to all of these fires. We're going to go ahead and also use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break, but much more continuing coverage on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live picture out here at Joint Base Andrews, I believe, as the remains of former President Jimmy Carter are going to be arriving here at this airport any moment now. Today, two of the big stories that we're focusing on, of course, being the funeral service for Jimmy Carter, as well as those wildfires that continue to rage in Southern California. Now, on this main stream, we are going to continue with the wildfire coverage, but a reminder that if you do want to listen in as to how folks are remembering Jimmy Carter, how people are paying their respects and honoring his life and legacy, you can scan this QR code on your screen right now. This will take you to the YouTube page where we will have a continuous coverage on Jimmy Carter's life. My colleague Andrew Kraft, he is in the anchor chair there, and he will be guiding you through really all of the history regarding Jimmy Carter, everything he accomplished as a president, and also his time afterwards, which has really left a long-lasting legacy. Thank you all for joining us here on this Thursday, January 9th. I'm your host, Karal Lahara, and we're heading right back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They are covering the wildfires.
You can use their Wi-Fi, charge any of your devices. You can just relax there. They have massage loungers they'll let you use. I want you to know this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, and you do not need a membership. Again, this is free. Just keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fires, so you want to make sure you're going to an open location. Then over at Little Kitchen Academy, which is a children's cooking school in Westfield Century City Mall, they're actually offering free classes for the next 3 days to families impacted. And the thought here is that while schools are closed, parents can have 3 hours to take care of important matters while your kids get to take their mind off of this and learn something fun in a safe and supportive environment. So that's Little Kitchen Academy at Westfield Century City at the mall there. They're offering a class today, tomorrow, and the next day for different age groups. It's just basically just a break for parents so they can get some things done. Because I'm thinking about the fact that you don't even have a second when you lose your home, when you've had to leave your home with only what's on your back. You don't even have a second to take in what you've lost before you have to actually get to work and try to start the rebuild process, start the taking care of yourself, get the money situation together. You know what I mean? Get all of your things in order, and that's horrible.
Well, when you don't have time to process what happened because you're in this mode of just survival, it's hard because it gets compounded, and then you have to deal with every emotion later, and that's what's going to happen to a lot of people, for sure.
All right, Brooke, thank you. So coming up next, Amanda will be here with a look at some of the celebrities impacted by these fires.
Several big names, including Tom Hanks, Ben Affleck, Michael Keaton. One A-lister is now donating $1 million to relief efforts. Others expressing some outrage. She'll have all that coming up.
So Fox 11 in Los Angeles, I do believe they're heading out to another commercial break. We're not going to do so here, though. I'm going to bring up instead these live looks that we're going to continue to stream throughout the day today. On your screen, we have Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson. And then we also have this live picture courtesy of our partners at the Associated Press. They are on the ground. Take a look at this in Altadena, California. And you can really just see the devastation from these multiple fires that crews are still working to contain on this Thursday. The Palisades fire erupting Tuesday morning, so they've been at it for a couple of days now, and it's really not showing any signs of slowing down. These massive wildfires roaring out of control throughout Southern California. Local municipalities, they're working to keep evacuation zones up to date for residents who may be wondering if they should stay safe or if they should go. And those lists being periodically updated, as I mentioned, and they're being also showcased within Fox 11's coverage. But these are the fires that crews are still working to control at this moment. So we have the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hurst fire, the Sunset fire, and the Lydia fire. Each of these fires and the corresponding impact areas have been issued evacuation orders and warnings. We've already seen tens of thousands of people that have had to flee their homes just to get to safety. And our crews at Fox 11 are on the ground with live reports speaking to some of these survivors that have lost their homes. They've really lost everything, and they're just looking to what they're going to do going forward. The Palisades fire right now is the largest one burning, currently at last check about 17,234 acres. That one is the one that broke out in the affluent Los Angeles community located across the coastline, along the coastline on Tuesday morning. And that fire, the Palisades fire, first reported around 10:30 a.m. And the LA County Fire Chief also saying in an update Wednesday that an estimated 1,000 structures had been destroyed. That number could potentially grow as we look to see how these flames continue to spread. Now, firefighters there for the Palisades fire say that about 30,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders, and people in the area of Palisades were urged to evacuate immediately. Santa Monica residents living between the northern border of the city and the San Vicente Boulevard, between Ocean Boulevard and 26th Street, are also being told to evacuate, according to the city's alert system, from 7:30 p.m. on January 7th. So according to LAPD chief, over 10,000 households were evacuated. Another 15,000 buildings, including businesses, were also evacuated. But the Palisades fire, not the only one. We also have the Eaton fire. It currently has burned about 10,600 acres. That fire was first reported near Altadena and Midwig just after 6 p.m. local time on Tuesday. And this is a live picture out of Altadena, courtesy of the Associated Press. They have a photographer there on the ground. 5 people have died due to these massive wildfires. A significant number more people were also injured. And earlier today on this Thursday, officials did say that the Eaton fire was, again, just over 10,000 acres, but that growth has significantly stopped, and it's currently 0% contained. More than 1,000 structures have been damaged and destroyed. The cause of that fire remains unknown. Now, a number of evacuation orders and warnings have been issued. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They have a full look at your forecast, and we're taking a look at how things are going to develop throughout the evening.
It is warmer. 75 in Buena Park, the same in Torrance. I'll show you that 70 forecast when I come back. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. Amanda here with us right now. A lot of celebrities, right, who've been impacted also by the fires. And not just celebrities, obviously everyday people, but you hear from celebrities.
Sure, well-known residents.
Yeah.
Right, they've lost their homes, they're evacuated.
Everything.
Just like everyone else in that community.
Just like everyone else. These fires do not discriminate. And so many people had to evacuate. And many of the stars that you're familiar with are sharing their personal experiences with the fires on social media. Take a look at this map. I mean, these are several names and faces that you know. I mean, names including Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, Steven Spielberg, Diane Keaton, Michael Keaton, Eugene Levy, Billy Crystal and his wife Janice have lived in their same home in Pacific Palisades since 1979. Wow. Ben Affleck and Miley Cyrus, Ben Affleck had to evacuate and apparently, according to online sources, went to stay with his ex-wife Jennifer Garner. Pays to be on good terms with your ex in this case. Miley Cyrus. Ricki Lake is one celebrity whose house burned to the ground. She had described her home as heaven on earth and perfection. Actor James Woods also opening up on social media, giving us a look at his experience, posting a series of videos on X showing his home and his neighbors' homes surrounded by smoke and flames. Woods says that his family evacuated from the area safely. He commended first responders and members of the community for evacuating children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. He also, though, criticized the response from government officials, writing on social media about the governor and mayor, saying, quote, one doesn't understand the first thing about fire management and the other can't fill the water reservoirs. But I want to point out that there are some celebrities that are frequently criticizing government officials, right? Then there are some that you don't really hear from as much, but then when these kind of times occur, we're hearing from other celebrities that were straight outrage too. Sarah Michelle Gellar posting on her Instagram story saying, quote, City of LA, you want everyone to evacuate, yet you have complete gridlock and not one traffic cop on the road is helping. And she tagged the City of Los Angeles, and she also tagged Mayor Karen Bass. Former Dancing with the Stars pro Valentin Chermoskovsky also venting, writing on social media as well. Quote, 5th largest economy on the planet. Firefighters didn't have enough water pressure to do their jobs. Are you joking me? The taxes we pay for third world infrastructure is unbelievable.
I saw a lot of comments that echoed this very sentiment. People just very angry and a different expectation that they have when they live here.
Of course, a frustration. I mean, we all pay so much money in taxes, and then obviously the more you make, the more you pay. And a lot of people, both celebrities and mom and pop shop owners think it's inexcusable. Think that some of the way that this was handled was inexcusable. And a lot of these people are coming from a place of distress.
Of course.
And sheer emotion and frustration and devastation. So we need to find the helpers, right? We need to find the light. And this morning, actress and philanthropist Jamie Lee Curtis announced that she is donating $1 million through her family foundation to help wildfire relief efforts. She posted on Instagram saying that she and her family are determined to make a difference, writing, quote, "Our donation will start a fund of support for our great city and state and the great people." And she's going to be talking to Senator Schiff and Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Newsom on where this money will be best used.
Wow.
She says that she's in direct contact with these city and state officials and to make sure that the funds are directed to the areas of greatest need. She's also promised to stay actively involved, sharing updates and sending needed resources to reputable agencies. Meanwhile, while all of this is happening, you know, there were a lot of shows and, you know, they're saying the show must go on. Well, not right now. The show is being postponed. There are a lot of entertainment events being canceled or postponed due to the fires. For example, the Critics' Choice Awards was supposed to be this Sunday, January 12th at the Barker Hangar in Santa Monica. That has been postponed to January 26th. The Oscar nomination deadline went from January 17th to the 19th. There was also several premieres this week. There was the Wolfman premiere, canceled. Unstoppable premiere, canceled.
You were supposed to cover the Critics' Choice, right?
I was supposed to attend. Oh, but it's okay. This is obviously more important, and so many of the members obviously agree that that was the right call.
It doesn't feel like the time to celebrate anything, you know, it's
just
such a somber period.
It is, and so many of those celebrities that would be attending the event are going through it right now, evacuating and trying to make sense of what's happening around us.
I feel like no one's in like a mood to celebrate anything right now. There seems to be quite literally and figuratively a dark cloud over LA. There's just this heaviness everyone's feeling.
You wake up with a heavy heart, even if you're still in your home and you're fortunate enough not to have you have a heavy heart.
Yeah, of course, because hopefully we all have empathy, and you think about just how everyone's life is impacted in some way, shape, or form, whether it be people who employ people who go to schools, everyone, you know, it's a domino effect.
My friend just texted me. She lives in Pasadena, and she said she just found out her son's school and karate school burned to the ground, and she has to have that conversation. How do you tell a kid that some of your favorite places that you go are no longer there?
And then where do these kids go to school that lost their schools, right? You have to
think about that.
Fan out,
pivoting to somewhere else.
And the overcrowding issue, or you know, you get separated from your friends. I know these are minor things when you think about your life is safe, and you're okay, and that's what matters. But then, of course, these things matter too to your everyday life. You're only human.
How have you, as mothers, talk to your kids about this?
I don't really let my children watch the news. Very limited. Obviously, they can see the fire from afar, and they can smell it. And we have given them masks when they're outside. They're not able to go play during recess or lunchtime.
So you limit the information.
Very limited. I don't want them to see all of the devastation. They're young. My kids are young, so.
Yeah, but having said that, because of the fact that they can't go play at recess and they're wearing masks at school, there's air purifiers in their classroom. They smell the smoke. They see the ash in our car. My son asked me, is our house going to catch on fire too? You know, and he hasn't even seen the news, but he knows what's happening. He can feel it in the air. And yeah, you have to have these conversations with your kids, you know? So it is hard, no matter where you live, right? Everyone impacted by this. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Amanda. Coming up next, a live update on the flames which continue to spread in the Palisades.
And breaking news out of Malibu and the Eaton fire area, where at 3 different locations, detectives are looking into what deputies believe are human remains found in the rubble of 3 different homes. We'll have that story and much more on the fires coming up after the break.
All right, our partner is heading to a commercial break. We will do the same because we don't want to miss a second. As you can see there, the reporter live on the ground, ready to provide another update regarding the Palisades fire, as investigators are saying that they believe they have found human remains in the rubble of one of those homes. A live picture there, the 4-box that we continue to show out of several locations across Los Angeles County. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Corella Hara. It is Thursday, January 9th, and we are still continuing our coverage alongside our partners, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as we take a look at the aftermath, the devastation, but also the mandatory evacuations that are still in place due to several fires burning in Southern California. Heading back out live to Fox 11 to continue our coverage.
Completely turned into ash.
And you see those active aerial drops right now as they continue to battle the blaze. And Gigi Graciette is live on the ground right there at the Palisades fire with the very latest. Gigi.
Well, we start off with breaking news. We can exclusively confirm that LA County Sheriff Department homicide detectives are here at the scene in Malibu. This is where the fire actually jumped Pacific Coast Highway and have destroyed multiple homes. And the reason detectives are here is because what are believed to be human remains have been found in the rubble of this home in the kitchen area. Now, how this story started was a call to the Sheriff's Department from a loved one saying they didn't know where their family member was. They hadn't been able to reach him or her and were extremely worried. They asked deputies to please do a welfare check. Come here to this address, to this house, and see how their loved one was doing. Well, deputies did just that, and when they walked around the property, they spotted what they believe are human remains. And now the investigation is underway. You are looking live at the arson explosive investigators with the arson explosives detail from the Sheriff's Department. They are part of the investigation because, of course, this is a fire. The cause yet to be determined. Homicide detectives are here with the LA County Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau. And this is not the only location they are at right now, because as I speak, they are also in the Eaton fire area. They are at 2 different homes in Altadena. At one home, it was firefighters who believed they found human remains in the rubble of a burnt-out house. They called the deputies. At another house, deputies passing by were flagged down by someone who told them that they had found human remains again in the rubble of another burnt-out home. It will be the medical examiner who will ultimately determine if the remains found at these three homes are indeed human remains. And you'll note that detectives are using the term human remains. This is not a body, a clearly visible body that was found. These are remains that were caught in the fire. So it will be the medical examiner who will determine exactly, first, are they human remains? Second, who they are and how they died. But the concern, of course, is that the death toll from the Palisades fire, from the Eaton fire, could continue to grow. And let me tell you that this is not uncommon after fires of this magnitude. We were at the Erskine fire when a couple was also found, human remains found in front of their home. It appeared they were trying to evacuate. The fire caught up with them, and sadly, they died. They were part of the death toll on that fire. It happens very often. 911 calls reporting a missing loved one or friend could come in weeks after the fire. And investigators, they'll eventually go through the rubble of almost each and every home, especially if there's someone missing, to determine if that person was caught in the fire. So very sad news to report here, but the investigation continues. And again, it will be the medical examiner who will determine if these three cases where it is believed that human remains were found are indeed a loss of human life. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Well, that is a terrible update, but Gigi, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest news out of the Pacific Palisades and also the Eaton fire as well. All right, coming up, a lot of anger, growing outrage as people learn about the large cuts to the budget of the LA Fire Department.
Hey, good morning. We're live at the Hall of Administration in downtown LA. A press conference happened just a couple of hours ago when the mayor was peppered with questions about what some people are saying a lack of preparation and response for this disaster. We'll tell you what she had to say coming up.
All right, our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles with that exclusive update that they have confirmed human remains were found inside of a home, of the rubble of a home, due to the Palisades fire. We still have a couple of live images to show you, but I want to go back to this 4-box because we're seeing various locations here, and it does still appear that the Mount Wilson camera is frozen. So we're working to see if we can get another camera to replace that, but just take a look at this, just all of the smoke and the haze that you can see in several of these cities down across Southern California. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We continue with more of our wildfire coverage on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to monitor the wildfires burning all across Los Angeles County. Heading back out to our partners at Fox 11 in LA as they take a look at the forecast.
Into tomorrow. So the fire danger is still going to be with us. The winds I don't think will be quite as ferocious or as strong as the last couple of days, but there will be an increase as we get to the latter part of today into tomorrow. Temperatures are warmer than average, certainly as the offshore flow continues. And then we'll get a little change and even a better break on Saturday. Notice the temperatures cool down a little bit. So we're going to get a little bit of a sea breeze that will hopefully bring in a little bit more humidity. The bad news is we may get another round of strong gusty winds late Monday into Tuesday. As we get up into the mountains, a little bit stronger, especially out towards San Bernardino, the Inland Empire. Those red flag warnings, of course, will continue there as well. 64 in the high desert, 72 in the Coachella Valley. It's going to stay dry all the way through the extended outlook. And as I mentioned, not really good news with those increase in winds we're expecting Monday, Tuesday. I want to show you this computer model because we have been looking to see if we can get some rain here over us. And as we put this computer model into motion, notice how high pressure is in control. Look at how clear and dry it is here, at least clear from clouds anyway. We do have the smoke out there that look like clouds, but it's smoke. Look what happens this weekend. A bit of that onshore flow, maybe a little marine layer. That would be nice. That would help us out a little bit more as well to mitigate fire danger. As we look at the early part of next week, we watch a weather system kind of move into play here for us. You can see it spinning offshore. That's what's going to help potentially increase our winds. But as we look beyond that, Wednesday, Thursday, there is a chance now that we could see some light sprinkles. So we will hope for that. It's a ways away. Things can change, but maybe this will come to fruition so we can cross our fingers. All right, back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. A city official held a news conference this morning where they gave updates on the fires.
Bob DeCastro was there, and he did ask Mayor Karen Bass about her cuts to the fire department and its impact on fighting the fires. He's joining us now with her answer. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, LA Mayor Karen Bass facing growing criticism from many of her constituents over her response to this fire and the preparation for this fire. In fact, she was not even in town when the fire initially broke out. She was away in Africa at the time, and there was some criticism that everyone knew that this impending windstorm that could threaten life and property was coming. When asked by a reporter specifically about what he said was a lack of preparation and a lack of response, she simply said that she is focused on saving life and property, and she did not say much more. And then I did ask her about that criticism of her cutting the LA Fire Department budget by some $17 million and how that may have impacted the firefighting of this unprecedented fire. And here's what she had to say. Can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing $17 million?
You know, I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years.
Now, after that press conference, a member of the mayor's staff did approach me, and he shared with me a couple of articles written about this particular issue, which expressed that the budget had actually been increased for the LA Fire Department at that time. It just was a different interpolation of those numbers. But when talking to Chief Crowley after the press conference, she did say that there was a $17 million budget cut, but she said that they tried to minimize those impacts by using those cuts or putting those cuts into non-essential services. She didn't really detail exactly what those non-essential services were. So she will be facing continued criticism, and obviously the microscope will be focused on her efforts from here on out as we go into a different phase of this crisis as we get into the recovery phase once these fires are out. On an optimistic note, I will tell you that the first responders here, the police fire chiefs of both LA and LA City Fire, both said that weather conditions were improving, and they really did expect those air attacks and those air assets to amplify their efforts throughout the day today. So we're hoping to see all of this turn a corner at some point today. I'll send it back to you.
Well, the other thing that many people are wondering about, and this has to do with the budget, there was a suspension of the annual, I guess, hydrant testing for the fiscal year, and because the department's challenges that they were facing, I guess the annual hydrant testing schedule that was supposed to happen in the beginning of the year, just right now in January, that was actually suspended. So that is also something I'm sure they are going to have to look into, because as we heard from firefighters on the scene, they were having issues with the hydrants.
Yeah, I think Chief Crowley mentioned that, right? Addressed that at the press conference.
Yeah, they keep leaning into the fact that this was an unprecedented event, and that all of the fire units and assets that were put out there, never before has this infrastructure been tested like it has been now. So when you have all of these units and even residents trying to utilize all the water at the same time, that you were going to experience this lack of pressure. So that's what they keep leaning on. But I assuredly that in the days and the weeks to come, this will continue to become a controversial issue, and they're going to be taking a much harder look at this issue of water pressure and whether or not there's enough water to service all of these areas.
Absolutely. This is going to be something that the residents are going to demand answers to, and simply saying that you know, this is unprecedented, it was Mother Nature, is not going to cut it, I imagine, from so many people. They want different types of answers and solutions.
Right. A lot of frustration out there as to where are the resources, why wasn't there water. So a lot of explaining to do after we get through this.
Bob, thank you for that. You know, let's talk a little bit about Eaton fire. Of course, so many victims lucky enough to, you know, evacuate. They're alive, they're okay. They now have to shelter. An example of this at the Pasadena Convention Center. That's where Coco's been talking to many folks.
With heartbreaking stories on top of that.
Good morning. Definitely a lot of heartbreaking stories. People who have lost their homes, lost all the memories that go along with it as well. I am here with Tatris and Aaron, who did lose their home in Pasadena. And, you know, Tatris, you were telling me that when you evacuated, you weren't thinking your home was going to end up on fire.
No, I was not thinking that my home was going to catch on fire. I was thinking I was coming home to my wonderful place I just bought, just paid for. December 17th was my last payment. February 6th would have been my 13th year in the home. My first home ever. So, you know, it's gone. I stood there and watched it go. And like I was telling another gentleman, I just have the peace of God, which passes understanding, because I can't understand it myself, that I'm not, you know, I'm devastated. I am upset, but I'm at peace. And it's different. You know, I'm a praiser and I'm a worshiper. And the home to me is things that can be replaced. We have our life, and that's the most important thing, because we could have not evacuated and stayed in that house. But when they said evacuate, we grabbed the minor things, what we have on, and we got out. And we left, so.
And I'm so grateful to hear that you two are here. And, you know, Aaron, if you can talk about what this has been like for you, too.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare. It was really painful for me, unlike her.
I was screaming and broke down, crying, and just visibly upset because when we left the home, we had all intentions of coming back. We didn't think we weren't coming back. We're in Pasadena, not Altadena. We've heard of fires being in the hills, and at the point where we evacuated, it was way up the hill. And my friend who lives up there, house was being threatened, but it was behind her. So we didn't grab any belongings or anything like that. We kind of just left money and just said, we'll be back. And, you know, we came down here to the Pasadena Convention Center. There's thousands of people in there. We were literally sitting in these cots, just kind of worried about everybody else around us. And my friend called me on FaceTime, and he says, Aaron, your home is on the news right now. And it wasn't burning yet. The firefighters were standing in front, putting out a fire about 3 to 4 houses away from me. So I asked him to come pick me up and take me down to the house not far from here. We went down to the house, and by the time we got there, my house was on fire.
And you trying to get in the house?
Yeah, I tried to get in the house because I tried to grab what I could grab, but we ended up getting nothing because we weren't prepared. We weren't running from our life at the time we left. We were just evacuating on precautions. So now we're here trying to figure it out with 2-day-old outfits on, but it is what it is. You know, hopefully we can come through this.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's so early in the whole situation. Do you have a plan for what's next or what to do?
Well, that's what we did. We went and sat at a restaurant yesterday to devise a plan. So we're going to try to, you know, get in touch with the insurance company and file a claim and rebuild. Right now, I do have another son that lives here in Pasadena, and thank God he has a home that was not affected by the fires, and we're at his house, you know, for right now. And I have family and friends that are taking up collections for us and donations and stuff. But of course, we can't get too much because we don't have a place to take it. But the gifts and act of love is good because we need to go find us something to put on, you know. And so that's the plan, to rebuild. Right where it burned down, I plan to rebuild bigger and better.
Bigger and better. And Aaron, I saw, you know, a man walk up to you, give you a hug. So it seems like the community has really been coming together too.
Yeah, the community is great. Everybody's kind of banding together. A lot of people in this community know each other, especially people, black people that have been here for years and have homes here. A lot of people are calling each other, hugging each other, and just being a resource to each other as best they can. So that's been awesome.
And I just want to say, I'm a member of Victory Bible Church. 28 families in our church lost their home. I work for the city of Pasadena. I know at least 11 families that lost their home from my job as well. So we're all in this together, and we just have to support each other because people have nothing. They have memories that they've lost. And my heart goes out to everyone that lost something, not just myself, but everyone. I also teach a line dance class here in Pasadena. 3 of my instructors lost their home. So, you know, we're all going through something right now.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Tatris and Aaron. And we do hope and pray that, you know, everything will work out. And like you said, you've got faith. You know that it will. And a lot of people here at the Pasadena Convention Center going through the same thing. I'll send it back to you.
What a positive outlook in the face of tragedy. Thank you so much, Coco, for that story. We have so much more coming up, including talking with a principal whose school burned to the ground. So what the plan is for students with no place to go.
That's right. To stay with us, much more of coverage coming up shortly after this break.
All right, our partners at Fox 11 taking a commercial break, but we're going to stay on some more of this coverage. I'm going to bring you some of these compelling live images that we continue to get in our newsroom. And take a look at this. This is from the camera, the reporter on the ground there for Fox 11. A little earlier on, she did bring the update that investigators say and have confirmed that human remains were found in the rubble of one of the homes that unfortunately burned down due to the Palisades fire. Los Angeles County deputies saying they were doing a wellness check when they found what they believe were human remains. Now, earlier this week, the LA County Fire Chief said the department had been stretched thin over the week and has requested additional resources from Northern California, other agencies in Southern California, and from out of state. And we do know that some of those resources are coming in to Los Angeles County from places like San Francisco, and also those out of state locations like Nevada and Arizona. Fire crews again from Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington arriving there to help tackle the fires. The Palisades fire first reported around 10:30 a.m. Tuesday. That was January 7th. And the latest update is that fire had grown to about 17,234 acres with no containment at the moment. And we do know that about 180,000 people continue to be under mandatory evacuation orders as those fires continue to burn in several parts of Los Angeles County. I want to also showcase another live picture that we have, this one courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. And take a look at this. This is the Port of LA. And what's interesting about this is that you got to keep in mind, over on the West Coast, it's just about to be 11 in the morning. So you can really see the toll that these fires have taken when it comes to the air quality. I mean, it looks like there's a filter on this. It's completely overcast. The air quality is really terrible in several parts of California due to the smoke that continues to just permeate the air in so many separate locations that aren't even having fires burning at the moment. And then we also have this live picture courtesy of our partners at the Associated Press. This is in Altadena, California. And really striking images that we're getting from there, because you can see these homes that have completely been burned to the ground. Earlier today, we had some aerial footage of some choppers that were flying overhead at some of these neighborhoods that were really affected, and whole neighborhoods have just completely been destroyed, decimated. And it's having such an impact on so many tens of thousands of people that are looking for where to go, what to do next. You know, that latest live conversation that was showcased on Fox 11, the woman had commented that she had just finished paying off her home, and now she unfortunately lost it because of these fires. Let's head back out to Fox 11. They have more live coverage and some guests joining in to really give us a perspective and a sense as to what folks are experiencing on the ground.
That fire continues to force tens of thousands of people to have to stay away under those mandatory evacuation orders. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger. Moving on to the Eaton Canyon area above Altadena, that fire there where at least 5 people have died. Excuse me. That fire has exploded to nearly 11,000 acres. Some 100 structures have been destroyed, and more than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including parts of Pasadena and Altadena. There at Eaton, it is also 0% contained. Winds that drove the flames are backing down a little bit, which is an opportunity that firefighters will use to take advantage of what's happening. But again, that's just speaking for this moment right now. The Hurst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. It is 10% contained. The fire began near the 5 and 210 freeways, forcing evacuations across the region, and 44,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes. Evacuation zones do extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass.
The Sunset Fire burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills, and there is zero containment there. Flames are pushing towards Hollywood Boulevard, but most evacuations have been lifted at this point, and residents are returning home, but are urged to stay alert. Firefighters are monitoring for flare-ups. A massive fire erupted last night in Studio City. You can see the dramatic footage there. Flames engulfing a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. The fire then spread to nearby brush and buildings. More than 50 firefighters quickly, though, brought this blaze under control. There was some damage to surrounding structures, but no injuries were reported.
When the fire was at its height, there was the sense of even if a spot fire would break out, you just didn't know what was going to happen next, because it was just, you know, burning so ferociously and those winds were kicking up. But hopefully it's going to be a different situation today. Maria, you can talk more about that. These Santa Ana winds seem to have died down significantly.
Yeah, it's so encouraging. I mean, we listened to those officials at the press conference. Bobby even just reiterated as he just talked to several individuals as well from the fire department, and we are taking great advantage of it. Certainly, we're seeing some by the air assets that are up there. The wind situation right now, although although some breezes are strong, it looks like it here in Camarillo, nowhere near the ferocious and fierce winds we saw yesterday or the day before. So we'll take this, right? 10 to 20 miles per hour in Camarillo. Much lighter in Fillmore, Malibu, out towards Palisades, much lighter as well. The winds near the Eaton fire also much better. Nearly calm winds here downtown LA, not much registering on our wind gauges here. Yorba Linda also quite calm, parts of Orange County. The Inland Empire is where some of those stronger winds are at. Ontario, Corona, that drive through the Cajon Pass and that the Riverside area, parts of that 210 impacted by these winds. Still coming out of the northeast, we're still getting that offshore flow, and that's contributing still to the dry conditions outside, of course. However, nowhere near where it was the last couple of days. So we're going to take advantage of this brief break in the strong winds. It will start to get a little stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening. At least that's what the models are looking at. Red flag warnings has been extended through at least 6 p.m. on Friday. And I don't be surprised if that gets extended again through the weekend. Here are the temperatures right now. It's warming up because of that offshore flow. That's typically what happens. 72 in Santa Ana, 64 in downtown LA, 65 in Santa Monica, 75 in Camarillo. Here's also what's going on. This is the view from space. You know, this storm system that brought us all that cold air and added support, which helped to drive those winds even stronger out of the northeast. That low is pushing off to our east, giving the parts of the south some wintry weather. High pressure is still in control, and it's that clockwise flow of air that's giving us that offshore flow, and that's going to maintain its position. And also want to give you a heads up on that air quality. Really, really tough out there. Very toxic air quality. So all the areas, basically all of us here, shaded in the gray color. That means limit your activities outdoors. Just get in the car, get to where you need to go, and then get back home, get inside where it's better. Look at the air quality here, the data from AQMD. A lot of red dots, very unhealthy, hazardous air quality for everybody, not just for those with upper respiratory issues. High temperatures today will range from 75 in Burbank. If you're headed north to San Francisco, 67, 69 in Sacramento, 46 in Portland. You can see the storm track. It continues to ride up and over us and over that area of high pressure into the Pacific Northwest, or rather today in this case, well up into Canada. We do have some changes coming up in the extended outlook, including a strengthening of those winds next week, but also maybe a hint of some moisture. I'll show you that in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
And Maria, you were mentioning the poor air quality. LAUSD just announcing that they will have all schools remain closed tomorrow. Again, LAUSD closing all schools tomorrow as well. And on to the Palisades fire, of course, we've been talking about. It's left a path of destruction behind with thousands of acres scorched, landmarks lost, and homes destroyed. And in all probability, right now, we do know at least one life has been lost. Gigi Graciet is live with the very latest on this. Gigi.
Well, an investigation is underway here now in Malibu because, yes, the Palisades fire did reach Malibu. It actually jumped PCH and destroyed so many homes on the beachfront homes, one after another. But right now, the focus is on this home, or what's left of it, which is basically rubble, because in that rubble, deputies believe they have found human remains. The story started with a call to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. A family member had not heard from their loved one who lives here on Pacific Coast Highway. They were worried. They asked the Sheriff's Department to please do a welfare check, come to the house, see what was going on. And deputies did just that. And that's when the deputies believe they found human remains in the rubble. And now homicide detectives are investigating, along with investigators from the Sheriff's Department Arson Explosives Unit. They're also here because it is a fire. And just because homicide detectives are here at the scene does not necessarily mean they suspect foul play. It is just part of the investigation, and they are in charge of it. And this is not the only destroyed home they're looking at. Right now, as we speak, in Altadena, at 2 different locations, at 2 different homes that burned down, detectives are also looking to see if what is believed to be human remains were found there right now. And now, what the video that you're looking at is actually the devastation from the Palisades fire. Let's come back out here live, please, because this is really the newest and the most important part of this story right now, and that is the possibility that these fires have claimed 3 more victims. Let's go back to the Eaton fire. Let me tell you what happened there. One home, firefighters were looking through the rubble for something when they found what they believe are human remains and called police. And then at another house, deputies driving by were flagged down by someone frantically telling them that they had found human remains in the rubble of a burnt out house. Unclear if that was a loved one that found that. So it will be to determine exactly if these are indeed human remains, and then who these people were and how they died. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
It is heartbreaking, Gigi. Thank you. Speaking of the Eaton fire is still raging through Altadena and surrounding communities. Firefighters are working aggressively to slow the spread and try to protect the critical infrastructure. It's not easy, though. Mario's live with us right now with more on what's happening currently there. And it does look like the winds have subsided, which does help the situation somewhat.
Yeah, that's the good news, Roxy. We haven't been feeling strong winds at all this morning. Hopefully they're not going to pick up here in the next couple of hours throughout the day. Now, there are hundreds of structures that have been touched by flames here, and at least 100 that have been destroyed. Now, what you see here behind me used to be a few businesses, a coffee shop, a pottery studio, and Rancho Bar, a dive bar that had been here for decades, now completely gone. Now, I want to have Carlos Jacinto show you across the street. Several businesses burned, including a martial arts studio and a salon. You see there what's left of it at the corner. 1 block up on East Altadena Road, several churches no longer standing. The Altadena Community Church has been there for over 80 years, operating a food bank on Saturdays and hosting a number of community events every week. St. Mark's Church right across the street, also destroyed. Now, I want to bring in Stina Ross. She was born in Pasadena and grew up in the area. You're very familiar with all of this. What's your reaction coming in to this neighborhood and seeing some of the destruction?
It's hard, to be honest. I mean, I rented an apartment right on that street. I just walked by it. It's destroyed. I worked for a decade at Avison, an amazing charter school up here. Just stopped by there. It's completely burnt. I submitted my master's thesis sitting in this bar, and it's gone. I mean, I love this town. I love these people, and I don't know how they rebuild, but I'm sure they will.
Yeah, that was one of the questions we had is, like, how long will this take? When will they get power back? A lot of streets, we see down power lines, down trees. Talk to me about the resilience of the people here. I mean, you must know the people here in this area, what they're going through.
So Altadena is a really special place. It gets lumped in with Pasadena a lot, but the people here, it's such a diverse community. It's a really inclusive community. The neighbors help each other out. Even just walking around, I've seen people hugging each other and jumping in and grabbing branches. And so if anyone can do it, it's going to be Altadena, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle.
All right. Thanks so much for talking to us. Appreciate your perspective on all of this. It really is devastating. We've driven around this area throughout the morning, and several streets, entire blocks leveled by the fire that continues to burn in the hills up above Altadena this morning. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update. From there, let's go up to Stu and Sky Fox, who have been above all these fires all morning long. Ooh, look at these drops, Stu.
Yeah, the super scoopers are here, and they're doing the dirty work, and it is looking good. Taking a look at this one right here, just picked up water out of the Pacific Ocean. Going to be bringing it out over to the Palisades fire. We're going to keep an eye on it. Not sure exactly where he's going to drop. We've been taking a look at a lot of the homes out here, and there is devastation in so many neighborhoods. But that one neighborhood over by the village was definitely going to be the worst. Even as he's flying along right there, I'm not going to lose him, but you can see another entire little quadrant of homes just leveled from that fire. Now, those super scoopers, they always work in pairs. I think his buddy is probably going to be behind him. I'm guessing they're going to be dropping on the active part of the fire, and that is not me trying to be sarcastic. That is going to be on the far side, or the very northern side of the Pacific Palisades. So he's probably going to go up over the hill. We did see a lot of smoke down there in some of those areas, like the homes are, as we were just kind of looking around, is because, like I said, we did get a lot of folks saying, hey, can you take a peek? Hey, can you take a look? And there is an active fire down here in one of the neighborhoods. And a lot of the smoke that you're seeing and the haze in the shot isn't really even from the Palisades fire. This is most of the smoke is actually coming from the Eaton fire, if you can believe it or not, because the winds are all kind of blowing that same direction. But right there, you got another house. This one's burning on Las Lomas Avenue. And again, this firefight definitely continuing out here. So much devastation to see. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Stu, thank you for that perspective. Coming up, we're going to check in with Bob DeCastro. Bob.
LA Mayor Karen Bass faces a growing criticism for her preparation and response to these fires. She spoke to reporters early this morning. We'll tell you what she had to say coming up.
All right, so our partners at Fox 11 taking a quick commercial break. We're going to be doing the same here at Live Now from Fox. This is the first commercial break of this new hour. Bringing you back out live to this picture, though, still courtesy of Fox 11. This is just outside of what used to be the home that now investigators are looking into because they believe they have found human remains inside of that home. And then we also have this, another vantage point for where just moments ago we saw a plane kind of flying overhead there, trying to put out several of these sparks that can still be seen and are contributing to all of the smoke that we're seeing in parts of Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'm going to take you out to this live picture that we're getting. Take a look at this. This is out in Altadena, California, and it may be very hard to see, but I promise you this is a live camera. We have a photographer down there on the ground. So smoky, so hazy. There we go, getting some structures in there to give us a perspective. But look at that. There's so much brush and so many flames that we continue to see there, burning dangerously close to several homes, as we know that tens of thousands of structures are still threatened by these massive wildfires that we're seeing across Los Angeles County. But let's head back out live to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They're checking in with another one of their reporters on the ground, discussing some of the response that LA's mayor, Karen Bass, is getting over just tackling this entire issue and the devastation that we have seen.
not go beyond that. She didn't say anything else. I asked her specifically about the criticism that she slashed the LA Fire Department budget by more than $17 million. Some rank and file firefighters have said that they're weary, that they are stretched too thin, and that impacted the firefight. Here's what she had to say.
Can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million?
You know, I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years.
I will tell you, a member of the mayor's staff did approach me after the press conference and presented me with a couple of articles which seemed to suggest that the budget was actually increased for the LA Fire Department during that time. And they said that the numbers were interpolated or interpreted a different way. But I did speak with LAFD Chief Crowley, who did affirm that there were cuts, but she said that they tried to mitigate some of those cuts by making those cuts in what she called non-essential services. You do talk to rank and file, and many of them do say there was a $17 million cut, and it did affect them. On another note, I do want to point out, Roxanne, Sandra, that a lot of news came out of here. One of the big data points I want to tell you about is the 20 people who were arrested because of looting in these fire zones. And I did talk to LA County Sheriff Luna, Chief Luna, and he does tell me that they are increasing and stepping up patrols in that area. He says that as you approach some of the stops before you get into these fire zones, that they are going to start screening people a little bit more acutely. They're going to make sure that only essential people go into these fire zones. And they say if you are illegally trespassing in these areas, he says you will be arrested. He went on to say that they are exploring the possibility of curfews, of legal curfews in these fire zones. That's something that we could see in the near future. And he also told me that they're looking at the possibility of getting the National Guard to come out here and help them police these areas. We'll send it back to you.
A lot of information there, Bob. Thank you. Appreciate that. Coming up at 11:20, Amanda's going to join us shortly, and later we'll take a look at the perspective from a firefighter's scene and what they were able to record and share some of their experiences there fighting the fire on the front lines.
Fox 11 taking another commercial break. We're going to stick with some of these live images, though, because they are very compelling. I'm sending you back out here to Altadena, California, this live picture that I brought you just moments ago, where you can see still so much smoke in this area. And we saw some patches of fires still burning here, dangerously close to a lot of these structures. So you can see there's a home there. There's also what looks to be a cell phone tower, power lines that have gone down because of these massive fires that have completely torn through several of these neighborhoods, displacing tens of thousands of people, 180,000 right now under mandatory evacuation orders as those fires continue to burn. And you can see that the smoke is slowly overtaking this vantage point that we have here. Another one that I'd like to bring you is some of the response that we are seeing here, as we know that agencies from across several departments in California, but also out of state and also out of the country. I do believe that this is a plane. I was speaking with my executive producer before, but this is from Quebec's Transport Department. This is a plane from Canada here that we're seeing scooping up water. I'm hoping to get it in this live picture as we're seeing it there, but you're going to see the plane descend down on here into the water, scoop up this water. It's doing so right now. And what they do is that they go to all of these areas where they still see some of these flames kind of spreading across. to help quench those fires and just try to work on that containment. As I've been saying, and we've been hearing from Fox 11, some of these fires are really burning out of control. Some of them are under 0% containment, including the largest fire that's burning at the moment, which is the Palisades fire. It's already at last checked burned just over 17,000 acres, continues to grow, and we have seen really the aftermath, the devastation of what those fires have done to several of these communities, as people were told to flee their homes. And essentially, a lot of these families are coming back to nothing, as everything has completely been burned down. But I think we're about to lose this shot. Usually the plane kind of gets out of focus as it tries to get to its destination. But this is just one of the several images that we're watching out for, and just one of the coordinated response that Los Angeles County has worked with several partners from across the region to help with these fires. Let's head back out to Fox 11. They are also showcasing a picture here of what we're seeing, and perhaps they have a little more context to share.
He estimated about 500 homes had burned to the ground in one neighborhood in the Palisades.
At least, right? We're seeing neighborhood after neighborhood like this.
Yeah,
just
and that's
totally
just one
leveled.
fire. Think about that. That's one neighborhood in one fire.
It's you said this earlier, that we've been seeing a lot of it up close, or at least a whole block, but seeing it with the aerial views. Sorry about that.
Is your mic not on?
Having a technical difficulty.
How's that? Okay. We've been seeing a lot of these up close, shots of the houses, and even a block wide, but to see the aerial shots of it, it's just, you have no words.
And I think certainly when he zooms out, you're going to see where it ends, and it just wasn't ending. It makes you sick to your stomach.
Right. It's not. It kept going and kept going, and it's what people have been saying. It's apocalyptic, but we are not in a movie. This is real life. Even though some of our favorite movie stars are in the mix of all this. I mean, from local LA residents, mom and pop shops, to some celebrities that we recognize. Everyone is being affected in some way, in so many extreme ways, by these fires. Many have fled during evacuations in the area, while others have had to say goodbye to their homes that they've had for years. I mean, no matter how big your home is, it's where you hang your hat. And we're taking a look at this map with several names and faces that we're familiar with, including Tom Hanks and his wife Rita Wilson, Steven Spielberg, Diane Keaton, Michael Keaton, Eugene Levy. Billy Crystal and his wife Janice Crystal have lived in the same home in the Pacific Palisades for 46 years, since 1979. Ben Affleck and Miley Cyrus. Ricky Lake is one celebrity whose house burned to the ground. She had described her home as heaven on earth and perfection. Actor James Woods posted a series of videos on X showing his home and his neighbors' homes surrounded by smoke and flames. Woods says that his family evacuated from the area safely. He commended first responders and even members of the community for evacuating children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. Right now, the frustrations are also very high amongst a lot of people. And we're seeing a lot of people wanting to hold our city officials accountable. Sarah Michelle Gellar posted on her Instagram story saying, City of LA, you want everyone to evacuate, yet you have complete gridlock and not one traffic cop on the roads helping. And she tagged the city of Los Angeles and Mayor Karen Bass. Former Dancing with the Stars professional dancer Valentin Chmerkovskiy also vented, writing on social media, quote, fifth largest economy on the planet, firefighters didn't have enough water pressure to do their jobs. Are you joking me? The taxes we pay for third world infrastructure is unbelievable. Come on. But, we find the helpers, as Mr. Rogers says. Maria Shriver shared, we find the helpers in this situation. And this morning, actress Jamie Lee Curtis announced that she's donating $1 million, her and her husband, Christopher Guest, and their children, through their family's foundation to help wildfire relief efforts. In an Insta post, Jamie Lee Curtis says that she and her family are determined to make a difference, writing, quote, our donation will start a fund of support for our great city and state and the great people. There are a lot of entertainment events also being canceled due to the fires. The Critics' Choice Awards was scheduled for this Sunday, January 12th in Santa Monica at the Barker Hangar. That has been postponed to January 26th. Also, the deadline for Oscar nomination voting has been extended 2 days due to the fires. You know, there's that saying, the show must go on, but sometimes it doesn't.
Nobody's in a celebratory mood right
Nobody
now.
is in a celebratory mood right now.
Yeah.
It was funny to me. I recently asked somebody, you know, when do you stop saying Happy New Year, right? Now, this week. We were saying Happy New Year up until Tuesday morning at 10:30. And it's just,
What a start to 2025.
exactly.
Thanks, Amanda.
All right, we'll be right back.
As our partners head to a quick commercial break, we will be doing the same here at Live Now from Fox, but I do want to bring you just once again a live picture of some of these resources, these planes that are working to help the LA County Fire Department and several other agencies that are responding to these fires. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we are continuing with our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles to bring you coverage of the fires that continue to burn across Los Angeles County. I want to take you out to a couple of these live images that we are getting. This first one is out of Altadena, I believe, in California. So take a look at that. Just moments ago, we showcased a bit all of the smoke, and then here in this picture you can see some of those flames that are still raging there, these pockets of fires that we're seeing really affecting so many of these homes. These fires are burning also dangerously close to some homes there. So if the photographer does pan out at some points, you will be able to kind of get a better sense as to just the topography in this area. But you can see that there's so much brush and a tree there. It looks like it just fell down because of these flames. Back out live now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they are also continuing their coverage with a live update from the reporter on the ground.
Somber, as you can imagine, investigations as homicide detectives, crime scene investigators, and arson explosives detail investigators all come together at this one location here on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. You can see what's left of that home burnt to the ground. And it is here that a deputy arrived to do what's called a welfare check. The Sheriff's Department receiving a phone call from a family member saying
they hadn't heard from their loved one. They were worried. They asked deputies to please check on them. And that's when deputies found what they reported to be human remains. It will have to be, of course, the medical examiner who will determine and confirm that they are indeed human remains. But this is now under investigation by homicide detectives. And this isn't the only location, because you mentioned the Eaton fire. And right now, as we speak, at 2 homes on 2 different streets, the same situation is unfolding. At one home, firefighters reported finding human remains in the rubble of a burnt-out house. At another home, blocks and blocks away, another burnt-out house. Deputies were driving by when they were flagged down by a frantic person who said they had just found human remains in the rubble of a house. Unclear what the relationship, if any, between that person who flagged down the deputies and a person who may have lost their life is right now. These investigations are just kicking off. And it is sad, but it is not uncommon to find the remains of people who may have lost their lives in fire, and that can happen weeks after a fire. They're not always reported missing. Sometimes family members think, well, maybe my loved one's in an evacuation center. Maybe they left their phone. Maybe they don't remember our number. Let's give it a couple of days. So it is not uncommon, and law enforcement sources tell me that they expect to get more calls and more requests to do welfare checks on people that have not been heard from. Again, if you're just joining us live on Good Day LA, 3 separate investigations into what possibly are human remains found at 3 different homes, 2 of them in Altadena, 1 here in Malibu, possibly victims of the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Yeah, I think, Gigi, this is why Sheriff Robert Luna at that press conference earlier made mention that he didn't necessarily trust that 5 fatality number, because at that point, sheriffs hadn't been going from home to home and doing those inspections like they are right now.
Exactly. And now we've got 3 possible fatalities. But again, it's going to be the medical examiner, and that could take weeks. But the medical examiner should be able to make the determination almost immediately that if these are indeed human remains, and then it will take much longer to investigate, to identify who these people are, positively identify them, and then find out what happened, how exactly they died.
That's right. All right, thank you, Gigi. Grim discovery there for sure. Meantime, hundreds of Eaton fire victims are sheltering at the Pasadena Convention Center, and Coco McAvoy is there with a closer look. Coco, you've been talking to people out there with just these awful stories of uncertainty and loss.
Good morning. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of loss. It really has been an emotional morning for a lot of people, because this is day 3 for the Eaton fire, and some people have been able to go back to their homes because the winds have died down. So in some neighborhoods, you don't see as much fire right now. And so now they're realizing that their homes are gone, that all of their belongings are gone, because you have to understand that a lot of people, when they got these evacuation orders, it was in the middle of the night. So they had to hurry up and leave, and they tried to take some essentials, but not everyone was able to do so. So therefore, they now are left with nothing. Many of them left only with the clothes on their backs. The Pasadena Convention Center is one of 5 evacuation centers that the Red Cross has been working with certain cities to set up for the evacuees. And we've seen a lot of people coming here with blankets, food, all kinds of supplies to give to people. Also, the Yeasty Boys have been here as well, serving up all types of warm foods for people for free, just trying to give back as much as they can. But we spoke with a couple earlier today that really just breaks your heart what they're going through, and I want you to take a listen to their story.
Today, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it together because our life is gone. It's not gone. We're alive. We're fortunate, but our home is nothing there but the chimney. You know, it's and so many others, all our neighbors and everybody, the memories. Altadena is a special place, and I hope we bounce back. You know, it's going to be a hard process, a slow process, but I hope we bounce back. We will. It's just going to take time, you know? It's just going to take time.
And I know, like you were saying, this is emotional for you, too, because of your cancer journey. You've been through a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I was diagnosed with cancer in the middle of August. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital. I couldn't use my legs at all. And after 7 weeks in a nursing facility and some great PT people, I'm now on a walker, and God willing, in a couple months I'll be walking again. So it's just like a big one too, you know. And but I'm fortunate because I'm here. I have my wife. We have some great friends who are really helped us out, and we'll get through this, you know. And I'm wishing that for everyone. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know. Excuse me.
Yeah, one day at a time. A lot of heartbreaking and emotional stories like that here at the Pasadena Convention Center. I'll send it back to you.
Tough stories there, Coco. Thank you for sharing those stories with us. Coming up, we are going to check back in with Mario. He is live at the Eaton fire.
So just hearing some of the stories there from so many families that have been impacted, losing their homes, really everything that they have due to these fires. And I want to bring you back out to a live image that we have before we head to another commercial break ourselves here at Live Now from Fox. This is just some of the devastation that these people are going back to. Homes completely down to the ground. You heard the gentleman in that interview that was played shortly ago saying that in his home, it was just the chimney that was left standing. And it looks like that's what we're seeing here in this image as well. A lot of people sharing in that same reality due to these fires. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carl Lahara, and a reminder that we are partnering with Fox 11 in Los Angeles, taking their coverage as they continue to monitor these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County. Let's head back out to them live.
There is unbelievable destruction. We heard some of the emotion from residents and nearby people who just came to look, which is not suggested, and it's actually prohibited by law enforcement who've been out here patrolling. Now, this is what you see here along Marchetta and North Lake Avenue. And just take a look. This used to be an insurance office and a bookstore and library standing here, but now nothing but rubble. It really has been remarkable to see the amount of businesses, homes that have been completely level. Now off to the east, Carlos Jacinto, if you can maybe make out some billowing smoke, maybe it's dissipated a little bit, but we've noticed some of these structures are reigniting, forcing crews to rush from location to location. Still very busy at this hour, and resources are stretched thin. So we know 100 structures have been destroyed by the Eaton fire and hundreds more damaged. We won't know the exact number until crews can really start assessing the damage, and we've only been taking a look in our direct area this morning. The fire sitting at over 10,600 acres, still 0% contained, and Sheriff Robert Luna said 5 people were killed and a significant number of injuries were reported, with many being rushed and treated at area hospitals. Now, the smoke in the air still thick. At times we can see some ash falling down. The winds, the good news is that they are very calm, but driving around this area, several streets, Boston Street, Lewis Street, Mariposa, we have seen home after home after home destroyed by the Eaton fire. So we're waiting for more information, but that is the latest as it continues to burn here in the hills up above Altadena. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update. I was to take a live look from Skyfox here, the aerial view of the fire and the smoke blanketing the Southern California area. This is what we've been dealing with, a poor air quality and all of that devastation left behind by the past 2 days of these raging fires. When we come back, we'll check in with Mario to give us the latest on the wind conditions out there right now.
Our partners at Fox 11 heading out to another quick commercial break. I want to take you back out live to this live picture and image that we have courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. This is in the Port of LA, and I want to showcase this to you so you can see just what it's looking like at this time. And for context, over on the West Coast, it's just about 11:43 in the morning. So usually what we would see is blue skies, maybe a bit hazy due to some air quality concerns. But right now it stays looking like a sunset all day long because of these wildfires that continue to burn. At last check, about 180,000 people are still under mandatory evacuation orders, and at least 5 have been killed because of these fires. I do have some statistics here that I'd like to run through some more of these key updates. So monitoring quite a few of these fires at the moment. We have the Palisades fire, which is burning at more than 17,000 acres. Also the Eaton fire, which is burning about 10,500 acres, and about 880 firefighters are currently battling that fire, the Eaton fire. The Hurst fire is at 855 acres, the Lydia fire at 348 acres, and the Sunset fire has come down to about 43 acres. Also, at least 5 people have died because of these fires, those deaths attributed to the Eaton fire. And again, 180,000 under mandatory evacuation orders, 100,000 under evacuation warnings, and about 205,000 customers are without power at this time. I want to also bring up this post on X from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. She was part of a press conference earlier today, and she has this to say: thanks to the bravery and collaboration of our LAFD, the Sunset Fire is fully contained. If you are returning home, please drive slowly and watch the road. Firefighters are still working in some damaged areas. I do believe we have a couple of more posts that we can filter through as we're getting several reactions here on your screen from President Biden, who says that first responders like the California National Guard soldiers of the 40th Military Police Company are the best of us. You left your own families, some of whom might be in harm's way, to join the front lines of the wildfire response. We owe you for your service. Also, this from California's Governor Gavin Newsom, saying, everywhere I go, I see firefighters and first responders putting their lives on the line to protect Californians affected by the wildfires. Your bravery and dedication to protecting our communities are nothing short of heroic. Thank you for embodying the Golden State's resiliency. Let's head back out to Fox 11, their coverage, and a look at the forecast.
little bit stronger, as you can see. It's going to be ebbs and flows of this, and it looks like we're going to get an onshore flow even on Saturday, which is a good thing, and then a little burst of some winds on Sunday. But here's the bad news. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, it looks as if we're going to get another round of some stronger winds after being able to recover a little bit, perhaps on Saturday. So this is what we're expecting, another round of moderate to strong Santa Ana winds as we get to Monday, Tuesday of next week. The fire danger is here. We've got red flag warnings all through from Ventura County, parts of LA County, of course, and a large part of Inland Empire and Orange County. I do think the majority of the stronger gusts will be here in Orange County and the Inland Empire. So the wind gusts expected to be stronger, 60, 70 miles an hour. So this is where you really need to stay alert, stay vigilant, everybody, and remember the smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions, even with the winds weakening a bit here. Wind advisories now, the wind gusts here nearing 40, 50 miles an hour. So nowhere near what we talked about yesterday or the day before when the wind gusts were near 60, 70, 80 plus miles an hour. So much, much lower. The wind watches, though, are in effect for a large portion of Ventura and LA again as we get to looking ahead to those stronger winds we're expecting as we get to next week. So keep that in mind. Here's the models. This is one of the reasons we're expecting it to get windy again next Monday and Tuesday. It depends on where this area of low pressure will go. We're watching this closely because even though it's several days away, this could determine whether it will stay dry as we get to the remainder of the week. As this pushes in, according to this model, next week, Thursday, there's a chance. Right now, it's about a 10 to 20% chance we could get some precipitation from that, which would be so welcome, right? This is well into next week. It's a long ways away. We'll keep you posted as we continue to watch the models. In the meantime, those winds will be gusty at times today and tomorrow. A little weaker on Saturday with an onshore flow. Notice the temperatures drop as a result of that sea breeze, and then they'll pick up slightly again. Remember, on Sunday with another opportunity for those very strong winds like Monday to Tuesday. We've left the raindrops out for Wednesday, Thursday, just because it's still several days away, but just wanted to keep it out there, and perhaps it'll come to fruition. 42 in the mountains today with those red flag warnings. 64 in the high desert, 72 in Palm Springs, and as you can see, it does stay dry with those winds returning next week, Monday and Tuesday. Stay safe out there, everybody. Back to you.
Thank you, Marie. Yeah, I think that state and city officials are hoping that today is the day that they make a turnaround, they turn a corner, and that firefighters can finally get a handle on the situation. But so many people are stepping up to help their fellow Angelenos in this time of crisis. But of course, there are those who take advantage of the situation by looting. And last night, Haley Winslow witnessed that firsthand in Altadena.
It has turned into the wild, wild west here, you guys. It is just complete insanity on all corners. We've been kind of traveling around here the last few hours. We're currently on Altadena and Lake Drive. We just caught looters. So many looters here. There were looters down the street held at gunpoint. Police are kind of doing the best they can, like these firefighters, the first responders here. They're seeing looters walking down the street with large TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town has left.
Despicable, right? And this is something that Sheriff Robert Luna made mention of at a news conference at 8 o'clock this morning. So far, there have been 20 arrests for looting and preying on people's homes. New LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman spoke a few hours ago and let the looters know he has some very strong words for them. He plans to bring the full force of the law at them.
Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable. and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's the same thing when you're talking about people who rob people in broad daylight as they're just walking down the street and they're vulnerable, and you have people who are taking advantage of a vulnerable situation.
It's really disgusting. I mean, this happens all the time. Whenever there's a tragedy, there are people who take advantage of other people, and you can't really quite understand, you know, what goes through these people's minds, but it's just disgusting is the only word I can think
And the
to
worst
say.
of humanity doing this, you know,
Absolutely.
because it is an example of just preying on the people who have lost everything.
It's a new level of low.
Yeah. And then thankfully.
So we're just listening there to some of the live coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I did want to bring you out live, though, to this really striking image that we're getting, a chopper footage and a view from over Altadena, California. The camera continues to zoom in and out, and hopefully they zoom out once again. But look at that. All of that smoke, fires still burning in several parts of Los Angeles County. And you can just see that crews are working very hard to try to get these flames under control. But there's so much brush, there's so much vegetation in this area that those flames are not having too much trouble. They're spreading to several other parts. It's not looking like too many structures are in this area at this moment. And earlier we did see some of these planes kind of do these dunks where they dip down into the water. They gather up like gallons and gallons of water that they're going to use when they fly over these areas. And they just quench all of these flames to keep these fires from spreading even further. So this is over Altadena, California. We know that we're monitoring several of these wildfires, the largest one being the Palisades fire that is currently burning more than 17,000 acres. And that was the first fire that really started. It was early Tuesday on January 7th. It has continued on to this Thursday, January 9th. Crews are working hard to extinguish these flames, but I wanted to bring you this picture because really compelling, and it gives you a sense as to what some Angelenos are seeing at this moment. We're seeing the camera pan out there, and just look at that. Smoke, it's incredible. It's looking like clouds, really, but it's not. This is all due to these fires. We're stepping away for our final commercial break of this hour here at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of these live, compelling images and checking back in with our partners at Fox 11. We have continuing coverage all throughout the day today of these wildfires in California. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday, January 9th. I'm your host, Carla Hara. We're quickly approaching the top of the next hour. 2:56 here on the East Coast, 11:56 over on the West Coast. That's 11:56 in the morning. And the West Coast is really where we're focusing a lot of our coverage today because these fires continue to rage out of control. I'm bringing you back out live to this picture that we have, chopper footage. This is over Altadena, California. The camera continues to zoom in and out, but you can see all of the smoke there in this area and all of the vegetation as this fire continues to burn. All of these embers just overtaking all of this. Look at that. I just want to hold off on this picture because it's massive. When we're looking at this plume of smoke, you see those fires kind of burning down there off in the distance, really causing mass devastation. About 180,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders, and at least 5 deaths have been attributed to these fires. We are working with our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they also have continuing coverage. They have reporters on the ground assessing the situation, speaking with people who have lost their homes and really everything due to these fires as these neighborhoods have completely been burned down. A lot of people having nowhere to go after this. But let's head out to Fox 11 and see what kind of context they can bring to this situation.
Smoke, but by the time we got here, those flames getting very, very close to those repeaters. Right now, that seems to be the priority. Fire department working to get those flames in check before they get over there and start doing damage to those antennas. I'm Stu up at Sky Fox. Back to you all in the studio.
This is a real nightmare situation for first responders. They were trying to protect those transponders and those repeaters. Yes. This is obviously a core hub of communication that so many people rely on, and they were hopeful that the fire wasn't going to reach these transmitters, Stu, but clearly now they look like in jeopardy. And in fact, they were having a protected line around these transmitters for quite some time. They scaled down to a skeletal staff up there in Mount Wilson because obviously they need to staff these positions, but now it's quite a threat.
It is most definitely a threat, and it is very serious. We're trying to see, when I push in like that, I'm just wondering if we can see something down there. I know there is one aircraft nearby, but I don't know if they're doing water drops or how they're trying to control it. There's also a small village up here as well. There's a restaurant and some other stuff, and of course you've got the observatories. All that right now, in peril. I'm not sure about that, but these repeaters right here, that's definitely a serious situation. Those flames, this isn't the camera kind of looking at an angle. They're getting very, very close to that group of repeaters right there. And there, again, there's buildings at the bottom of them. I'm trying to show you maybe one of them and get an idea how close those flames are. But that's the problem. If any of those buildings get damaged, those repeaters will go down. Communications will become a problem. Of course, they have backups and alternates. But this is one of the main ones that we use out here in Los Angeles. And of course, if they have a problem here, it's going to ripple effect throughout all of Los Angeles and the smaller communities nearby.
I don't know if you touched on this yet, Stu, but what's the response that you're seeing out there from firefighters?
Well, we know they're down there. That's the thing. I'm actually trying to see if we can find somebody or maybe an aircraft maybe doing a drop out here. We have yet to see them. But, of course, they are up here, and, they are busy. They have all of that Altadena to deal with down low, and, of spread thin out in the Palisades as well. But we do see a lot of open fire out here, and we do see it making their way closer to these buildings. And that's another thing, too. A lot of these buildings, these are all county-owned, and they're businesses, so they do take advantage of all of that brush clearance and that safety net that's around all those buildings. So maybe if the flames get close, they might not actually get to those buildings. But it is still definitely a scary situation and worrisome situation for any of the first responders. If they lose any of these repeaters up here, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, first responders have their towers up there. We have our towers up there, I believe. That's a lot of TV stations do as well. It could be a big problem if those towers are impacted, for sure.
Definitely, and the flames seem to be kind of, and it might be because of the brush clearance in the area. Now that we're getting up higher and closer to it, there's also a TFR out here, so we can't just go right up to the repeaters and take a look. It does kind of look like they are. It's not right up to the antennas. Some of them are. Some of it is very, very close, but in this position right there, that fire, that smoke is actually going to be west of those major towers. But as we move a little bit more over here, you can really see it. That smoke coming very, very close to those buildings up there. And where there's smoke, there's fire. So we're going to keep an eye on it for sure, looking to see if we can see any of the fire trucks out here. But these flames definitely made their way to the top of Mount Wilson right now. And this is from the Eaton fire. That started down in the Altadena area.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's hope that they don't get really any closer to those towers. But thank you for that perspective, Stu. Certainly a situation we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all throughout the day. In the meantime, I want to show you this. This is the front page of today's LA Times. Like 1,000 fires. Yeah, I mean, there is no better picture than that. There's no more emblematic picture than that. Just one of absolute terror. You know, across the Southern California, you have at least 5 people dead as a result of these fires. More than 2,000 structures burned, as Stu was showing us, a couple of hours ago. When you see the Pacific Palisades and some 500 homes in one neighborhood just torched. This has been a 48-hour nightmare for Southern California, the most destructive winter fires to ever hit the city of Los Angeles. And this is the cover of the New York Post. LA. Yeah, wow. I mean, that's I'm sure how it felt for firefighters and for our news crews, by the way, to be driving, and residents to be driving on some of these streets when you see fire on both sides of the road, and just everything it feels like in that moment is on fire.
It really does look like that in certain spots too, or it did at least, right? This is not a filter.
No.
Because this orange hue had just taken over. Unbelievable. Well, I have some new images to share with you, and these videos to share with you sent to us by firefighters to show the firefighters' perspective. We do want to say thank you to the LA County Fire Department, Station 16, Engine 9, for the footage and the information they've provided. Watch this. So Station 16, Engine 9 got assigned to the Palisades fire an hour after it began, and they worked nonstop for about 24 hours. No breaks in between. Wow. They say after one assignment or one mission was complete, they went directly to the next assignment. And I'm going to quote the firefighter directly here to give you a sense of what it was like for these crews here, what they were dealing with. He says, at certain points, the wind was so strong, firemen were literally having to get on the ground or find refuge behind fire engines and structures in the middle of PCH while the wind gusts would pass through. Your typical strategy and tactics were not possible. There was a lot of outside-the-box thinking to try to save the homes that we were able to save. It really is an all-hands-on-deck kind of situation, they say. Multiple agencies working together to save as much as possible. And the challenges are great. They're extremely different and difficult compared to other fires. Some of the challenges include the space, they say, between the homes, which made gaining access really tough. They also say they had a really hard time trying to convince homeowners to get out of their homes. A captain of 25 years says that he's never seen so many homes on fire so quickly. With the type of wind gusts that they were dealing with, they actually had to hold on to any solid object they could to not get knocked over. Imagine this: trash cans, large pieces of metal, material, even a garage door, which was blowing past them.
I mean, you're talking hurricane force winds.
Exactly. All they could do was try to slow the fire down. They say that fire was impossible to stop. And one of the stories shared is, when they're on the coast there, and there's homes burning on both sides, and they're working hard to try to slow the progress. A home homeowner approached them saying, hey, can you come across the street? Help me out here. And the firefighter says, you know, at that point, we had limited resources, and we could see that their home was already on fire, and there was nothing they could do. And that homeowner said, well, I don't have insurance, so I'm going back. I'm going to go back and save my home. And they said, don't go. Let us get you out of here. And they were very adamant about the fact that they didn't have health or fire insurance. So they say they don't know what happened to that home. They don't know what happened to that homeowner. But those images certainly gives us a different look and perspective, because you're seeing it right there from the ground.
It really does.
Thank you for sharing with us.
What dangerous conditions that these men and women have had to work in this last 48 hours. I mean, you really get a sense of how overwhelmed they had to have been with the wind and the thick smoke, not being able to see or to get yourself oriented as to where you were. And what kind of conditions you had to face with the embers blowing right horizontally right past you, and not knowing what was going to be catching on fire next. It had to have been just an absolute nightmarish situation.
Very scary. And by the way, that firefighter, I've been in touch with his wife. Our kids go to school together, and you know, she also didn't have contact with him for a very long period of time. And there's so many families out there who have brave men and women providing this incredible service for the rest of us in the community. And imagine your loved one being out there on the front lines, and you don't have connection with them. You have no communication, and you're relying on the news or just word of mouth, and you're waiting to get some information. That is very frustrating.
Yeah, not hearing from them for likely hours. And some of these firefighters are pulling, you know, 24-hour days.
Right. Imagine how it feels when you don't get rest and you can't really function. Well, now not only do you have to function, but now you're in charge of trying to save other people's lives and homes. Yeah. It's just incredible. So there's a reason why we say they're heroes, right?
And big thanks to those firefighters for providing us a glimpse of what they have to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are going to reset things here. It is 12:08 on this Thursday morning. The wildfires are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as those flames threaten thousands of structures. You've got the strong Santa Anas fueling the fires, making containment so difficult. Several big fires burning the LA area right now. You've got the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire above Altadena, the Hurst fire in the Sylmar area, also the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills.
An evacuation center has been set up for Palisades fire victims, and evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open there at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. And there are two evacuation centers we have to note for livestock and larger animals. You can go to Pierce College, and that is at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank. If you have smaller pets like dogs or cats, they can be taken to the Agora Animal Center at 29525 Agora Road in Agora. And Coco McAvoy actually talked to one Eaton fire evacuee at the Pasadena Convention Center who's sharing his story and offering a message of strength.
Today, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it together because our life is gone. It's not gone. We're alive. We're fortunate, but our home is nothing there but the chimney. You know, it's and so many others, all our neighbors and everybody, the memories. Altadena is a special place. And I hope we bounce back. You know, it's going to be a hard process, a slow process, but I hope we bounce back. We will. It's just going to take time, you know? It's just going to take time.
And I know, like you were saying, this is emotional for you, too, because of your cancer journey. You've been through a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I was diagnosed with cancer in the middle of August. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital. I couldn't use my legs at all, and after 7 weeks in a nursing facility and some great PT people, I'm now on a walker, and God willing, in a couple months I'll be walking again. So it's just like a big one too, you know. And but I'm fortunate because I'm here. I have my wife. We have some great friends who really helped us out, and we'll get through this, you know. And I'm wishing that for everyone. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know. Excuse me.
That man must feel so overwhelmed. I just want to give him a hug.
I
My
know,
goodness, he's already
so
been through so
heartbreaking.
much, and then this on top of it.
It really is. And there's so many stories like that, too, you know? That's just one story. There are many stories like that. Maria, actually, I do want you to talk about this because I noticed a lot of people saying, hey, the wind has stopped. It's not blowing as hard. Why are there still fires? Can you please speak to that?
Well, okay, so there's many reasons why there's still fires, right? A lot of that falls on the firefighters. Of course, they have still a lot of wind to contend with. It may not be windy where you are, but certainly as you get up higher and higher in the atmosphere, it gets windier and windier, and that affects how they attack this fire, whether it's the helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft or none at all. There are all of that to consider, but also the winds are going to go up and down. Okay, if it's not windy where you are right now, well, it could be in the next hour or so. As we take a wide look outside right now, I just want to point out the contrast of temperatures. It is winter, and look at the 20s and 30s and some wintry weather across parts of the deep south. Here in the southwest, warmer with those temperatures in the 60s and 70s today because of that offshore flow. This wind, the Santa Ana wind, is still with us. Not as strong as the last couple of days. That is the good news. I like saying these numbers because it is hopefully helping and really helping the firefighters fight, get control of these fires that are still burning. It's going to take a while to get containment on these fires. 21 right now miles per hour in Oxnard. Nothing like the 60, 70 mile per hour winds we were talking about just even as early as yesterday. 16 mile per hour winds in Palmdale. Fontana, much lighter, 8 miles per hour in Santa Ana. The winds that are taking a break right now, it's going to be brief. All right, so hopefully this is the time period, this is the window where they can try to get more control. It will get stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening hours this evening. Nothing like what we saw. However, it's just going to be stronger than where they are now. So that's why it behooves everybody to get to attack it now with more intensity than before. Red flag warnings do continue. In fact, it's been extended through tomorrow because of the fire danger that will continue regardless of how strong or weaker those winds are going to be this morning into this afternoon. 67 in Burbank currently. There's the warming up. 72 in Long Beach, 74 in Santa Ana, 71 in Ontario, 36 in Big Bear. Here's the computer model. I want to show you what's going on. The winds have definitely increased since early this morning. It's getting up to about 30 mile per hour winds in Camarillo, the mountains out towards the Inland Empire. Some stronger winds in the usual wind-prone areas, but not the 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts we saw, right? Now watch as we put it into motion. It did increase a little bit. We're going to continue with this intensity through the afternoon and evening hours tonight through tomorrow morning. So that's what the firefighters have to contend with. But here, a little calmer. Parts of the San Gabriel Valley, parts of the foothill communities that had to deal with the winds coming down from that Eaton fire in those mountains there in Pasadena. It's going to be a little bit more of an onshore flow as we get to Saturday. That's a good thing. That's going to add more moisture into the atmosphere, right? Also give us some lighter winds. However, as we look ahead to next week, Sunday into Monday, we're watching another round of stronger winds. See this? So the brighter areas. So the offshore flow is going to stay with us. It'll get a little stronger, a little weaker, a little stronger. It's not going to be quite as ferocious as the last couple of days. That's the good news. But that being said, it doesn't take much wind to continue to fan these flames. So the danger's still with us. Temperatures today, though, will be in the mid to upper 70s. That's the result of the offshore flow. Often warmer closer to the coast and the basin than it will be inland. 42 in the mountains, 64 in the high desert, 72 in Palm Springs. So we're going to talk more about the watches and warnings that are still in effect, as well as the 7-day forecast coming up in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thanks so much. All right, 12:15 coming up here. When we come back, speaking live with insurance expert and host of Insurance Hour, Carl Sussman.
We thank our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they step away for a commercial break. We will do the same here at Live Now from Fox. A Live Now picture, a chopper footage just over Altadena, California. We'll be right back. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage of the wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County in partnership with Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I want to bring you back out to this live picture over Altadena, California. And you can see that smoke continues to rise high up in the sky, causing for some very dangerous air quality alerts all across this area. Let's head back out to once again our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue their wildfire coverage.
So many of you out there have so many questions about insurance, and once the smoke clears, this is going to be what's on top of mind for so many victims of these wildfires. Insurance issues related to the LA fires might be top of mind for victims, so let's bring in insurance expert and host of Insurance Hour, Carl Sussman. Carl, Insurance Hour, you are the insurance man of the foreseeable future. There are so many people who are interested in issues like this. Welcome to the program. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate being here.
The first question I have for you is if somebody does lose their home or their business, and so many of the people out there who are watching have done this, what's the very first step that they can take because it can get so overwhelming?
Well, the first thing to do, and I tell everybody this, is stop and take a deep breath and exhale, because as horrible as this is, and this is horrible, I'm personally evacuated from my home as we speak. What's most important is our loved ones and our bodies and ourselves. And so be happy that you are safe. Be sure you are somewhere safe. The stuff that we left behind, and if the worst has happened and you've lost it, this is what insurance is for. This is why you purchase it. This is why you've been paying for it. And now it's time for the carriers to step up and do what they need to do. The first thing you want to do is take a deep breath. After that, get ready to file your claim. We're telling everyone that you really want to get the claim filed sooner than later, even if you don't have 100% confirmation of what it is that's happened. Maybe you've been evacuated, you're not 100% sure. Is your home there? Is it not there? Which is just the worst feeling. But start the process now. It's sort of like going to the bakery and you take the number. You want to get in line. You want to get your claim started so that when the process can begin, you'll be able to already be in line and you'll already be in a position where you can be assigned a claims adjuster and you can start things moving forward from there.
And how much, can people reasonably expect to get from their insurance company after they do file a claim?
Well, depending on the policy they have, some companies work in one way where they're going to ask for a lot of information. They're going to ask you to make lists of things that were damaged, lost. What did you have? Other carriers, it might be as simple as you're going to ask for policy limits because the house is gone. You don't have to go through line by line and do that. One thing to be aware of is a lot of these losses will be with the California Fair Plan Association, and they have a very specific script that they have to go through. And I know it can be frustrating. I've been on probably 30 or 40 calls with clients this week, and they'll ask you, was any personal property damaged? And of course you want to scream because you just told them the house is gone, but they have to ask, and they're going to ask you, do you know the cause of the fire? And you want to pull out the rest of your hair. Just again, a little bit of grace, a little bit of patience, because they're going to be going through this with literally hundreds of people. So just be prepared to be asked the same types of questions over and over again. And again, if you have a total loss, then you should be anticipating being able to get the limits that are within your policy.
And we talked about grace just a moment ago, and some people are saying this could be the final straw in fire insurance coverage in Southern California. Already before this, State Farm dropped 70% of its policies in the Palisades alone. That's more than any other zip code in the state because they knew that this area is considered high risk. What are people to do here?
Well, I think that was actually a bit of luck for consumers, as it turns out, because as we know, State Farm is having some serious financial problems. They've actually filed with the Department of Insurance for emergency rate increases because they are claiming they don't have enough money right now to pay their claims. So if they were on the hook for all of those clients in the Palisades, the likelihood of them being able to pay those claims are pretty low. So those people, as frustrated as they are with other insurance companies, and they're in a position where they can likely get those claims handled and get them paid. As far as what we should be expecting at this point, fortunately, all of these regulations that the Department of Insurance has been talking about since September of 2023, if you can believe it, finally became law in December. So what I think is going to happen is now the industry, instead of being in a position where they're saying, oh, we're just done. This is just ridiculous. There's no coming back from this. I think because of the new regulations that are in place, there is a path forward. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see the industry stepping up and paying some really, really big bills. And then based on these new guidelines, they're going to be reshuffling how they underwrite, how they price, how they discount, all those sorts of things. And areas that are higher risk for fire are going to be higher premiums to pay, and areas that are lower risk for fire are going to be less expensive.
If your fire insurance dropped you, what do you do now? Because so many people who just lost their homes are facing questions like this, and they have no idea what to do.
Well, what happens is if your home is gone and you need to rebuild, you need to get a special type of policy. They're called course of construction policies. And there will be companies running around to write those policies, right? They're going to smell the blood in the water, and they're going to say, oh, we can write all this business, right, for course of construction insurance. Now, the Department of Insurance is extremely consumer-friendly, very pro-consumer. They've already issued an edict that says that if you are in any of the wildfire-affected areas or even the surrounding areas, then the insurance carrier that you had before the fire cannot non-renew you or cancel the policy. So you've got a guarantee of 12 months before the carriers can even consider taking any action on your policy. So there's a sufficient cushion in there that I think that by the time we might be looking for there to be a policy renewing or needing to have a different type of policy other than a construction policy, the industry shall have bounced out by then, and we should be able to have some options to get coverage.
All right, Carl Sussman, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate you, and I hope you're doing okay. I know you said you were evacuated from your home.
I'm fortunate. I've got everyone I need around me. That's what matters.
That's all it is. All right, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Meantime, we do have some breaking news now from the wildfires and the smoldering ashes of Eaton and the Palisades fires. What could be several chilling discoveries that have just been made. Investigators believe they have just found potential human remains. Gigi Graciette joins us from Malibu with the details on 3 active investigations. Gigi, what can you tell us?
That's right. Law enforcement sources confirmed to me they do believe that the remains found in the rubble at this home here on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu are human, are from someone who lived here. But the medical examiner who just arrived on the scene will make that determination. And this is one of at least 3, possibly 4 different investigations going on simultaneously after human remains were found in multiple locations. Let's start here on Pacific Coast Highway. We understand now that there were 2 people who lived here. One of them got out, and when that person didn't hear from the other occupant of the home, they called the sheriff's department and asked them to do a welfare check. That welfare check was done, and that is when deputies found what they reported to be human remains. Homicide detectives are here. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is foul play suspected. It just falls under their jurisdiction. We have the medical examiner now. They will make the ultimate determination if the remains are indeed human, and then they'll have to identify who died here at the scene and how they died. I mentioned this is one of possibly 4 investigations happening simultaneously. Over in Altadena, at 2 different locations, human remains have possibly also been found. In one case, firefighters called deputies, telling them they found the human remains in the rubble of a burnt-down house. In another case, deputies were driving by when they were flagged down by a resident who told them they had found human remains. Again, it's important to note the medical examiner will have to confirm this, but our sources are telling us, at least here in Malibu, they do believe that the remains found belong to someone who lived in this home, the home that has burnt down. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
I do suspect that this will be, especially when you saw the overhead look that Stu was giving us of the Palisades. You don't know what's in those homes, and I have a sneaking suspicion that we'll be finding more, unfortunately.
I think you're right.
In the rubble. Which is why Sheriff Robert Luna at that press conference earlier this morning made mention that, he doesn't necessarily trust the numbers that are out right now. He wants deputies to be able to go and search these homes one by one.
Yeah.
Just to really find out.
Of course, absolutely. More, unfortunately, bad news to come. We're going to take a break, though. We'll be right back.
Thank you to Fox 11 in Los Angeles there. You were taking a live look out in the port of Los Angeles, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam, trying to give you a better picture on what things are looking like in the area as fires continue to burn. And that breaking news that Fox 11 just brought, more investigations underway as law enforcement agencies are looking into possibly more deaths due to these fires. At last check, just 5 deaths at the moment, but that number could rise. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Karel Lahara. Time right now is 3:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 12:30 over on the West Coast. And that is where we are heading to continue our coverage of these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County. Bringing you back out live to this picture we have of a chopper flying over Altadena, California. And you can see still very hazy because of all the smoke in the area and down there on the ground. We see several law enforcement agencies, first responders, a fire truck kind of moving through. And also you can see just the devastation left behind because of these fires that have really decimated several of these neighborhoods. So many of these homes completely burned to the ground, with many families having nothing to go back to at this time. Just take a look at that. A live picture there in California. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles for their continuing coverage.
To another financial crisis. The full cost of recovery still unclear as firefighters battle, of course, to contain the flames.
Meantime, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna has a sad update to the amount of people accused of looting LA fire victims, and he's ramping up the department's efforts to curb it.
Last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest.
Shortly after that, newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman echoed the sentiment.
If you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's still sickening to me that people would, be all too willing to take advantage of vulnerable people who are trying to, protect their homes and people who frankly lost everything. In the meantime, there are some people who are doing good in this world. First responders battling fires in LA are getting a much-deserved free meal. This is all thanks to one local restaurant.
Yeah, Bob, right now live with this heartwarming story. Hey, Bob, where are you?
Good morning. Yeah, it's one of those stories where in the midst of a big crisis, all the community comes together. You ask where I am, we are really in the heart of Eaton Canyon. I've been hiking around here. This is not even very far where the fire actually originally started. Really a short stone's throw from here, just up the hill. And so we are at Station 66, LA County Fire Station 66. It was a station that was spared. The fire tore right through here. And over the course of the hours when this was spared, this actually became a central point for all of the firefighters that are on the front lines. They come out here and they come down here for some rest or just to check in. In fact, if you look behind us here, there is a fire station there from Kern County. They're doing their check-in here as well. They've probably been on the front lines to sort of get some much-needed relief. I've got Captain Watson here with LA County Fire Department to tell us a little bit more how you connected with the community here. Really interesting because all of these fire units were coming in, right? How many units would you estimate or people are coming here every single day to check in after the fire, after they're out in the fire lines?
We've had a few hundred people come yesterday and maybe 150 come today already to fuel up, to rest a little bit, to eat, and get back on the fire.
Yeah. And your firefighters are telling me one of the issues they had was the firefighters were coming in here and they're like, hey, you got anything to eat? And they pretty much had water. They have to go all the way down to the Pasadena Rose Bowl, right, to get to that replenishment.
They had to go down to their base camp. We had some people that fortunate enough to donate some food for us here because like all the businesses around here are closed now because everything's been evacuated. So we were able to have a hub or a second base camp, if you will, for all the firefighters in the area to recharge, refuel, and get back on the phone.
So who's supplying the food? You bring in this Bachi Yaki, a food truck here from downtown that opened during COVID. Mike and his family, you reached out and you said, hey, how can we help? And also they connected you with Fire Station 66, right? Tell us what you guys are doing here.
So we're donating our food to hard-working firemen. My sister reached out to them, and luckily we were able to connect and come out here and just do what someone should do. Just, they're putting their lives on the line, so we can definitely go ahead and feed them. So we have, our famous hibachi bowls that we actually do, and it's got protein, fried rice, and sriracha and soy sauce for them to go and stuff. So
lots of hot meals. I think I have the Instagram on your screen because you kind of became a little viral here, but right, because you started providing this,
right,
and then people started reaching out. They're like, well, okay, you're helping out. How can we help out?
Right. They started bombarding us last night, and they donated all this to us just last night. A lot of foundations. There's at Big Sleeps. He's a big tattoo artist in LA. He put everything together for us, and we went viral because of him and other people. So the whole community is coming together.
It's one of those things, you're like, we just want to help out, and I know a lot of people want to help out. Why are you doing this? You're an Angelino, right? You're kind of born and raised here?
Born and raised in South Central LA, and always, admired firefighters and police officers, even though some people didn't, but they need our help, and we have to come together.
Yeah. How are you guys doing? Because you were telling me I'm going to take a look at your truck in here, because your guys are hard at work, right? Right. They told me that you keep cooking. When all of it is done, you leave it here for the night, you go back, and you basically get all your supplies for the next day, and then you do it all over again.
Right. We're on day 2. Part of we're going to try to stay here as long as we possibly can, and they need us as well.
Awesome. Tell us a special connection. Come on back out here, because you have a special connection with the captain, right? You guys were talking, and you're like, he's heading this up, you're heading this up, and then you realize that you guys had kind of this special connection.
Right. He came out here and said, why are you doing it? I said, we want to give back. I told him where I grew up, and near USC, and then he said, I grew up near USC, so we grew up blocks, within blocks of each other.
what is that? Exposition Park, or what's the area?
That's what it's called right now, Exposition Park.
That's what it's called right now? What's it called? Exposition Park back then?
Well, back then we called it South Central.
Okay. Well, South Central or Exposition Park represent is what I say.
Yes.
Thank you for your service, Captain. We appreciate for everything you and your firefighters are doing right now. I know that a lot of these guys are working really hard. They're very tired. And Mike, obviously, thank you and your family for providing the services. Bachiyaki, and if you're out there and you're wondering how you can help, how you can donate, they'll take the donations. Reach out to him on Instagram. I'm going to put it right there on your screen again. It's at Bachi. Tell me the Instagram again.
At Bachiyaki LA.
There's underscore in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. At Bachiyaki_LA.
Gotcha. I remember you telling me that.
Thank you so much.
All right, there they are. So another great story there. People coming together in the face of crisis.
Boy, that is quite literally food for the soul right there. Go give him a follow. Bachiyaki doing great things for the community. This is what it's all about, right? When you're talking about times of crisis, wrapping your arms around each other. We need people.
Good people.
Yes.
It's a nice contrast to the story of people looting and taking advantage of people.
For sure.
All right,
we're gonna go to break. We'll be right back.
Our partners there on Fox 11 in Los Angeles bringing a very great story as we're seeing Angelenos coming together to help everyone that has been devastated by these fires all across Los Angeles County. A live now look at the Port of LA, courtesy of our partners at EarthCare. We will also step away for a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with more of this coverage next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and thank you for sticking with us as we continue to partner with Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they are discussing the devastation because of the wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County. They are checking in with one of their reporters live on the ground. Let's watch.
To insurance, do they try to find somewhere to stay, somewhere to rent? But they're also telling us that hotels in the area, places to rent, are skyrocket high with prices, but also really aren't available because of the sheer amount of people who are all trying to do the same thing. And we want to show you some video of this Eaton fire so you can really get an idea of the impact, the devastation following this fire. We're on day 3 now, and because the winds have really eased, people have had the chance to go back to their properties, and people just tell me that this is something that they could never have imagined could happen to them because their homes are rubble. There's absolutely nothing left behind, and many of them are also dealing with the trauma of having to see their homes burn to the ground with no resources in sight, because a lot of them said there were no firefighters available to be on my street to help put out the flames, so they felt helpless as their homes just burned to the ground, all of their belongings, all of their memories with it as well. We spoke with people who live in Altadena, but we also spoke with a mother and son duo who live in Pasadena and never thought the fire would reach them, but it did, and they lost absolutely everything.
I was thinking I was coming home to my wonderful place I just bought, just paid for. December 17th was my last payment. I think it's February 6th would have been my 13th year in the home, my first home ever. So, you know, it's gone. I stood there and watched it go. And like I was telling another gentleman, I just have the peace of God, which passes understanding, because I can't understand it myself, that I'm not, you know, I'm devastated. I am upset, but I'm at peace. And it's different. You know, I'm a praiser and I'm a worshiper. And the home to me is things that can be replaced. We have our life, and that's the most important thing.
And she just kept talking about how grateful she is that she and her son are okay, that they have their lives. Of course, everyone deals with loss and grief differently. So she said she's at peace, and that's wonderful. We've also spoken with people who are just gutted and devastated. Some people are angry as well because they feel like they should have been helped. People have been asking, why wasn't there a contingency plan to plan for this when they knew the winds were coming? So there's a lot of different emotions out here, but one thing that is universal is the concern about what's next, what steps people should take in order to get this ball rolling, because everyone knows this is going to be a very long process to rebuild. I'll send it back to you.
Poor woman who just made the last payment on her house in December. That's
First
awful.
home that she's owned.
That's right. And I also want to point you, by the way, our website has a link to all the hotels that are offering discounts to people who might be displaced in these fires, because she did mention that a lot of people were looking at some hotels and the rates were astronomical. We have discounts on our website then.
And I didn't know that was allowed, as you said.
I thought that there was a cap. There was a rule that you can't
do that.
You can't price gouge in times of natural disaster like this.
Okay, so as a result of the ongoing wildfires continue, Caltrans did announce major lane closures, some fully blocked at various locations. So let's get into that.
Yeah, so let's start with Pacific Coast Highway. So southbound lanes between Malibu Canyon Road and the 10 freeway are closed, and northbound lanes are closed at the McClure Tunnel. For the 10 freeway, westbound lanes are closed at Lincoln Boulevard, as well as on-ramps from 4th and 5th Streets. And finally, Topanga Canyon Boulevard remains fully closed between PCH and Mulholland Drive.
Let's touch on some road closures for the Eaton fire on Angeles Crest Highway. Eastbound lanes at the entrance of Angeles National Forest to Big Tahunga Road are closed for the 210 freeway. The westbound and eastbound on-ramp from Arroyo Boulevard is closed. And then finally for San Gabriel Canyon Road, that remains fully closed north of Azusa, allowing only residents there to be able to enter.
And finally, let's talk road closures for the Hurst fire. For the 5 freeway, northbound truck lanes to the 14 freeway are closed. And for the 210 freeway, westbound truck lanes to the 5 and Yarnell Street on and off ramps do remain closed.
So Stu Mundell up in Sky Fox, he gave us this incredible perspective this morning, and this really paints a picture as far as the complete and utter devastation in one Palisades neighborhood. And here he is showing us his perspective and talking about what he's seeing from Sky Fox.
This is like the first chance that we're actually kind of getting a look at that real devastation when they keep saying over 1,000 homes burned in the Palisades. This is one of those areas, this neighborhood, I would venture to say probably 500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also some part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed. I never picture anything like this. This is just blocks after blocks after blocks of that neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes and goes. And then sometimes there is, oddly enough, there's like a structure standing or maybe a garage standing. But for the most part, I would say every home in this neighborhood flattened due to the Palisades fire. And I would venture to say also, during one of the press conferences, I did hear them talking. One of the people talking about an entire neighborhood burning, and there was no resources there. This might have been what they were talking about, because it just goes and goes and goes. But also in that same breath could you imagine being a firefighter, and even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips, how do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen, and again, I would venture to say a lot of other folks watching have never seen, especially here in the Southern California area.
Was it with that shot that I realized that the firefighters were no match for a fire that was this destructive. And I'm not kidding. We were watching it in the newsroom, and it got so quiet.
I know.
That you could hear a pin drop. And I heard some people even get emotional watching it.
I know. Well, because first of all, it really doesn't look real. It looks like a Hollywood production, or really like a war zone. I hate using these cliches, but it does look like a bomb went off. And my gosh. And then you think about, they were fighting those fires and the conditions in which they were fighting those fires, and still are, where they can't even see, right? Because of the winds. It's just insanity.
And then people and families and kids going back to these neighborhoods then once it's all said and done, once it's clear to do so.
How do you process that?
How do you process? I think that's what it is. What do you tell your kids? That the neighborhood that they would run around in is now gone. Well, also, how do you even begin to clean that up?
It's going to take a lot. And we did speak to a school principal of a small school in up near Eaton, right, in Altadena. And at that moment, it dawned on me that many of the kids who now don't have a school also don't have a home, too, because most likely the kids who go to that school also go to have homes in the surrounding area, so they're losing a home and a school. These kids are going to have a very tough time. As adults, it's hard for us to grapple with this stuff. So
it took my breath away. I'm not going to lie when I saw those visuals, and that is just one neighborhood in one fire. And we know the Eaton fire was almost as destructive, because you're talking 10,000 plus acres.
Exactly. There are ways, though. I know people want to help. People want to see what they can do to help others. I want to let you know about some resources here. Uber and Lyft are both offering free rides to temporary shelters. You need to use a promo code, though. So for Uber, you've got Wildfire 25, and then you have CA Fire Life 25. So that is one word, CA Fire Life 25. That is for Lyft. Keep in mind, there are limits, though. Uber's rides do have a $40 or less limit, and for Lyft, you can get 2 rides up to $25 each until they get to 500 rides.
And can we keep that up, actually, so people can just take a picture of it really quick?
Yeah, it's better than me telling you. Grab a picture of that.
It's a lot of information that we're giving to you at once, and we understand it can get overwhelming. So yes.
You know what? Hold on. So let me just go back here and see this.
Fire relief.
CA Fire Relief 25. There you go. Yes. Best thing to do is really to screen grab that. Okay. Let's move on to this. Airbnb.org working with 211LA to give free temporary housing to people who have been displaced from their homes or forced to evacuate because of fires. You do have to fill out an intake form with 211LA to be approved to begin with. So we have that information. So if you go to our website, it's probably the best way to go about this. Go to foxla.com and you can get linked up there. For more short-term relief, immediate help, every every Planet Fitness in our area that's still open is offering free access to things like showers, locker rooms. You can also stop and use their Wi-Fi, charge your phone, whatever device you have, or even just relax. Maybe use their lounge massage chairs.
That's gonna be really helpful for people to kind of feel normal again.
Exactly, I know. So this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, by the way.
Yeah.
You do not need a membership. So again, it's free. Just keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fires. So you do want to go to an open location, check ahead of time. Again, go to our website. You get all this information. If you were having a hard time keeping up with what we were saying, foxla.com is where to go.
Our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And again, I just want to reiterate what they were saying. If you go to foxla.com, you can see all of those resources that they just mentioned for anyone that has been severely impacted by these fires. We are taking a live look once again out there at chopper footage over Altadena, California. As you can see, the skies are still very hazy, and you can also see from this vantage point a huge plume of smoke out there in the distance. Crews are still working to battle multiple fires across Los Angeles County. Tens of thousands of people still under mandatory evacuation orders. We are going to step away for our final commercial break of the hour at Live Now from Fox, but we have continuing coverage on the other side. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Corella Hara. I will be with you for the next hour or so as we continue to focus in with our partners in Fox 11 Los Angeles regarding these wildfires across Los Angeles County. They are checking in with their reporter live on the ground. Let's watch.
Much to indicate what was there. There's no signage, so we've basically been having to use Google Maps for some of these businesses that aren't listed, and also talking to nearby residents when we can to find out what these places were. Now, just in front of this business, or what's left of it, take a look. You can see some cars that were torched here. We've seen dozens throughout this area here in Altadena. Just imagine that fire passing through car by car, home by home, business by business, across the street here, across Lake Avenue. You can see about 24 cars parked in the lot there. That is a brake masters that caught fire yesterday. We're talking about 100 structures that have been destroyed by the Eaton fire, hundreds more that have been damaged. The fire sitting at over 10,600 acres, still 0% contained, and we know that 5 lives were lost and a significant number of injuries were reported, with many being rushed and treated at hospitals. The sheriff expects that death toll to rise, unfortunately. Now, this was first reported Tuesday near Altadena and Midwick drives around 6 p.m. Some of the communities still under mandatory evacuation orders at this hour include Pasadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Now, I will say, while driving through the area, we've seen downed power lines along North Lake Avenue, downed trees, torched cars, as we showed you, lining the streets, and several road closures. We heard earlier in that news conference there were roughly 20 arrests for looting, and we talked to a few homeowners, 2 homeowners here on Boston Street who were returning here to the neighborhood. Their homes were untouched, fortunately, but they didn't want to show anything from their property or really talk because they were worried about looting. So it continues to be a concern for some of these vulnerable neighborhoods as the Eaton fire continues to burn up above the hills in Altadena. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, and unfortunately that is something that you have to think about after you've lost everything that you know.
What does the neighborhood that you're at specifically right now, how does it look as far as what's standing and what's not?
I mean, there are blocks that have been completely leveled. Justin O'Brien behind the camera, if we can maybe, take you down this way along Boston. This entire stretch, we count at least 6 homes here on Boston Street that are completely gone, and we'll show you one here at the corner next to the tattoo shop and this herbal medicine shop. And it looks like this for blocks and blocks. It's really hard to grasp. It's unbelievable when you're driving through this area, and unfortunately that's the scene that many of these residents are going to be looking at when they're repopulating these areas, which is not the case yet. Again, those mandatory evacuations still in place. But just look at this. It's really, really sad to see this devastation.
Think about homes that were spared, but then people move back into their neighborhoods eventually, right? And then you have, that pharmacy, was their local pharmacy gone, the coffee shop, the bank, whatever it is. Life is just going to look very different for a while.
Oh, yeah, the Aldi Food Mart just up the street. I know Christy Fajardo was reporting in front of it while it was burning, and we can confirm the inside completely gutted by the fire. So, yes, banks, local markets, all kinds of different businesses that these communities rely on.
It also looks like winter. I mean, I know it's winter, but it looks like
everything's so charred.
Yes,
yeah.
It looks like a different place, not
right.
Southern
It's
California.
almost like in fires like this, the aftermath, it turns everything monochromatic.
Yes.
Everything is just kind of black and white right now.
Yeah, and you see that smoke smoldering still. Look at those spots. It's just so eerie, so eerie. Mario, thank you. Thanks to you. And I think you said you're with Justin, right? Thank you, guys.
Yes, no problem. Thanks, guys.
And you can see the smoke in the aftermath of this fire. Still, I mean, it's still in a lot of spots still raging. But that smoke and whatever's in the smoke is something that you have to be concerned about as well. We are going to take a short break. It's almost 1 o'clock, and we will be right back with continuing coverage of the California wildfires.
So Fox 11 LA taking a quick break, but we are going to stay on here, give you a couple of these live images that we keep filtering through as we recap what we know, the latest with these fires in Los Angeles County. Here on your screen, we're taking a look at the Port of LA, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. And then I do want to circle back to that chopper image that Fox 11 was just showcasing on their air. And you can really see just how the smoke has impacted all of these areas across LA County. Smoke still rising up there as crews are working to put out several of these fires that we are continuing to monitor. Tens of thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate. And I want to bring up this 4-box shot, 4 different live looks. Take a look here on your screen. So we have Santa Monica, California, Los Angeles, LAX, and then there on the bottom right corner, you have Mount Wilson, California. Now, very early on, when I first sat on the desk, I had commented that this camera, it seemed to be frozen. And it is actually, because just a little short time ago, we saw those flames approaching Mount Wilson and the Mount Wilson Observatory, really affecting all of the communication lines that are up there. And that's why we no longer have a live picture over there. So that was pretty much like the last picture that we were able to get before that camera went down completely. I want to bring up a post on X from the Mount Wilson Observatory, in which they say, as you may have seen on the news, the Eaton fire is approaching Mount Wilson. There are firefighters on the ground, but the power is out at the observatory, so communication is limited. We are monitoring the situation and will update here as we can. Thank you for your concern. A couple of other posts to filter through. The Angeles National Forest saying this, that effective immediately, the fire danger level has increased to critical at the Angeles National Forest. The temporary closure of the forest announced on January 8th and extending through January 15th at midnight, end of the day, is tied to critical fire danger. Continuing on here, we have a reaction from the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He says Canada is mobilizing to help fight the wildfires in Southern California. Canadian water bombers are already in action. 250 firefighters are ready to deploy. The Canadian forces are standing by to move personnel and equipment to our American neighbors. Canada's here to help. Now, earlier we did showcase some of those planes that were doing water drops along the area, but I am seeing that our partners at Fox 11 are back with their continuing coverage, so let's head out to them live.
Fires that are burning right now across the Southland. The wildfires are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Those strong Santa Ana winds have been fueling the fires. Things are a little bit quieter today, but that was making containment awfully difficult.
Several big fires burning in LA right now, so let's get to that. The Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire above Altadena, the Hurst fire in the Silmar area, and of course you have that Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. Star Harvey joining us this morning, or oh gosh, I'm so robotic in this.
I know, we keep on saying the morning.
This afternoon, Star, you took over for Maria. Good to see you, and it looks like there's a little bit of a lull with these winds, which is good news, so firefighters can take advantage, right?
Yeah, you know, the difference in, what we did see starting on Tuesday morning as to, where we are now, or at the peak of those winds, it is a complete different story, or at least it's feeling like one out there. But again, we are expecting the winds to ramp right on back up, you guys. So we do currently have some of those lighter winds pushing out of the northeast, and this is going to be for some of the area, not all of us. We do still have some breezes and gusts moving along some of the area, but we will again have some of those stronger situations pushing into this afternoon. I have us as early as the 3 o'clock hour, and like our advisories, we're expecting those winds to carry us through portions of tomorrow. We do have the continuation of that red flag warning. It has been extended several times. As of now, the National Weather Service has extended it until tomorrow at 6 p.m. Rightfully so, just like as you can see right out at that picture right there with our fires and all that smoke out there. We do have an air quality alert in place. This one will carry through today.
I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to interrupt you for just a moment because we are getting some breaking news right now. This fire that has spread to the peak of Mount Wilson. We're going to go up to Stu, who's in Skyfox right now. This could interrupt our communication system and the way we broadcast to you. Good morning, Stu.
Hey, good morning, and yes, that is correct. We were showing you that earlier on the last show about how that fire of the Eaton fire made its way all the way up to the top of Mount Wilson. Skyfox, we got a honey-do list. We made our way back out to the Palos Verdes area, but you can still see a lot of that smoke. What the problem is behind that smoke are antennas, huge antennas. They're called repeaters, and that's how we broadcast the show over the air. If you're watching us that's not on cable or not on the internet and still using an off-air type of system, this might actually interrupt that system. So that's the reason why we're talking about this right now. Look at all that smoke. I'm going to talk about that for just a moment. Take a look. This is all the smoke. If you are in, San Gabriel, Pasadena, West LA, downtown Los Angeles, Hollywood, and you're like, wow, all that smoke, that's not actually the Palisades fire. That is all from the Eaton Canyon fire, and it made its way all the way up to the top of Mount Wilson. All that smoke and everything thing that you're seeing right down there, that is the areas that are being covered by that smoke. That's Santa Monica, Santa Monica Airport right there in the shot. Now, Skyfox actually up over the Palisades fire, and we actually had the DCA just moments ago doing some orbits. This is the actual Palisades fire. The most of the smoke from this is making its way out over the ocean and actually going out towards Ventura and Oxnard. So there is a lot of smoke out here. There's still a lot of activity. They did have the DC-8 here. They were going to do some FOS check drops. They are really still trying to work to get this thing locked down before those winds really start picking up again. Right now, there's the DC-8. I'm not sure if he just did the drop or if he's still setting up, but you can see them actually out here. They're bringing in the big guns. They are taking this moment when the winds are a little bit lighter, and they're bringing in the big fixed wings, and they're going to start dropping a lot of that FOS check, that red fire retardant out here to kind of just box in these the flames that are still active up on the hillside. So if the winds do kick up, there's a good chance that it will just basically run to a line and burn itself out. That is what they're hoping for. But right now, though, still a lot of devastation out here, and of course we saw this earlier on, but I know that we were just supposed to talk about the repeater, but there's so much going on out here, and especially from the air, and we got this visuals from all these different angles. I needed to share it with you all. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Stu, I'm checking this, which, by the way, is an amazing app. It's called Watch Duty. It gives you updates on evacuations and whatnot, and it says the crews conducted defensive firing at Mount Wilson, and they report that everything is going good. This is per, radio traffic, and that no infrastructure has been impacted. Is this something that you're seeing as well up there in Skyfox?
Well, when we were on the other side of the smoke and we could actually see the antennas, I was actually wondering what was actually going on up there, because we didn't see any active firefighters or anything moving around and like aircraft. When we went to this side of it, which would be the west side of the smoke plume, we did see a couple of LA County fire helicopters, but they weren't making any effort to go up there. So actually, I did think to myself, I wonder if they're doing backfires just to clear the brush in the area, taking advantage of what was going on. And they know how strong those winds are, but there's been times in the past where a backfire might actually create more of a problem than they intended. But if the fire does get to any of those buildings out there and the power does go out, that's going to create problems for communications for first responders. It'll create communications problems for us. Anybody that's watching Fox on an off-air system, they might lose that signal until we get that repeater back up. So that's one of the big concerns right now, but all that smoke is also a huge concern for a lot of folks out there. I mean, even up in Skyfox, a lot of times we can say, well, we're up in a helicopter, but lately, today, my eyes are watering. This is really tough stuff, and I can just imagine what a lot of folks are dealing with down there on the ground.
Wow, Stu. Okay, thank you for that. So as Stu mentioned, that fire is burning near Mount Wilson, and yes, it could impact the way we broadcast, our ability to even be able to share this information with you. The communication towers are how we transmit our newscasts to you as well. And he did mention first responders and emergency personnel rely on the signal as well. So if our over-the-air broadcast happens to go down, we will continue our coverage on our Fox local app and on our YouTube page, which we just had up there, and hopefully we can get that banner up and you can check that out there in case things go wrong.
Just underscores the unusual times that we're living in right now. And yes, so that being said, this is important to know that Fox 11 Los Angeles, we have the Fox local app that's available through Amazon, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku, and Google Android TV.
And then there it is, youtube.com/FoxLA, in case we lose you here. So the Palisades fire, of course, the largest fire in our region right now, with more than 17,000 acres burned.
Yeah, so Tom Bakar from our sister station KTVU is actually live now in Malibu. Tom, good afternoon. What can you tell us?
I want you to take a look, because this is the grim side of what we're talking about. The grim side of this is the coroner's wagon. They just a few minutes ago loaded the remains of a human being who was in this burned out building, home. What happened was that a relative of the person who is now deceased had called in, was not able to contact the loved one, and asked the sheriff's office to go out and do a welfare check. When they came out, they saw, of course, the destroyed building, but they also thought what they saw was also human remains. That falls under the jurisdiction of the homicide folks, and as a result, it doesn't mean it's necessarily a crime. It is just their jurisdiction, and they called in crime scene lab investigators to take a look. they determined that the coroner should be called in, and indeed the coroner was called in, and the coroner did find human remains, certainly appear to be that, and put them in the coroner's wagon to be taken for medical examination. Now, there are two other such of these incidents, as you probably know, in Altadena, so the coroner's office has been busy. But having said that, when you think about this, and I've covered these things for decades, only 5 deaths in a fire of this side is a testament to LA County preparation, a real testament to the people who actually followed evacuation orders and the actual response that went on, which may be criticized for some things, but it worked. And when you think about this, the Paradise Fire, a small town in Northern California, the worst fire, had 85 deaths. And I don't think it was any worse than some of the stuff we've seen around here. And it's not even in the top 20 here. 6 deaths are the ones that are start the top 20 most deadly fires. And LA County in this fire so far has had only 5. So it's a testament to preparation and what people actually did by paying attention to all of that. Now, this scene will be cleared, you know, obviously now, without the human remains. It's no longer a scene of anything other than a place that's going to have to be cleaned up. But some family is going to get the terrible news that their loved one has indeed perished and that that person is now on their way to the medical examiner's office. I'm sure they probably have already been informed. Reporting live from Malibu, Tom Bakar for KTTV, Fox 11 News.
That is just so tragic. Tom, I wanted to ask you this because it is obviously still so early since these fires erupted, and the rubble is for miles and miles. Do you know if fire officials have had a chance to go through home by home? I know that the call came in through a welfare check with that particular home, but what about the others? And there are so many homes that have burned to the ground. You wonder if there could be more, sadly. You hope that number holds, though. You really do.
Well, I hope it holds, but the reality is that every home has not been looked at. Now, a lot of people are probably still being sought to find out where they are and all of that, and many, many people who are missing end up being, showing up or calling in or doing whatever it is that they have to do, or they contact loved ones, and that list gets very small very, very quickly. But do I think in a vast fire the size of this and the other ones in the LA basin that there are other victims? They certainly do, because two things are at work here. Some people don't have loved ones that would call in or might not think to call in for a welfare check or something like that, or maybe couldn't get through and didn't think much of it. And the other thing is just the sheer volume of what you're talking about. And it's not like, the bodies are laying out in easy to find form. In some cases, they've been incinerated. In some cases, there could be feet of ashes on top of them. So no, I think that there's very high likelihood that this number is going to go up. But at this point in time, it's way too early in that process. But when they do hear that there is a possibility that they go out and they check that immediately, because other than saving lives, recovering bodies is a very high priority after any kind of disaster like this, because you cannot possibly let people back in if there's a single chance that one of these properties might have something like that going on. So that is the situation based on my experience, which goes back quite a few years.
That's right. Tom Bakar with our sister station, KTVU, reporting there from the Palisades fire in Malibu. Tom, thank you so much for your reporting.
Okay, thanks.
Here's a look right now. The map of the Palisades fire started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermoso drives. I haven't said that since it began, right? And it's been a while when we were talking about how this fire began, and those red flag warnings still in effect despite the fact that we've had days of this. The winds in a bit of a lull depending on where you are, but again, as all of our meteorologists have mentioned throughout the morning, those winds are going to pick up.
That's right. And I believe the red flag warnings are going to be remaining in effect, until tomorrow?
Yes.
Right, tomorrow evening. So we're also hearing from our colleagues who live in Topanga that the website that you see, hopefully we can put it up there on your screen. This is for residents in Topanga. Well, if it's not there, let me just tell you, it's the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, and that website is tcep.org/emergency status. And there's just a lot of resources that are available to you if you want some more information. I mean, there's 3 apps that I can think of off the top of my head, and that would be the Genesis Protect app, and that's GENASYS SYS Protect. You also have the Watch Duty app, which can give you notifications on different fires that might be popping up or evacuation zones. And then, of course, our Fox mobile app.
Fox app is a great one. If you haven't downloaded it yet, do so, please. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will check in on the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena. Again, more than 10,000 acres burned.
As our partners at Fox 11 and take a commercial break, we will do the same here at Live Now from Fox. Just quickly, this live image that they continue to show over Altadena, California, and you can see down there really the devastation that's been seen because of these fires. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and thank you for being with us throughout this Thursday. I'm your host, Carvalho, and we are continuing to discuss the wildfires burning in Los Angeles County. Let's head out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles for their coverage.
Yeah, and you know, sadly, this is these are the difficult moments. People are now returning to the community of Altadena here, and sometimes arriving to see their home still intact, but many, many times now, this is what they're finding. These are homes that are, well, homes in general are irreplaceable. This is an 100-year-old home. Many of the homes here are historic homes. And the woman I spoke with earlier, Cindy Ott, this home is fully insured, but she'll never be able to replace it. Essentially nothing left standing here. She came back, she started sifting through the rubble. What you're looking at right here, it's the tile roof. It just completely collapsed in. She was able to find maybe a dozen small antiques that she had collected over the years. But other than that, everything is absolutely gone. These are the antique tiles that show you just how historic this home is. This type of work you just can't replace. She's picking up the pieces now. She's staying with her sister. Thankful that she got out in time. I mean, this fire was incredibly fast moving. I want to give you a sense of just, I mean, beyond this, how powerful it was. You can see their truck in the distance there. That is the melted aluminum that went trickling down the driveway, just completely melted. But This also shows you sort of the randomness of this fire. We've talked about this on and on. The home right next door, completely standing. The neighbor showed up just a few minutes ago, just sort of in awe of the juxtaposition of this home completely destroyed and the one next door essentially left completely intact. Cindy, literally at a loss for words. Take a listen. I spoke with her just a short while ago.
At this point, I don't even know what to tell you. We're just still, doesn't even feel real yet. And we're just trying to get through this. I haven't started, you know, really figuring out what I'm going to do at this point. So right now this is my daughter, and we're just kind of going through and seeing what little things we can find just to, you know, for the memories of the house.
Yeah, those memories, really all she has left right now. Many people, if you go up and down this block, just sifting through what's left of their home. And then beyond it, they look at their community, which has been really leveled. Businesses gone, churches, synagogues, 5 schools badly damaged, the water system not usable right now. I mean, the work here to bring this community back, it's going to take time. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Zach Sauce from our sister station KTVU there for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on with our local teams and their game schedules. This is
a lot of
something
postponements,
cancellations. A lot of people wondering, right?
Yep.
Those details next.
So there we just heard a live report. Partners at KTVU, that's Fox 2 in San Francisco, also lending a hand to our team at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as the coverage continues on all of these wildfires and really the devastating impact that we have seen after the fact, some of which is showcased on your screen right now with these striking live images that we are getting from a Skyfox, the chopper up there looking overhead. Just take a look at that, an entire neighborhood, all of those homes gone, and all of those families with nowhere left to go, many of them losing all of their belongings. Now, in keeping with this, I know that a lot of folks watching our programming right now may not be in California, but you do want to offer a helping hand. So I would look to put this up on your screen here. It's a QR code. You can scan it to help make a donation to help anyone that has been affected by these wildfires there in California. So again, just take out your phone, scan this QR code. It will bring you to a page where you can make those donations. So the Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. This partnership does allow the Red Cross to respond immediately to disasters, providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and recovery resources. You can also head to go.fox/Red Cross to make a donation or just scan that QR code. As I have been mentioning, your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and help people recover from this disaster. We're stepping away for another commercial break, the second one of this hour, but we continue with more of this coverage when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to assess the damage from these wildfires that have really been raging all across Los Angeles County. So I'll take you back out to this live picture that we have, courtesy of Sky Fox. This is over Altadena, California, as we continue to bring you more of these images of these communities that have been completely ravaged by these fires. So many homeowners not able to return back home, and if they do, they just see that everything is gone, essentially. I also want to showcase the latest post on X from California Governor Gavin Newsom. Taking a look here, he says this: "The selfless acts we're seeing as we fight the fires in LA are extraordinary. Good Samaritans jumping to aid neighbors, humanitarians like Chef Jose Andres, providing meals to responders, bipartisan support from leaders across the U.S. California thanks you for your generosity." Speaking of all of this support that California is getting, we do also have this, a tweet from a post from the Navajo Nation president saying, "Prayers to our brave Navajo scouts who are on their way to California to fight the wildfires." It is a lengthy post on X, but you can see here a photo accompanying this post with all of those scouts. And then I wanted to bring this back as well, the Mount Wilson Observatory, their latest update as of 11:42 local time there Pacific, so a couple of hours ago, saying that, as you may have seen on the news, the Eaton fire is approaching Mount Wilson. There are firefighters on the grounds, but the power is out at the observatory, so communication is limited. We are monitoring the situation and will update here as we can. Thank you for your concern. And we did hear Stu Mundell with the chopper up there as he was showcasing those live images of Mount Wilson, saying that, you know, the communication may be lost. There's a lot of power lines up at this mountain, and so broadcasting systems may also go down. But remember that you can stream us here at Live Now from Fox. We will have all of these updates throughout the day and evening. Let's head back out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, continuing their coverage.
Across the Southland right now. I suppose that fire officials were really hoping that we would turn a corner today, that the dying down, so to speak, of the Santa Ana winds would help them in their fire efforts. But let's bring in Star Harvey for an update on the wind conditions out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. You know, I'm so happy to see that our winds, you know, are giving us this lull in their pattern. And so it's been going on since this morning. Currently checking our models, and we do still have our winds on the lighter side, pushing out of the northeast. And this is going to be for some. I am clocking our winds to pick up moving into the later half of our afternoon. And we're likely to see that stretch into portions of tomorrow. And with that, our red flag warning has also been extended, and it is expected to go until about 6 p.m. tomorrow. I myself would not be surprised if that does get extended. It's already been extended several times since this event began on Tuesday. Here's a check out at our air quality alert. It's going to be all of our gray highlighted region here. And again, if you have not been outdoors, it is best to not be out there. And if you have to, just make sure you do have that mask. Our air quality alert is in place until midnight. Checking in on our air quality index, our AQI, or air quality index number for the Los Angeles area. We do have some of our sensors clocking us in at about 187. And so again, that puts us right back in that unhealthy level there. And so we do have a lot of these little sensors placed all over, you know, the area. And so most of us still clocking in some very nasty air out there. It's going to be anywhere, I'd say, from that unhealthy to that unhealthy for sensitive groups. So again, we are just urging you to be indoors if you can. If you look up, I'm sure you see it surrounding you. It's going to be the smoke. The smoke is continuing to circle through our region. In fact, I'm forecasting it not just to impact us here across portions of the Los Angeles basin, but getting into as early as tomorrow, seeing that plume of smoke start to push over into the San Luis Obispo area. And again, we are likely to see that impacting us through portions of the weekend as well. As far as our humidity, we're still on the drier side. We do look a little better than yesterday, depending on where you are. We do still see those numbers coming in the teens, where yesterday, a lot of these numbers numbers were in the single digits, and getting us through the rest of this evening, rolling us over into tomorrow morning, we do see a little improvement once again, but nothing significant, I'd say. We are still seeing some desert-like dryness continue across the area, and then it's until we get to tomorrow evening that we start to see that coastline really changing it in contour there. So we see those greens and those darker browns just letting us know that things are trying their best to improve across the area. Here's a check out at our winds. These are our sustained winds. Los Angeles, we're clocking it at about 7 miles per hour. Still, things are looking a little heavier around portions of our high deserts as well as our low deserts and out towards the Oxnard area. But again, still a lot calmer than what we did have across portions of the area this time yesterday. Our wind gusts still subject to, I'd say, points east of Los Angeles, but also across portions of Camarillo. Our future winds, again, picking up into this afternoon, and this is as early as, I'd say, the 3 p.m. hour that I do have those winds, and they're going to carry not just through the rest of today, but into portions of tomorrow as well. I'll have more details on your forecast coming up, but for now, back to you guys.
Yeah, still nothing close to what we saw even a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Star. So meantime, hundreds of Eaton fire victims are sheltering at the Pasadena Convention Center. We have Coco McAvoy there with a closer look. And Coco, you've been talking to people out there with just awful stories of uncertainty and loss. Coco.
Good morning. Yes, a lot of uncertainty and loss for the Eaton County fire victims, the Eaton fire victims, I should say. And we've been hearing from a lot of the people who lost their homes and lost everything. And now a lot of people are staying here at the Pasadena Convention Center. About 1,200 people stayed here last night for shelter. I'm now here with Lisa Derderian, who is the Public Information Officer for Pasadena. If you can just tell us how operations are working here at the Pasadena Convention Center.
Sure. With over 1,200 overnight and probably a couple hundred during the day that are just coming for support. It's mass care and operations. It's food. It's mental health needs. We hope to get a local assistance center set up shortly. People have lost vital documents to help them retrieve those. Whatever we can do to support them, we're here.
And this has been set up since Tuesday night when the fire started. But you were telling me that you're getting an influx of donations, and that kind of needs to be handled now.
Right. Although we greatly appreciate the community support, we have people dropping off like old couches, used clothes. We appreciate everything, but we have to wait until we have a process in place. So we are good now with food and water, and even for the special dietary needs, we have food trucks donating, but they are already permitted through our health department. So we just have to be cognizant of, we appreciate the support, but please wait till we have a process in place with a nonprofit or a foundation to assist.
And of course, you know, we keep getting calls. There's a ton of people who want to help. Are there any ways that they can help?
Yeah, we will put out more information. We're establishing relationships. We have so many great nonprofits, and we hope to refer those that want to volunteer to them. We have spontaneous volunteers showing up at the convention center, so we are trying to organize that. But we do ask till the public waits till we have a more organized process in place, because this will be sustained long term. We will need help for many days, weeks, months.
And Lisa, as I was telling you, we keep getting people asking us too, like, are FEMA officials coming? But like we were talking about, this is going to be a very long process, right?
Correct. The cavalry's coming. We know that. We're still in a firefighting mode, a 0% containment on this fire and the others. So it's going to be a massive recovery operation. We will have the resources here to help from local, state, county. Our elected officials have been amazing. They're supporting us. And in the coming days, we will have a lot more government resources, nonprofits, and other entities coming in to support.
And just, you know, on a personal level for you, your thoughts seeing all the devastation from the Eaton fire, too.
You know, I'm looking at so many that were evacuated at the shelter. I'm watching them give hugs to each other. They've never met. They're giving hugs to each other. Hopefully they'll be long-term friends just from the experience they went through. So although it's been traumatic for so many, just the support they have here to help one another, it's really heartening.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate you speaking with us.
Appreciate you.
Yes. And as she was saying, because I know I've been getting a lot of messages from people asking how they can help, asking if they could give donations to this Pasadena Convention Center. But like she said, there's really no plan in place right now to take all these huge donations like couches and clothes. So right now they are asking people to just kind of wait it out until they have a plan in place where they can take some of these larger donations. I'll send it back to you.
Generosity of spirit that remains out there. Thank you, Coco.
Love to see people chipping in and trying to help others out right now. Coco, thank you. So there was a news conference this morning, and after that news conference, LA Mayor Karen Bass faced some tough questions from reporters. This is what she said when Bob DeCastro asked her on her thoughts on the city's lack of preparation and rapid response.
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
And I think those questions will come into sharp focus in the days and the months ahead, for sure.
These are the questions that the community is asking.
Yes.
So
yes,
absolutely, we'll stay on top of that.
And so what is the estimated value you're thinking of all this wildfire damage? Well, according to AccuWeather forecasting company, we are looking at $57 billion across the Southland. That's just an astronomical number. That, in fact, is more than 3 times the damage of the Hawaii fires in 2023, the fire there in Lahaina. But it's still less than the record-breaking 2020 wildfire season on the West Coast. The film and TV industry are taking a major hit, with production halts and postponed events adding to that financial toll. The state's already fragile insurance market faces new pressures as well. Some say this is the tipping point of these insurance companies when it comes to their coverage in Southern California. These fires are pushing the state into another financial crisis. The full cost of recovery is still unclear as firefighters continue to battle and contain the flames. That is the top priority right now. Well, so many people are stepping up, as we've been talking about all day long, to help their fellow Angelenos. That's the silver lining in all this, right? But of course, there are those who are taking advantage of the situation and preying on fire victims by looting. Last night, Haley Winslow witnessed it firsthand in Altadena.
It has turned into the wild, wild west here, you guys. It is just complete insanity on all corners. We've been kind of traveling around here the last few hours. We're currently on Altadena and Lake Drive. We just caught looters. So many looters here. There were looters down the street held at gunpoint. Police are kind of doing the best they can, like these firefighters, the first responders here. They're seeing looters walking down the street with large TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town has left.
It is. It's despicable, right? You're talking about people who are taking advantage of a vulnerable population like this. And so far, there have been 20 arrests for looting. 20. That's according to Sheriff Robert Luna, the new Los Angeles County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. He was at a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning. He spoke a few hours ago and let the looters know that he plans to bring the full force of the law at them.
Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience, and it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send...
It's pretty unbelievable when you hear there are people taking people's television sets. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's nothing unlike when you see someone walking down the street and you decide to hold them at gunpoint, or you just decide to ambush somebody on the street. It's like you're taking advantage of somebody who is just minding their own. But especially that this is a new level of low.
It does seem that our feed with Fox 11 in Los Angeles has frozen, so we will check in on that and bring you more of that continuing coverage. In the meantime, live on your screen, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam, a live now look over there in Los Angeles, California. We will continue with more of this continuing coverage regarding the wildfires, the devastation left behind when we come back. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to follow the coverage provided by our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles regarding the deadly wildfires across LA County. Let's watch. So I do believe they headed to a commercial break. So we'll check in with them in just a moment. In the meantime, I want to bring you this update on the next update that we're going to be getting from fire officials coming up a little later on this evening. Here is the latest post on X from the LA County Fire Department. It says Eaton Fire Press Conference Thursday, January 9th, 2025 at 3 p.m. at the Rose Bowl. So that is 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, we will be sure to carry it in full as it gets underway. In this press conference, we can expect to hear from the Los Angeles County Supervisor, as well as the County Fire Chief, the Sheriff, and other fire and law officials. They will provide the latest information on the Eaton fire, which is attributed to those 5 deaths that we have seen because of these fires. And we know that more investigations are underway, trying to see if that death toll continues to climb. Here, once again, the post from California Governor Gavin Newsom saying the selfless acts we're seeing as we fight the fires in LA are extraordinary. Good Samaritans jumping to aid neighbors, humanitarians like Chef Jose Andres providing meals to responders, and bipartisan support from leaders across the U.S. But I am seeing a live picture that we're getting in here. President Joe Biden, I do believe, being briefed on the federal response to the wildfires. Let's take this live.
This Gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. It's going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do to contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks are on the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carry the energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when they did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You've reported on, you've seen the homes that burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives And while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, you know, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody understands it better than the press has been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And they literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around the table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that, sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the Vice President as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And, you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hurst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires have taken place. The Palisades fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that were assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts. And the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped the potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check drives, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check drives. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervision. And so we work with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job and what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction on where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning to you?
Most concerning right now is the wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support for the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorized through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there will be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the new things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
Also, I got...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and those, like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator, getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting, and so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrant. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. So we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right, that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table. There's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh,
Madam Vice President. I'm right here.
The screen.
No worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide surge support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlighted, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channeled.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put into a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at channel out there in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin, and they're in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what I've, and before I turn to General Guillo, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. We also want to make sure, I know that General Guillo is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and I can turn
you guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. NORTHCOM, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they're requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities, and just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
It's all you. Now, fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President.
At the gate. Yeah.
And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back, and everybody
Can continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, we're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, that burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines, you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees, it's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Fires, exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing these, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that I didn't put a number on it, it'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
some places it's necessary.
Some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know look, this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm not getting into detail, but where he lives, I think there are something like 240 or 260 homes that burned to the ground, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. And people are going, when do I get back? Will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii where the fires occurred and we're trying to build back up the community so they could open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter. And you guys do, Dave, I'm not being solicitous, you all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in, winds coming out. You get the one going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think the more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English or whatever language of us understand what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is to let's just bring this down in an area, be honest with people, what's at stake, but be straightforward with them. What can be done and how we're going to get it done. So I thank you all very much. I'm proud of the job you're all doing. And I'm, quite frankly, proud of the job the local officials in California are doing. I've spent a lot of time with the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles and others. You know, they're doing everything that we ask of them and beyond. And so we're stepping up as best we can. Any of my colleagues around the table or on the screen want to add anything before we close this out?
Well, as the Californian at the table, thank you for all of the leadership that everyone here has provided, starting with our president. We are beyond the point of calling it fire season.
Yeah, that's right.
We really, and we're seeing this around the country, that whereas years before we would talk about a particular season of extreme weather, we are seeing that it doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready. The work that our administration has done in particular on the issue of infrastructure, together with the Inflation Reduction Act and the attention we are paying to the climate crisis, is so important because we have got to invest as a country in adaptation and we have to invest in resilience. And that is about homeowners, that is about families, that is about cities and local governments, state governments, and we have to adapt to this changing climate. For example, fire hydrants are pretty much built to deal with an individual house fire, not with a wildfire that is taking on entire residential communities, where these homes are providing the fuel for that fire to grow. We have to put more resources into our fire departments and firefighters, understanding that we are asking a lot of them that traditionally they never had to do. And because of their commitment to their profession, they're attempting to rise to the moment of crisis. But we need to put more resources into those individual professionals and into the departments that sustain that work with the mission. That is such an important mission in times like this. So, Mr. President, I thank you for your leadership, your foresight to understand what over these last 4 years we could do to leapfrog in front of what we know to be a changing climate to meet these types of moments. And God bless all of the people who are on the ground right now in California doing that work.
I thank you for your comments, and I think I totally agree with you, which will not surprise anybody. Look, there's an expression from a famous Irish poet. He said, all's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. All has changed in the weather. Climate change is real, fundamentally altering, not just here, but around the world. Around the world, what's going on. And we've got to adjust to it. We've got to adjust to it. And we can. It's within our power to do it, but we got to acknowledge it to begin with. Just acknowledge that there's a change taking place, that we're not going to be able to legislate away. It's real. There is global warming. It's real. It's having a profound impact, and where it goes from here, I don't know, but I know one thing. We have the capacity to respond to it if we, in fact, exercise our good judgment. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, do you trust that California will get the aid in the next administration? Do you trust that California will get the aid they need in the next administration?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I pray God they will.
Do you have a trust?
Mr. President, do you have a sense of how much this is going to cost in the end?
No, the truth of the matter is no one can tell you that. For example, just clearing the debris. You saw what happened when we were dealing with the hurricanes that occurred from North Carolina to Florida. The cost of the debris cleanup is gigantic, gigantic. The cost of replacing the housing is almost exponential. I mean, we don't know what it is, but we know one thing we have to do. We have to stay with it. We have the capacity to do it, but we don't know that. Anybody give you a number now, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's a big, big, big number.
Mr. President,
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mr. President, can you update us, please, on the Hamas hostages and what you think of the incoming administration's efforts and ultimatum?
I can, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for now. We're making some real progress. I met with negotiators today. I think there's what's going on right now in Lebanon, and we finally have a president. He's a first-rate guy. I spent time on the phone with him today, about 20 minutes to a half an hour, what they have planned. They're also working very hard with the Lebanese military, accountable to the Lebanese people, not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not any other group. And so I think we're seeing some progress. And you know, I know hope springs eternal, but I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to have a prisoner exchange. Hamas is the one getting in the way of that exchange right now, but I think we may be able to get that done. We need to get it done. Thank you all very much.
What else can you do to help Ukraine before you leave your office?
Thank you, folks. Please depart the Roosevelt Room. This pool spray is over. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Press. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Anita. Thanks, Darlene. Thanks, John. Thanks, folks.
All right, as you heard there, we were just listening in as President Biden and VP Harris and other senior White House administration officials did hold that briefing there for the full federal response that is going to be directed there for those wildfires all across Los Angeles area. And I'm showing you this tweet there on the screen to just sort of show you exactly why the vice president was speaking so emotionally. We did get this report that her neighborhood in Los Angeles was put under an evacuation order as well due to those wildfires. Of course, we do know that her and the second gentleman are now praying for the safety of their fellow Californians. And so many of these press conferences will continue to pop out throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. In fact, in just a few minutes, we are expecting to get an update on the Eaton fire. This is set for 3 o'clock local time, Pacific time there in California, going to be held there at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. So as soon as that gets underway, of course, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we do want to get back to our coverage there from our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They've been doing a fantastic job showing us exactly what that response is looking like on the ground.
All right, so we will continue on with their coverage in just a moment. We are going to take this opportunity, though, to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage there. We're going to dip back into Fox 11 LA's coverage of these wildfires. They're currently speaking with Senator Padilla as he talks about touring the damaged zones after the wildfire.
Yeah, just in California. Again, it's tough. We've been through disasters before.
I don't know if we just lost your... Senator, do you have us?
Are we still here?
Yes.
Yes, all right, we're here. Word to folks that have been impacted, don't hesitate to ask for assistance and support. You deserve it. We're here for you. Disasterassistance.gov is a great starting place, or you can go to my website, padilla.senate.gov. A lot of information, a lot of links. We will help your family and our communities rebuild.
Senator Alex Padilla, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you taking time to talk with us. We now want to bring into the conversation Rick Caruso, who is, of course, a well-known business owner, former candidate for mayor of Los Angeles, who is joining us right now by the Palisades, the Villages, which is one of his properties. There's so much destruction around there. Rick, I don't know if can you hear us?
I can hear you fine, pal.
Okay. Talk to us now that you're there on the ground. I know you're meeting with some different fire crews there. What are you seeing up close and personal?
Well, it's like what you see on your show and all the newscasts. It's just widespread devastation. I mean, it's beyond anything you can even imagine. We came out here as a family. We've driven through the neighborhoods, had a very tough stop. Visit my daughter's home that burnt down. Everything is literally destroyed or somehow touched by this fire. And then there's pockets where there's buildings that have survived. And there's homes that have survived. And, I am actually very heartbroken, I know is the word everybody's using, but that's the best word because it's what the real word is. But I was walking with my wife and my family, and at the same time, after being here, I am more hopeful than I've ever been. This is such an incredibly dear, strong, cohesive community, and it's going to come back, and it's going to come back roaring. And we're going to be a part of that. We're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with this community out here and all the communities that have been impacted by this, whether it's in Malibu or Altadena, how we can lean in and help. But this Palisades community has been very good to me and my family, and we're just going to work really hard to help them bring it back.
You know, Rick, on Tuesday night, you made news, of course, when you joined us. This was night number 1 of the fire, and you didn't mince words. You were very blunt about the issue of lack of water in the fire hydrants. Since then, there have been many different takes on that. We've heard that this was an issue. This is not all up to the fire hydrants. They ran out of water in the firefight, and this should have been attacked from the air. We didn't have the capability to do that. The vice president in the briefing we just heard now just said that the fire hydrants are meant for individual house fires, not for wildfires spreading like this. What's your response to all that you've heard?
I think that career politicians have making excuses down to a fine art, and you see it rolling out in trying to explain why there wasn't water. Nobody wants to give an excuse why they lost their home, why they lost their business. The reality is they were not prepared enough. The reality is we all got the warnings of disastrous, catastrophic winds that could kill people that were issued, and thankfully they were. And the preparation just wasn't right. It wasn't enough. And you talk to the firefighters, they were so frustrated because they didn't have the water pressure they needed. They didn't have the water that they needed. They're standing with dry hoses. And this malarkey about fire hydrants are intended for homes and not for wildfires like this. My God, what an excuse to make. And this is a region that has a history of fires. We had a fire in Malibu 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it wasn't breaking news that there may be a fire here. And because of the negligence of our government leaders and our government officials, we have the Santa Monica Mountains. The density of that brush was fuel just waiting to explode. And that's when it did. And then on top of the high winds, you just had everything come together. Could it have been prevented? Probably not. Could it have been mitigated? There's no doubt in my mind. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. So I hope that there's some very tough questions that are asked, and we've got to hold our elected officials accountable, federal, state, and local, and get some answers. And whatever went wrong, let's get fixed. Because when this community gets rebuilt, it's going to still be at the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains. It's still going to be subject to fire risk. And let's make sure we have the infrastructure to make sure that it's protected. We now have an opportunity. All the power lines should be underground. They were all above ground. It's an older community. Let's put all of that infrastructure in place to protect homes and to protect livelihood. That's the kind of leadership I hope to see out of our elected officials, and have a very cogent plan on how these communities are going to get rebuilt. The city is going to expedite permitting. It's going to waive fees. It's going to do everything it can to make sure that people can rebuild their homes and rebuild their businesses.
And last question real quickly. I know you will have more specifics in terms of what you want to see happen in terms of rebuilding next week, but the top line, most important things you think that the city and the region needs to do now.
The city and the region need to do really a couple things at the same time. One, the answer has to be yes to the questions. Somebody wants to rebuild their house and they want to do it quickly. The answer is yes. They have to have a massive mobilization coming in here and cleaning up neighborhoods. You have toxic ash. You have, the fumes going on. They need to start the cleanup as soon as possible so people can start seeing progress. I think what's really important is we give people hope that we are now on the path of rebuilding and reuniting a community. And at the same time, we need to have an independent group of people, of experts, digging into what went wrong to make sure it doesn't happen again.
All right, Rick Caruso, thank you so much for joining us. Glad that your property is okay. We know, though, that your daughter lost her home, and we're grateful for you taking a moment to say hello to us. And I know you're also saying hello to some of the firefighters out there as well. Hopefully, we'll be able to capture some video of that and bring that to you all later on today. Rick, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
They're heroes. They're heroes, as you know.
They are.
God, we have a great attitude. These firefighters risking their lives. So God bless them, and God bless the police that are protecting these communities.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the time.
And obviously doing the best we can in terms of the signals aren't great because of all the infrastructure that's burned in that area.
But we can hear them just fine.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's get you some live pictures of Mount Wilson because this is what we're really focused on now, because this could turn really dire quickly. And what I mean by that is Mount Wilson, there it is. You see that black plume of smoke. All of those towers there, this is how we transmit our signal. There was talk earlier that Mount Wilson, the engineers who power us, that was, they were under evacuation orders because of this, and you can see why. And so we want to let you know that if, in fact, those towers go up, again, this is how 90% of us all broadcast here in the Los Angeles region, that you can still watch us on our app, our Fox Local app. So we encourage you to download that as we're looking at active flames, because you very well could lose our signal.
Yeah, so this is mostly impacting people that get their TV over the air, which means you're not watching on cable, you're not watching on satellite, or you're not watching on a streaming service like YouTube TV. If you're getting that old-fashioned over-the-air free TV, that is where this signal comes from. And so it is possible that that signal could go down. But we still do have the ability to get it out in all those other places, including, Marla just said, the free streaming app. You should be okay if you get your signal in those other ways, which I think is how most people get TV these days, but people get it in all different ways. Also, there's a lot of cell equipment up there. I don't know if this will impact people's ability to make phone calls or how strong their cell signals are, but this is potentially very bad for the infrastructure of our entire LA region. So I think this is a taped picture, if I'm not wrong. This is taped from earlier. We've been flying, literally running 24 hours, so I think our chopper's down getting some fuel. Hopefully we'll get live pictures soon to get a sense of exactly where this is. We usually have live pictures from Mount Wilson, but that camera's not working right now because of what we're seeing right here. But now we have apparently a new brush fire we want to take you to.
Yeah, and quickly, I want to make sure our viewers know that at 3 o'clock, top of the hour, LA County fire officials, they plan to hold a press conference from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena about the Eaton fire and Mount Wilson. So once that happens, we will bring that to you live. This new brush fire, this is in West Hills, by the way. Skyfox up and over the scene, and oh gosh, I hate to see this.
No.
Yes, so this is a massive plume of smoke already, and I did see this cross, that this is about 20 acres near the West Hills area, and this started along the border of LA County and Ventura County, 20 acres with moderate rate of spread, aircraft being diverted from the Palisades fire to this new fire. That's not what we need to hear, especially given the time of day. We know, as our meteorologists, including Star Harvey, who's here with us right now, have been reporting that the winds are going to pick up as we make our way into this evening. And that red flag warning that was supposed to expire yesterday, extended to today, now has been extended until tomorrow.
Yeah, because Star, we had a bit of a reprieve in the last, half day or so, where people started to feel like maybe we're out of the woods. I started to feel that way, but this is kind of evidence that maybe we're not.
Yeah, that's right. We did see a lull in that wind activity, and it began as early as today. And, we were able to get that small little break, and that break just recently starting to, come on the brink of being expired. We are going to see those winds picking up, and, it won't just be for today. We are talking about winds that are expecting to continue over into portions of tomorrow as well. So exactly what you are seeing happen right there across the West Hills area is exactly what we've been forecasting, with that red flag warning being in place. That big red or pink map that we've had out, through this entire event is just indication that wherever those highlights were, that any of that area likely to see any of this happen. And this is exactly what's unfolding there. So at the very top of our headlines, we are coming to the end of that break where we did have those lighter northeast winds and winds picking up into our afternoon, and they're expecting to roll over into portions of tomorrow as well. And so with that, we've had the National Weather Service extend our red flag warning. And, you know, that not just being through today. It does continue through portions of tomorrow. And, you know, it's been extended several times. And I myself wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see that extended once more. And so we are continuing here at least to see that setup where we do have those gusty conditions flowing through our area. And it is expected to leave us with, again, some more of those gusty conditions. I went ahead and took a look at some of our peak wind gusts since this event started, and we are talking hurricane force winds. And while we're not expecting to see those moving into this afternoon, I wanted to just take a look back at where some of those wind gusts were. We were talking going as high as anywhere from 70, stretching close to 95 miles per hour. And again, if we take a look at our winds currently right now, we are on the calmer side. We have some of our winds locally kicking up at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, but moving over into portions of our high deserts as well as our low deserts, we are starting to see things refire back into those areas, upwards of 20 miles per hour or so. Our gusts, and this is where we just get those bursts of winds just shooting out across some of the area, and this is going to be where we have all of these contoured colors at. So through the Los Angeles basin, it does look like we are getting a break here. Still that lull continuing, but up into Palmdale, over into Chino Hills, the Inland Empire, and stretching also over into portions of Camarillo. This is in that West Hills area where we do show all of those contoured colors there, just like this fire that we see burning out there. Those winds really, those gusts starting to continue to pick up here, and they will not let up through our afternoon. I'm going to roll us through the 3 o'clock hour here. This is getting us into tomorrow, where we do still show, I'll step out of the screen here so you can see what's happening there behind me. We have winds that are gusting upwards of 30 miles per hour, and again, slightly down from what we were seeing through portions of earlier today, but still picking back up. And, you know, we've also been forecasting here that we have an additional Santa Ana wind event that is on the brink of arriving here, and we're talking as early as next week. So as early as Monday, we're looking at another chance for one of these setups, and it's not just expected to be here one day. We are talking about multiple days of having these issues with our winds. And there's a look at our red flag warning. We are talking critical fire potential across all of this highlighted region there. So our dry conditions continuing across the area. In addition to that, we have those strong and gusty winds. And here's a look at our winds. We are taking a look at a wind that is in effect throughout portions of today and rolling over into tomorrow as well. All of our highlighted area here, a big portion of the area, breezy, really windy conditions. We are talking wind advisory levels with our northeast winds pushing up to 40 miles per hour and gusts up to 50 miles per hour. And this is advisory level, rolling you right on over into our watches. Those watches are going to be along our coast there, but also into portions of our mountains and into our desert community. And so, again, we do continue with those red flag warning, dry, windy conditions, and it's going to be sticking around here for a while. Temperature-wise, we are seeing temperatures range from the 40s through the 70s here across the downtown Los Angeles area. I can tell you temperatures well above where they should be for this time of the year, and that rolls me right over into our coast. You know, we're expecting to have some sunshine today. A lot of that sunshine is being impacted by our air quality. Air quality just so nasty out there. It is on the poor end and very unhealthy for a lot of us. And what you're going to go ahead and take a look at in that screen over there is just the fumes there. Lots of fire, lots of smoke there moving across our hills there. And, you know, we unfortunately are going to continue to see this through our Thursday, rolling over into portions of our evening and likely overnight and into tomorrow as well. And so that pattern just really setting up over our area. And we're, again, going to see this moving into portions of next week, Monday, as well as pushing into portions of Tuesday. Back to you guys.
All right, Star, thank you so much. Now that it is the top of the hour, it is 3 o'clock. We want to let you know that you are watching continuous.
All right, we've just been listening into Fox LA's coverage there of those wildfires. But as we promised there, we do know that the Eaton wildfire, we're getting an update there from officials. Let's listen in to this.
Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger. Here she is. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this very important update regarding the Eaton fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing, and we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional request through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier, there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence in public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number again is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Marrone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the Sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time. If it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death
And it does appear that we're having some technical difficulties with that feed dropping there. We're going to dip back into our coverage there with Fox LA as they're continuing to talk about the fires.
But let's focus right now on West Hills. Look at all of these homes and how close these flames are to these homes. Just yesterday, leaders were making a briefing, and in the middle of the briefing, that fire broke out in Hollywood. Today, they're making this briefing, and this fire, this new fire, is expanding in West Hills. And Marla, we see, I mean, that is a very densely populated neighborhood.
How quickly this thing has taken off. It was some white smoke, and now it looks more black. It's up to 50 acres. It is officially known as the Kenneth fire. I reported the Kenneth. That is incorrect. It is the Kenneth fire. And this one impacting all all of the surrounding neighborhoods. No official word yet on evacuations, mandatory evacuations, but no doubt those will be coming. Well, I've heard from some people in the area who live in Woodland Hills. They said that they've seen aircraft already out there with some water drops, so that is great news. That aircraft, though, is coming from the Palisades fire, so there's give and take there, because we know that resources need to be at all of these fires, and resources are spread incredibly thin. But Alex, if you look at this picture and those beautiful homes in the foreground, and then down the hill from them, those flames, very, very active flames.
Yeah, I mean, those are some massive homes right there, including that one with the tennis court in the backyard. This is a great community, this community of West Hills, not that far from Woodland Hills as well. Not super far from El Camino High School, where we're looking at here. You know, these homes are designed, you look at it there, Marla, on that picture, there, it looks like there's some pretty good brush clearance there. These are homes that are built up against a hill, knowing that something like this is possible. But you see some of these cars beginning to be on the move, and I would imagine if it's not a mandatory evacuation order yet, there will be one imminently coming for this neighborhood. If you are watching us from this particular neighborhood in West Hills right now, and you see the chopper overhead, this is a good time to probably get your stuff and get out. Yeah, in fact, speaking of evacuations, there are some already in place. So the evacuations near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks. This is all from the Watch Duty app, which is a very helpful resource as well. FYI, the Watch Duty app is extremely helpful. So evacuations reported there again. Can you say that one more time? Yeah, this is near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks. Yeah, yeah. So this is my hometown. That we're talking about right now, where this evacuation stuff is underway, man, that's scary. It's a little emotional for me. That we are now dealing with this fire that just will not stop, or fires that will not stop. And just when we thought that we were sort of starting to be done with this, you see the scope of this. Thankfully, so far, we do not have a report of any homes actually burning, and the wind conditions are not as bad as they were. We do have the air assets potential. We haven't seen them yet from our pictures. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but we haven't seen any fire drops. But this is a challenging terrain right here for firefighters. And Marla, what's also kind of stunning when we look at this is just how quickly this thing really exploded. Yeah, you know what? Star Harvey is our meteorologist with us right now. It would be great to get some wind speeds in this area and talk more about the wind here if we can make that happen, just to give us better ability to analyze this fire.
Just did a switch over. I'll be ready in like 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. Adam Kruger. Sorry about that.
All right, we do appreciate our coverage partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. As you know, we lost that feed a bit earlier, just about 5 minutes ago, of that live press conference. We're heading back into those officials, giving an update there on the Eaton fire right now.
So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Judy Chu for our next speaker.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just took a tour of the destroyed areas led by Mayor Victor Gordo, and I could not believe the destruction of Altadena and Pasadena. Mariposa Junction, which had so many thriving small businesses, gone. Institutions like the Altadena Library and the Altadena Community Church, destroyed and gone. The homes that, so many homes that we saw with so many memories, gone. But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. It provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. he just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go what you are qualified for and get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo, Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the city of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the county of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the city of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the county of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians. We have Red Cross workers, volunteers. We also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information as it relates to a curfew. We certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Harabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris. We truly do greatly appreciate you all being here. I know I've seen you more than I've seen my husband and my dog in the last week. But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnes will be walking around with a microphone, so just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance. But I do want to reiterate that as we talk about the National Guard being deployed and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only going to affect the areas that have been heavily impacted by the fires. It is not a countywide curfew. It will not impact other cities in the county that have not been impacted. What we're looking at as we're drawing up the paperwork, we're looking at the zones that were evacuated, that were mandatory evacuations. That's where our primary focus is, keeping in mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to adjust to those areas and then take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Can the items that President Biden has ordered be undone after January 20th?
That is a very good question, and executive orders can be undone by the next president. But I just hope that President-elect Trump sees that he needs to be a president for all of America, and wildfires don't have a political party. They don't. And if he wants to represent all of America, then he needs to make sure this continues to go through for the next 180 days.
Sheriff Luna, Joe Kwan with Spectrum News 1. This may be a dumb question, but as far as the curfew, is somebody walks in at past 6 p.m. in those evacuated areas? How will that work? Just so, you know, I've seen a lot of people walking just to see if their homes are okay, their neighborhoods are okay, they're frustrated. How is that going to work? They just cannot walk in there, they'll get arrested? What, you know, just lay that out for us.
Yeah, it's not a dumb question at all. It's a very good question. Our deputy sheriffs, police officers will use very good judgment, common sense. They'll approach people. They'll ask them questions. Obviously, one of the first ones is, where do you live? They want to make sure that they belong there. If you don't belong there and can't explain why you're there, or it doesn't make sense, there will be further questions. The last thing we want to do in law enforcement is arrest somebody. We don't want to take enforcement action. We're out here, we're on a life-saving mission with our partners at the fire department, right? But if you have individuals, and we've unfortunately encountered many, not only arrested for looting, some for trespassing, and I believe our deputy sheriffs have prevented a lot of crimes from occurring just from confronting people and asking them the very questions I just gave you examples of. So we will continue to do that, but we'll listen to our community consistently, because if we're doing something that is causing a significant inconvenience to the residents who live there, we will adjust. But remember, the mission is to protect those neighborhoods from anybody who wants to do harm. And unfortunately, we've had some people trying to do that.
Follow up on that, and I just want to follow up. I know that some of our electeds were on a phone call today, a Zoom call with our town council. They are elected for the county unincorporated area of Altadena, elected by the people of Altadena, and this was a request that they made. And mind you, the person that made the request lost her home. But she's doing it for the residents up there. I got a text last night from someone who evacuated, who can't get back up, whose home is intact, but has heard there's looting taking place in his neighborhood. So this is done, and I have to believe that the vast majority of the people are going to support it and are going to work with us. And to the sheriff's point, it's not a perfect science, and if you can prove that you have identification to be in there and are belong there, I'm sure the sheriffs are going to work with you. But at the end of the day, if you don't need to be up there, please stay away. It's still very active as it relates to fire, and we still have firefighters doing their job to make sure that it doesn't spread.
And then right before the next question comes up, I just want to reiterate to our community that if you see somebody suspicious, somebody who you don't believe belongs there, dial 911. We have deputy sheriffs. In the other jurisdictions, they have police officers that are specifically assigned to what we call looter suppression. But I'm going to tell you something. We have a lot of undercover deputies out there as well. If you call on one of them, I encourage that too, because some of these guys and girls don't look like police officers.
I'm telling you that because I'm warning people out there that are going to try and prey on our community. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, you're going to get arrested. And from my conversation with the district attorney this morning, I've had 2 conversations with him. He's going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. It is not worth it. Don't try it here.
Yes, Sheriff Luna, J.R. Hall, NBC4. Will the deployment of the National Guard, will they be armed?
Yes, sir. They are soldiers, and they will be armed. I won't get specifically with what from a safety perspective for them, but I don't want anybody in the community to be intimidated by that. Please remember, there are members of the California National Guard that are your neighbors. They're your family members and friends. As a matter of fact, a lot of our deputy sheriffs, police officers, and firefighters are California National Guard. They are our people. Trust them. They're here. They're serving us, and they're going to help us out a lot.
And I just wanted, before we go on, Chief Gene Harris, City of Pasadena, while we're talking Altadena, we've got Lower Hastings Ranch. Hastings Ranch has been impacted. I know you may want to touch on the looting issue.
Gene Harris, Geneharris. As you've heard mentioned up here, and I won't beat the dead horse, looting is a very significant issue for us in law enforcement. In Pasadena, we have moved from the rescue and evacuation efforts, now transitioning to the community care and sanctity mission. And we will approach that with a stern approach to anybody wishing to violate the law, as you heard from the sheriff. The days of special orders that allow people to get away and obfuscate themselves from responsibilities of preying on our community are over here. And we're going to take that mission to new heights in making sure that we prosecute to the full extent of the law anyone who comes in the city to take advantage of these folks who have been removed from their home, evacuated from their home, inconvenienced, and certainly having to deal with loss, as you heard stated by the sheriff. So just understand that in the city of Pasadena, we will be very impactful on the way that we interact with folks who are coming in and out of any curfew zone, any area that's precluded from entry by the National Guard and other agencies that will be represented. And we will certainly make sure we are impacting this community and the protection of those folks who need it. So if the intent is to come into the city of Pasadena or any of the areas.
All right, we've just been listening in from all of those LA County officials there providing an update on that deadly Eaton fire. They did confirm during that time that there are at least 5 deaths between the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, saying that they're still working on the cause of deaths, and that is to be determined once homicide detectives are able to get in there and investigate. All right, we do want to take this time to head back into our coverage partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Let's listen in.
Tonight. Now, another thing to note here is the winds remain out of the north. So as we, and I don't know if we can punch me up in front of, okay, so I can't stand in front of it. If I can stand in front of our Skyfox shot here, I'd be happy to do that. But what we can see when we're looking at this, so the vantage point, when you see the smoke, it's pretty much going from north to south as the winds are blowing from north to south right now. And it looks to me like this fire is essentially on the western edge of this neighborhood here. And so, I mean, if there's it's hard to even say the word good news, but if there's any good news here, it's the fact that the winds, and when we back this out, this is going to help me out to explain what's happening here. But the winds are not driving this fire through the heart of the West Hills neighborhood we're looking at right here. It's kind of riding the western edge, or if anything, blowing it out into west of this neighborhood, which is a little bit more of a kind of like not as populated area. I was just looking at it on a map right now. It looks like we've got a zoomed in spot right here. When it backs out, I can explain that a little bit better though. But
trucks moving in,
yeah,
which is a good sign there to try to protect. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think now we've switched over to the CAL FIRE map, and this is going to give us an idea of the fire location. Notice how it's marked right there, Kenneth Fire, and then kind of on the western edge of the neighborhood. If we go left a little bit, that's part of the a little bit of the confusion. I think there was like a mislabeling perhaps when this all started. You see the Kenneth label right there, so this is the area we're talking about, and then you'll notice that we got again kind of the western edge of this neighborhood, all areas in white. These are all structures and homes, and so you know, the fire is in this general area here. Keep in mind the winds are basically going like this like top to bottom on your screen right now. So that kind of keeps it confined to the western portion of this neighborhood. And then this is what I was talking about, more of a wilderness area out here to the west where there are obviously fewer homes. You can see a pretty sharp cutoff. I believe that's the county line right there, actually. Pretty sharp cutoff to where there's no structures out in this direction. So that's when we saw the Skyfox shot. I think a lot of the smoke from the fire was kind of just riding the western edge of this neighborhood, and the flames, for the most part, going this direction and hopefully even out this way a little bit. Again, the winds are, looking at that weather station we have around West Hills, winds are fluctuating from straight north to south at times, or slightly north-northeast to south-southwest, and even at times, however, north-northwest to south-southeast. So generally top to bottom, north to south here, with slight fluctuations in either direction. But again, this is, it's fresh. It just blew up not long ago. We're continuing to try to get more data on exactly what's going on here. But this is kind of giving us an idea of what you were seeing from Skyfox. Again, it's this western portion of the West Hills neighborhood. Obviously, you go farther south, farther down here, like you were talking about. Calabasas is down in that direction. And so another fire to watch closely here. Before I head back to you guys, I'll just say again, though, the wind speeds, not extreme here for sure. The gusts are around 20 or so in this area, and will start to probably increase. And same can be said for a lot of the valley areas, the mountain areas north of LA. I think those winds will pick up in speed a little bit later on tonight, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, starting to see that increase, maybe more so to around 30-mile-per-hour gusts, which is around where they should stay through the night into tomorrow morning.
All right, Adam Kruger, thank you so much. So we see that fire now approaching the homes. This is in West Hills, hopefully there's enough brush clearance there and we don't start to see what we've seen in other communities. My colleague Bill Malusian just reminded me that what they're doing for water around here, they have, the LA County Firehawks have these pre-positioned pods of water that they've set up in the area. I remember our colleague Phil Schuman did a story on this a few years ago, which is kind of wild, where they're able to just fly in, basically have these tanks ready to go, and it gets them water close because they know that an area like this, and look at that drop there, woo, that was beautiful. Look how effective that is. So that's the difference, right? They didn't have that a couple days ago in Pacific Palisades. Hopefully that stops the fire in its tracks right there and protects that home.
Yeah, it's quickly moving up the hillside, and that's what it does. In the cul-de-sac of this beautiful neighborhood down below, there is that fire engine that we saw. So there are now official boots on the ground. We saw at least 2 different aircraft up. We've seen a couple of water drops in a short amount of time, so let's hope that they keep those going. But on this flank of the hill, you can see those flames, going closer to the homes there on the other side. So that was a beautiful, beautiful water drop. Yeah. The remnants of it. We'd love to see that white smoke. Let's keep that coming. The mandatory evacuation orders are in place. Let me just pull those up. We can't repeat all of that enough. So, mandatory evacuation order issued for Van Owen south of Burbank Boulevard and County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle. That was the latest from LAFD, who is on it. And again, they are pulling some resources from the Palisades fire to help fight this fire in the West Hills area burning toward Calabasas.
Adam, as we look at this picture and we're just looking at the winds, it seems like, at least from this particular picture in this particular neighborhood, the winds are blowing away from the homes.
Yeah, so, and I'll say something, because I found the couple of homes on the map that they just did a water drop on. I mean, it's, their yards are quite distinguishable from satellite view, right? So this is actually now, let's see. This is we talked about Hidden Hills and the fire kind of riding the western edge of Hidden Hills going southward. And now those flames are reaching the next neighborhood down to the south and kind of southwest of there. I'll tell you, I mean, the street that we saw that nice water drop on was right behind the homes on Colette Way, Colette Way. And so those are some homes that are out now on the northern edge of the next neighborhood down. And if we can at some point get back to the 3D map from CAL FIRE, I can show it pretty nicely. They do have the, CAL FIRE does now have the fire perimeter or footprint marked on their map right now. And so you'll see that as these flames are now pushing kind of along that western edge of Hidden Hills and West Hills down to the next neighborhood over, and next neighborhood down to the south. And so, sorry, Alex, your original question, it escaped me.
My question was that Colette Way, we're all doing a lot of things at the same time. The winds seem to be moving away from that neighborhood. So instead of driving it right into that backyard, they seem to be lucky right now that the winds are going the other direction.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just the nature of where this fire began, just on that west edge of kind of like Hidden Hills or West Hills, and the fire is being pushed along, like almost parallel to the neighborhood through this less populated area, but then also pushing it towards the next neighborhood down, which is a little bit more in the path. That right there, this is Colette Way.
Getting in the back, and okay, so now we're in the backyard, it looks like. That's the first time we've seen that.
Look how close those flames are to the pool.
Yeah, and then we got the risk now of
I'm sorry, the tennis court.
Of embers.
Yeah, of
right.
Course,
so any of these embers could fly. A whole lot of wind right there. It makes it to the roof or something like that, and then it's off and running. Right. So you're saying that it looks like the winds are pushing it away from this neighborhood, but you're worried about Hidden Hills. Do you think that's where the winds are taking this?
Yeah. So this is, I'm looking at a map right now. This is this neighborhood where these drops are happening now. This is just to the west of Hidden Hills, and I don't see, at least on the map, like a label of what this neighborhood is. Like I said, that street is Colette Way that we're looking at right now. It's again just west of Hidden Hills, and it's just north of the 101, just east of an area labeled as Malibu Canyon or Elysia Canyon, I believe.
Yeah, this is the West Hills. It's the other side of the 101 freeway, farther away from the ocean. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at here. Hidden Hills is a community in Calabasas that is one of the most affluent neighborhoods in all of Southern California. There's a whole lot of celebrities that live there for years. The Kardashians lived there, and it kind of became famous because of that. That is a really, really nice place to live, but they have dealt with fires before. This entire neighborhood and this area was right in the brunt of the Woolsey fire back in 2018, and the danger. I grew up in this neighborhood, and for 20 years the fear was always if the fire jumps the 101 freeway, it could be off all the way to Malibu, and that's what happened in the Woolsey fire in 2018, and it burned all the way to the beach. We're not anywhere close to that right now, but this neighborhood, if you've lived there for a while, you know a thing or two about dealing with fires. It's part of the danger of living that close to the hills.
Well, there are reports that the flames are at this point less than 1 hour away from impacting the 101 in Ventura County.
Right.
That's how quickly this thing could get out of control. The diversion from the Palisades fire to this fire in West Hills is underway. Those aircraft, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we were supposed to have a press conference at 4 o'clock from Mayor Bass and other LA city officials talking about some of the other fires around the city. They've just moved that back to 5 o'clock, in part so some of those officials can deal with this immediate threat, in part so that they get some more information about what's exactly happening here in West Hills. So we were advertising earlier that there would be a press conference at 4. That's now moved to 5. And I imagine for them, there's only so many things you can think about at the same time, because the fire in Pacific Palisades is not out. The fire in Altadena is not out either. I mean, they still got to continue to fight those fires and protect property in those areas. But the most immediate threat right now is this one. And as we've seen in firefights in the past, that beginning beginning stage to really get water on that, knock it out.
Let's see.
And look at this. These are always amazing to watch. And a shout out to our pilots from Skyfox who do such amazing aerial photography to show all of this happening as well. Don't know, maybe it already did a drop, or maybe here comes the drop. It's getting pretty low right here. Oh, okay.
Well, our signal.
They're doing the best that they can, and I think we may have multiple choppers up right now to, one of the great things, most of the local news stations are, somewhat competitive on a day-to-day basis, but on emergency situations like this, we all pool our resources knowing that this is important, that we have eyes above this, so we share helicopters to make sure if somebody helicopter has to go down to refuel, everybody is able to see these life or death images. For a lot of people that live in this neighborhood, it's important that they see this, that they know how serious this is, and that they get out on time. So watch this as we watch the helicopter here, hopefully able to do its thing.
There
we go.
There it is.
Nicely done.
So while this firefight is underway, we have Christy Fajardo. She's at the Palisades fire, and she's with some women who are pretty frantic right now. Let's check in with her for the latest there. Christy, can you hear me? What's going on? Okay.
I've been calling, and now I'm just as a call and not being responsive.
Christy, can you hear me?
Yeah, so we're actually at PCH and Tomato Canyon, and this is where people are gathering who want to go check on their homes, get medication, and also check on pets. And the LAPD is escorting them up one by one. And Susan and Madeline here have been waiting here for about an hour, but you have been waiting a few days to find out what happened to your home.
Oh, we've been waiting since since late Tuesday morning when we heard and we were evacuated. And we've just been watching the news 24 hours a day to find out if we could get any information on our street. We just were told that our street was down, and we didn't see pictures of it, so I'm hoping to get some pictures for my husband. And there's still that area between denial and maybe something survived and total devastation, sadness, and loss. And then there's resilience. You got to keep going, so.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry that you're going through this. And you said that you're here with knots in your stomach. You don't know what to expect. Your house is up there, your yoga studio?
My yoga studio in my house, and my husband's garden. That was his love of his life, was his garden. So that's gone, we know.
And how long has that been your home?
It's been my home for 42 years, my husband's home for about 48 years.
And you were telling me that when you left, there was just long lines of people trying to evacuate.
Well, we were told by the police to evacuate. We got in our cars. We got on Sunset Boulevard, and it was just one big parking lot. And then we saw people getting out of their cars because they were panicking, and then they left their cars. So it was very hard to get around. My husband luckily knew about Country Club Road, which was a turnoff, and if you knew how to get there, you could get to PCH, which we did with a few other cars that knew it.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, and I am very sorry that you're going through all of this, and I really hope that when you get up there, you find your home still there. And Madeline,
I think we'll find our home still there, from what I've heard. But if we even find a small anything, a piece of silverware, I don't know. I just feel like I want to touch base with our home base, our home, our memories. Just it's unbelievable to try and adjust to the fact that you had a home one day and nothing is there. I mean, I'm hoping something is there. Maybe the chimney, I don't know.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty and so much heartbreak, and I thank you for sharing your story. And Madeline, are you two neighbors?
It's my godmother, and I live like 2 doors down in a studio, and I was at work, so I had no chance to get back here to get anything. So all my passports, computer, everything I own in the world, what I'm wearing and holding is what I have, basically. That's it. So everything's gone. So I'm hoping I had some stuff in a metal box, some medication. There might be a passport in there. So I'm hoping that survived. That's what I'm going up to look for, basically.
And when you look around and you see so many people sort of waiting on the same thing, everyone's anxiously, like you said, a mixture of hope and anxiety and
fear.
Fear, yeah.
Fear is the big one, yeah.
And shock. You're still like, you know, I feel myself kind of, like we're talking and I feel myself drifting off because I'm kind of, my brain's in shock, basically. So it's
But I
sad,
do have
yeah.
to say one thing that we found is the deep compassion.
Oh, yes.
The deep compassion and kindness and people trying to help you, people giving us clothes. We went to Trader Joe's. They paid our bill for us. The cashier
Yes.
paid the bill out of his own wallet. And just people who are calling you from all over, asking, what can we do? Do you want to stay with us? Because I've got to go.
So, yes, go ahead. Good luck. Yeah, so they just got the call. It is now their turn, and they have graciously said that we can follow them up. So I'm going to sign off and send it back to you because we're going to go with them and really hope that I can bring you some good news on their situation when we come back.
All right, Christy, we will keep an eye on that. Our main focus right now has moved, though, to this area. Adam was talking earlier about what's the name of this neighborhood. This is the Mountain View Estates, which are located sort of, I think it's the city of Calabasas, or maybe the edge of Los Angeles. It's certainly near the border. If you're familiar with the area, they're located right off the 101 freeway, up a hill, have these beautiful views there, some rather large homes. It's an affluent neighborhood, pretty tight-knit community. I believe it's a gated community, and that's the Mountain View Estates, which is close to where this firefight is happening right now. We are concerned as well about Hidden Hills, which is a neighborhood of Calabasas, and if this thing really takes off, you know, the next cities would be Agora Hills and Westlake Village and all the rest that are that area. Right now, let's hope that they're able to make quick work on this thing. We have seen some successful water drops that are doing really amazing work by firefighters right now. We have not seen any major structures lost so far, and hopefully they just keep this out in the brush, and the big plume is bad air quality, but nobody loses a home and nobody gets injured. That would be the best case scenario on what we're looking at now. This is near East Topanga Fire Road, one of the streets that we're looking at here. Sort of the intersection of the San Fernando Valley and the Conejo Valley. As we look at this different area, Topanga Canyon, not that far away as well.
This is called the Kenneth Fire. LAFD is the responding agency. It was reported at 3:15, so it's been going for just over 30 minutes. Initial reports of 50 acres burning south, and mandatory evacuations are in place. The north border is Ingomar and Satakoy Street, south to Burbank Boulevard, and County Lane Road, city border, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. Those are mandatory evacuations. There are evacuation warnings in place. North border, Ingomar, Satakoy Street, south to Burbank Boulevard, and Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake Avenue. LAFD diverting resources, and we have two different looks at the plume here. Both look terrible and ominous. You see the water drop. We've seen a few water drops, which have been a godsend, so let's keep those coming. The resources that were at the Palisades fire, which we know how crucial and that we need those resources at the Palisades fire, they've been diverted, some of them anyway, to help battle this fire that started in the West Hills area right near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. Again, first called in for LAFD at 3:15, and then it has grown to, last estimates, 50 acres. I'm sure that number has grown since it was first reported, but a whole lot of white smoke, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, and a whole lot of smoke. I mean, you're looking at that top left corner of your screen. We may now have to take it full if we may have lost that other picture. I mean, look at how big the smoke plume is on this one. But yeah, that is the good news there. It's a lot of white smoke. So again, this is near the 101 freeway in the Calabasas area is really where we are focused right now. Shady Grove Place, these are some of the street names, Richmond Court. This is where this active firefight. Let's see, maybe we get another water drop right here. You know, this is part of the cost of living in this neighborhood. You get beautiful neighborhood, you get safety, you get really good schools, you get nice people, but you also get fires. And that's part of just like all of us. We know living here, you're going to get earthquakes every once in a while, and you kind of have to have a plan for this if you live in this area. Adam Kruger, new information.
Yeah, so I just want to map out everything you guys have been talking about and the area that we're looking at from from Skyfox, and obviously it's compelling video, and we'll get right back to it. But I want to show you where, we had the fire initiate, Kenneth Fire, as it's being called, kind of on the western edge of the West Hills neighborhood right here, and then it made its way through this preserve area, and if we can kind of shift the map a little bit off towards the right, I can show you where we were seeing some of those water drops. So this is that Mountain View Estates area right here, Alex, that you were talking about. We saw literally the water drops happening on the backyards of some of these homes right here in Collette Way. And if we kind of zoom this out a little more and go down to the south, down to the bottom of the screen here, again, this is that Mountain View Estates. Right below this, right to the south of this, is that Marrone Drive, and the 101 is just south of there as well, to give you a little perspective. And so again, the fire kind of spreading right here, and the edge of the fire is on the northern part of this neighborhood right here, and obviously the winds are going down like this. The winds are going from the north to the south, or kind of from the north-northeast to the south-southwest. So that's where we had that initiation point. It made its way through this preserve area, and now threatening potentially some of these homes here on the northern edges of these neighborhoods right here. We did see successful water drops, though, and that's worth mentioning, because we are not seeing the same type of weather conditions we had when it was so extreme before, and it was like water drops were pointless and it was dangerous to fly aircraft. Not the case right now. I did look at a weather station that's right near this area, just kind of between here and where the fire started. There's a weather station measuring wind gusts around 20. It's kind of been bouncing around between 15 and 25 miles per hour for wind gusts in that area. And again, the direction is going down to the bottom of your screen from north to south. So that means we are going to watch these areas very closely. If we can, possibly in the layers button, I think it's off to the right side of the screen we're looking at right here from Cal Fire, there's a option to turn on the mandatory evacuations, and there we go. And so these red areas are evacuation orders, which means it is mandatory. And so these neighborhoods here, just north of Marrone Drive, are now under, and you guys mentioned these, but we're just mapping out here, are under mandatory evacuations. And obviously you can hear all of our phones are going off some type of alert, an evacuation warning, it looks like.
Yeah, my alert reads, this is an emergency message from the LA County Fire Department. An evacuation warning has been issued in your area.
Yeah.
This is what this looks like.
Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news and the webpage alertla.org for more information.
Yeah, so these alerts come, based on where you are.
It's like on my phone.
Yeah, and here we are in West LA, and we're getting an alert. We'll have to look into why. It would not be from what we're talking about right here up to the north.
Is there a fire that they know about that we don't know about?
I'm about to go look.
I don't know. Yeah. Did something else just happen? Because, we are not close enough to that where that should be impacting this, but that is interesting to get that alert, and I'm sure we're not the only ones who just got that alert watching as well. Okay. And you know what? There could be another fire, but we don't have any indication of that. So we're looking at pictures now from Skyfox. We've got multiple choppers in the air right now, giving you multiple perspectives on that. The traffic right now still continuing throughout Calabasas. No doubt some of these people on the road right now are people that are evacuating and trying to get out of that neighborhood right now. But what they are asking you is that if you're not one of of those and you're not in the evacuation zone and you don't really need to drive right now, please stay home, stay off the roads. If you can work remotely, work remotely. Don't do that extra unnecessary errand tonight because we want to allow people that really do need to get out and to not clog up the roads. It looks like right now the freeway, not all that bad. Sometimes that 101 freeway can really be a nightmare most nights at rush hour. Hopefully it stays fairly open and allows people to get out if they need to.
I just received word from a viewer in Long Beach. That viewer happens to be someone who's very familiar with Fox 11, and to our viewers, that's Hal Kempfert. We bring him on a lot to talk about global security issues. He's a retired Marine intelligence officer. He's in Long Beach, and he just got that alert, too.
Yeah, I just heard from my parents that got it, too. And so I wonder if they sent it to the whole county. Okay. Well, it is now the top of the hour, and our continuous coverage of these multiple fires burning throughout Southern California continues right now. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We thank you so much for being with us again. We're not just broadcast on television, of course. We want to remind you we're on the Fox Local app, a wonderful resource. Download today, especially in times of crises like we have been dealing with since Tuesday here in Southern California. And then also online, foxla.com/live, our YouTube page as well. The newest fire that we're looking at, mandatory evacuations in place for what's being called the Kenneth Fire. It broke out in the West Hills area, burning toward Calabasas. If you read the bottom of your screen, it says mandatory evacuations in Mountain View Estates area. We have a couple different vantage points, viewpoints of it with these two different live pictures. You get a sense of the smoke that is billowing below this very exclusive neighborhood. You see the active flames. You see a lot of that white smoke. We've seen at least 3 water drops, boom, boom, boom. Those water drops via aircraft that were diverted from the Palisades fire now to this fire. Not too far away from each other in terms of, the fact that it's still in LA County. We are a huge county. We're the largest county in the state of California. Resources are already stretched thin, of course, but they are doing what they can to save these homes. And here's another aircraft that's flying into the picture, and those active flames there.
So we are especially focused right now in the Mountain View Estates area, Hidden Hills area near Calabasas, much of the edge of the Conejo Valley under threat. We are encouraging people who are in the evacuation zone to get out. The fear right now is that this thing is going to grow. It looks like some of these water drops are being successful and that we may be able to get a handle on this thing before it takes off in a neighborhood, but we are not out of the woods yet. A massive plume of smoke that we're looking at right now, and plenty of flames in the Mountain View Estates area near Hidden Hills.
I'm getting word from others in Long Beach and other areas saying, do I need to evacuate? I think we need to call and find out why that alert to mandatorily evacuate was sent out to such a wide spread of us in LA County if we're not in direct line of the fire. So hopefully we can get some answers for you. Someone's asking me, should I evacuate it? I'm in Long Beach, and my answer to them at this point is I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And too bad that briefing that was supposed to start at 4 o'clock just got pushed to 5, because that's where all the leaders are. But if they just accidentally sent out an evacuation order to the entire county, that's a big oops.
Yeah. I will say it was labeled as a warning as opposed to order, I believe.
Yeah.
So
but even that, though, you don't want that going to the wrong kind of people.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. It says emergency alert, evacuation warning. But here we are in West LA. A lot of people reaching out from Long Beach, Westchester even. We're all sort of adjacent to each other. But the flames, for us, aren't, knocking at the door. So we should just definitely get some answers as to why this was so widespread, because people are anxious anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been inundating them with, bad news after bad news after bad news. and everyone's heightened emotions. So hopefully this was not a big oops.
Let's talk about the good news here. About an hour ago, we said the next hour is going to be really key. And let's hope that an hour from now, we're looking at, not any homes burned and a whole lot of white smoke because they get a ton of water where it really matters. It looks like that's what happened here. I mean, this fire, it looks a lot smaller and a whole lot more white smoke than it did a half hour, 45 minutes ago. So it is possible that that air fighting was so key and so quick and so effective that maybe all of these homes are going to be spared in the Mountain View area. And wouldn't it be great if all these people who had to evacuate are able to return to their homes later tonight or tomorrow and everything's still there? That's what happened last night in the Hollywood Hills, and let's hope that's what happens here.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I just checked X, and there's someone on X named the fireman Matt. He says the evacuation warning was sent county-wide. Another one says they're sending the alert across the entire city from El Segundo to the Valley, calling it extremely unhelpful. We definitely need to get some answers on that.
And I just heard from somebody who would know, who said that the county accidentally sent an evacuation order or warning to the entire county.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting these messages. This is the most I've ever received from one story, in fact. So I live in Beverly Grove, just got text saying to evacuate. Watching you and Alex, is this real? We need to get some answers. Huntington Park got the same thing. So yeah, it definitely went all over the county.
Oh, God.
And so...
Oh, my... I mean, can you believe that? At a time when messaging and we have
yes.
so many problems with misinformation and nobody trusting the system and everybody saying everything's BS, and at a time when we actually need to have clear messaging, if that's really the case, that they just accidentally pressed a button and now everybody's freaking out, and then what happens when you actually need to send that out?
Yep.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive mistake. At a time when the reviews have not all been stellar for the city and state and federal leadership on our fire response.
Look, everyone who's reaching out, thank you. Thank you for watching us and reaching out. We're working to get some answers. We have the assignment desk calling. As soon as we can get somebody on the phone, we should get somebody on the phone.
Yes.
For a live interview so that we can get some clarity, because obviously, a lot of people are panicked. I'll repeat myself. There are so many heightened emotions. Since Tuesday. We just rang in the new year we always feel a new sense of it's a new year, and bad news has just been dominating the headlines, and especially in our area. We are making national and international headlines with these wildfires, and now we get this. So bear with us, folks. We're working to get some answers. Keep the messages coming. If you hear anything, let us know, but hopefully we can get you some answers and put you at ease.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hold on. So this is just crossing the wires. It says an emergency alert about an evacuation warning was sent out to cell phones across most of LA County this afternoon, but the alert appears to have been issued in error. Santa Monica city officials have just issued a statement saying there is no change to evacuation orders and warnings in that city despite the alert. So it was issued in error. The question is, which agency sent it?
Well, it comes from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Was the if you look at the picture of it. So, yeah. Remain vigilant of threats. Be ready. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local news.
You're right. It is from the LA County Fire Department. Just looking at this again. So let's repeat that. It was issued in error I'm going to respond to the people who have reached out to me, but hopefully you're listening as well. If you got that alert that said, you know, you need to be you're under evacuation warning, it was issued in air. This is per the LA County Fire Department that made this error.
Okay. I know we're supposed to be dispassionate and just read the news sometimes, but that's crazy.
It's not good. It's not good. It's unfortunate. So hopefully we can get someone on the line from the fire department to answer some questions about this.
So the bottom line for anybody that's watching, if you just got that emergency alert to evacuate, they screwed up, apparently sent it out in error. You don't have to evacuate, and we hope that you're able to trust them if they actually do have to send one out. What a major, major oops.
Yeah, and LA County Board Supervisor Janice Hahn, she tweeted moments ago, I'll be doing the same. I know you are as well, Alex. Yep. Janice Hahn saying, I have been informed the evacuation warning that many of us just received on our phones was mistakenly issued countywide due to a technical error. A correction will be issued shortly.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, while that's happening, there are people that actually do need to evacuate in the Mountain View Estates area and surrounding areas there. And it looks like that this firefight is going well, and that hopefully we're going to be, starting to get some containment on this thing. While we are shouting out, somebody probably just got fired for what they just did. Let's shout out some of the best work of people in the county, including these incredible aerial helicopter pilots that are just being so precise with these water drops and saving an entire neighborhood.
Yeah, so again, all the white smoke, it's a great sign. There are absolutely active flames down below. Do not be mistaken, but there are, with that said, hence mandatory evacuations in place for this Kenneth fire. Started in West Hills, burning toward Calabasas. That's the live pictures we're showing you. We've been a little distracted from covering that fire because of the alert that was sent in error. And caused a lot of concern and unnecessary anxiety among a lot of you, and we can relate. So we are, again, working to get some answers as to how this happened. Hopefully we can get somebody on the line to set the record straight. That would be nice. I know a lot of you want to know, but in the meantime, you can rest easy.
Yes, and let's remind people also for the fire that we're looking at right now, what the actual evacuation streets are, because now I'm getting notes from people that live close to there. They're wondering, so do we now have to evacuate? So as far as we know, this Kenneth fire, which is what we're looking at right now, this is what the orders are. People in the area of Van Owen, City Border, Burbank, Valley Circle need to evacuate now. As far as I know, that has not been extended to Agoura Hills or Westlake or Thousand Oaks or that area. People that, in again, Van Owen, City Border, Burbank, Valley Circle, those are the streets we're talking about, are being told to evacuate. Wow.
Yeah. Let me just say this, because he's a regular on our air, Dr. Michael Daigneault, our medical contributor. He's an ER doctor.
Right.
He has been working around the clock, of course, I'm sure, dealing with a lot of issues as related to this. And he just woke up because he had an overnight shift, and he woke up to the alert, and he texted to see if he needed to evacuate or get ready to. So I just informed him that it was issued by mistake.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get somebody from the county on somebody's got to put their face on this and start talking. All right. We're looking, though, this is not a great shot here. We thought we were somewhat out of the woods here. You really see how close some of these flames are getting to some of these homes. It's great to see that fire truck right there helping to protect this neighborhood. This is in the Mountain View Estates area. Yeah, that's if I'm living right there, those flames are a little too close for comfort.
On the line with us right now is retired LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby. I've had the honor of interviewing you before, sir. Thanks so much for taking the time out to join us. Let's start with that emergency.
Major fires all burning at the same time. There's confusion as people are actually being evacuated, and it seems like a fire's starting every second. The idea of sharing something like that as an accident right now, I mean, that is a massive, massive blunder that is creating panic for millions of people who just got this alert.
Yeah, I can't speak to the details nor the source. But if that's the case, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay.
How does it? Do you know how does it work? How does this system work in terms of who would be designated to alert that? Who presses the button?
I can't speak to the details of how it works specifically, but it's my understanding it's the Office of Emergency Services at the County of Los Angeles, EOC. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is not your fault, and this isn't your job, and you're the one who called in.
Back to like I'm the fire chief again.
And go ahead, Marla.
Well, no, I'm glad you made that point. So thanks for being with us. There's so many fires. Right now we're over the West Hills fire. It started in West Hills, to be clear, burning toward Calabasas. All of the mandatory evacuations in place. I'm sure you've been watching some of this coverage. Your thoughts, because we've seen some pretty quick work. I mean, it makes all the difference to have the air resources. Unfortunately, those are being pulled from the Palisades fire. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing now?
Yeah, this is very unprecedented to have this type of widespread weather pattern this time of the year with all these fire starts. But you're right. It does show the advantage of having fire resources and aircraft. The good thing about this, if there's something good, if this is a fire corridor with citizens that have been through these types of incidents, so they're trained on what to do. In addition to that, this is an area where we've had previous fires, so the fuel load is not as heavy as other areas in the county that have recently burned.
And in terms of the firefight in this particular neighborhood, can you talk about the effectiveness of these airdrops? I mean, it's been amazing to watch in the last hour, the quick work and the difference of having the airdrops compared to what we saw in Pacific Palisades and Altadena.
Yeah, the airdrops make all the difference in the world as it relates to strategy. And from your news feed, you can see the effectiveness of our fixed-wing aircraft or the effectiveness of the helicopters making their targeted drops around the structures. One thing that is missing that's very vital, though, is that we do need to get boots on the ground, which we say are our ground resources, because it's important that once these drops are made, that we have firefighters and our crew members down cutting containment line to keep the fire from flaring up again.
What are your thoughts? I mean, I know obviously as a retired fire chief, you've dealt with disasters like this before, but given that, you know, this started Tuesday, we're on day 3, and it's just fire after fire after fire, and then also the extent of the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire alone, I mean, just absolutely devastating. What are your thoughts on everything converging at once? You haven't seen anything like this, I imagine, in your time?
Yeah, I during my time, we've had maybe 3 major fires going at the same time, 2 in our county, maybe 1 in Ventura County, maybe 1 in, Riverside County impacting our county. But to have over 6 fires in the same county is unprecedented, and it's really stretching our resources thin. My hearts go out to the people that lost their lives. I know that when this event started, I said, man, I did my prayers that our firefighters go home safely, and that we don't have any citizens that, that die in these incidents. And unfortunately, we lost 5 people in Altadena. That fire started at night. That's normally the worst time for a fire to start for a community that can't be alerted immediately. And it sounds like they just found a person in Pacific Palisades. So my heart's out to the people that lost their lives, and then for the people that lost their homes and their businesses.
And I also want to get your thoughts on, the response. Again, we know that you're not part of the department now, but just, how the...
Are you getting a message? Are you getting a message to say this was a mistake?
They heard us.
Disregard. So we're getting this here.
But you know what's interesting? How come I'm not getting it now?
Disregard last evacuation orders for Kenneth Fire.
All right, as you can hear there, we are in Fox 11 LA's coverage of those evacuations near the West Hills neighborhood. We did want to just turn down the volume right now so you don't have to hear that emergency alert. We don't want to panic other folks around the country who are watching our coverage. Let's listen back in. Of course, they're talking about that initial alert that was sent out in error to all the residents there in LA County.
I wanted to get your thoughts on, because you know how fire hydrants work, how the process works when you're dealing with a wildfire. On night number 1, Alex and I were on the air and seeing fire trucks not able to pull any water from fire hydrants. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but what I can say is this is not the first time that this happened to firefighters in wildland firefighting, but we have to take in consideration that this fire started in a wildland environment. It burned to maybe what we call the wildland interface into an urban area. And when that occurred, this really was a game changer. And when water systems are designed, they're designed for potable water. They're designed for maybe residential fires up to 2 hours. And then they're designed to address a commercial fire for maybe 5 hours, but they're not designed to have, dozens of fire trucks at the same time drawing water out of it at the same time. So it was inevitable that this was going to happen.
How do we prevent this from happening in the future? I mean, when you say it's inevitable, we had our meteorologists here forecasting these destructive, life-threatening winds last week. How do we prevent this from happening again?
I think it's twofold. One, it has to be a lot of discipline from the firefighters themselves, recognizing that these systems are not designed to draw that much water out of the system for a long duration at the same time. Firefighters, they have to make extremely difficult decisions when they're in these wildfire environments as far as triaging and making determinations which buildings they can save and which buildings they cannot save. And I'm sure you and our viewers saw in some instances there were firefighters indiscriminately putting water on buildings that were not going to be saved. So that takes a lot of discipline. That's number one. Number two, there needs to be a coordinated effort in relation to water companies coordinating with fire departments as it relates to water supply. And then when water mains are breaking within the fire area, that they quickly shut those off so we're preserving water. And then lastly, and this is a larger conversation to have, that when these communities are rebuilt, the conversation will be had what type of water system should be there. But right now, what I can tell you, across our country, there's probably not a water system that I'm aware of that could handle what we asked the system in Pacific Palisades to handle. And so those are conversations that are going to have to be had after there's an after-action review of these incidents, lessons learned, and then determinations how to rebuild this community, and then determinations as we build other communities in our country, what they should look like.
Well, hopefully they're listening to you. You know a thing or two. So we thank you again for taking the time out. Again, we know that it's not your fault that this alert was sent out. We appreciate your time this afternoon. And we do hope you're safe and your home is safe, sir?
Yes, it is. I mean, we had a little fire by our house. I live by Kitty Hahn Park. So we had a little fire. We had, it was held to an acre, thank goodness. We lost power for about 12 hours, but nothing compared to the devastation and other parts of Los Angeles County. So once again, my heart goes out to them.
All right. Our thanks, former Chief Darrell Osby. Appreciate your perspective, somebody who's gone through this so many times. It's interesting to hear. So we continue to watch this fight of a fire in Mountain View Estates. And the big headline that I think most of you experienced is that LA County sent out a message in error telling millions of people to evacuate that don't need to evacuate. And I know it's confusing because there are new fires popping up and everybody is ready to evacuate, and we've been telling everybody that you may get an order to evacuate, but unless you're in the exact evacuation zone for this Kenneth fire or one of the other fires, you do not suddenly need to evacuate. The county leaders put out another alert trying to tell you that, and I know it's confusing, and it would be great to have somebody come on camera or call in and explain how the heck that happens.
It really would. So hopefully we can make that happen. In the meantime, we are looking live at, this is the Kenneth fire started in West Hills, burning toward Calabasas. No structures have been lost. We're also covering the Palisades fire, of course. And let's check in with Tom Vakar. He is with our sister station up in the Bay Area, KTVU, which is based in Oakland. Tom, I was an intern at KTVU 100 years ago, so I worked with you at one point many years ago. It's nice to have you on our air tonight. Thanks for the reporting you're doing.
Well, I've only been there for 200 years, so I'm glad we did that. I want to show you something. I want to illustrate a really important point. I want you to look up here. This is part of a utility pole. It has been destroyed because it broke off and it's falling down, and the only reason it's off the ground at all is it's stretching wires in order to stay up in the air. One of the things that is going to be as significant as the loss of these homes, and probably a lot more expensive, is going to be replacing all this infrastructure, and both public infrastructure and private. Take a look at these trees. Most of them have been badly burned. Most of them will have to be brought down. Some people may want a landscape, some people may not. Some of these may be public trees. All of this is going to have to be dealt with. With respect to those utility poles, think about this. There's cable up there. There may be fiber optics up there. All of that stuff has to be replaced. And the only way you can do it in any reasonable amount of speed is to have a massive number of crews with a massive backlog of the equipment that they actually need. And that's one of the reasons utility bills and cable bills are so high, is because a lot of that stuff is available. It's still going to be months and in some cases years before this is fully squared away. But the idea of preparedness is really important to understand that even with infrastructure, we have to be fully prepared. I want to show you one more thing which I found absolutely fascinating. As you look out over this wasteland of homes, if you pan off here to the right, one home is absolutely unscathed. It's made of materials that are simply fire resistant. It sits, even though it's down the hill and the house right next to it and the one next to it on the other side, it's not even scorched. It is probably one of the best examples of what you actually can do to harden a house, as we like to say, against fire. And in this case, this person will have a home to come back to. There may be some minor damage, certainly smoke damage and all of that stuff. But there are ways to build houses that can actually withstand even a fire like this. And this isn't just serendipity, because everything else around it is destroyed. That house was built to do exactly what it did, and that was to survive a fire. I don't even think the designers of that house and the material makers of that house had any idea that it would be subjected to the test that it was with the great winds that we had. But by God, this thing really worked, and we can learn a lot from these kinds of things. And when we rebuild, as they did in Coffee Park up in Santa Rosa, as they're doing right now up in Paradise, fires that I covered where things were wiped out, they're putting better resistant houses together. And when you do that, you lower the risk of the house being burned. But the other thing you do is you lower the risk for the insurance
companies. One of the big problems that we're going to have to deal with here, and this is a major problem, is that the commissioner of insurance had made a deal with the insurance companies to impose some new rules that would get them to hopefully come back into the market and compete with each other to sell policies and not just lay it all off on the FAIR plan, which is not a very good plan, which incidentally is completely administered by the insurance companies themselves. But what happens now is they're going to look at this and they're going to get very, very shaky boots about all of this. And they're going to say, maybe this isn't the best place to sell insurance. Maybe this is so dangerous because this is an urban area, not a rural area, not Paradise, some other place like Middletown up in Lake County. So one of the things that's going to happen is we're going to have some sort of rapprochement about what we're really going to do about insurance, because this proves that this is a big loss, multi-billion. It could actually be bigger than the Paradise loss because of all the infrastructure that will have to be replaced, plus the price of the homes, which are far, far greater here than they are in a place like Paradise. So all of that has to be considered, and this insurance thing is absolutely essential for one reason. The entire economy depends on insurance. You can't buy a home or rent a home. I'm sorry. You can't buy a home or finance a home without insurance.
Tom,
if you can't do that,
I'm going to interrupt you real brief. I'm going to interrupt you real briefly. If you're watching us right now on KCOP Channel 13, flip to 11. Okay. Sorry, the Ducks game was about to start, and people that may be looking for that coverage, Channel 11, go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay, well, again, the point that I want to make is that this is an issue that remains unresolved in California. And now that we've had this fire, this is a high water mark. Something is going to have to happen that's going to change the fundamental nature of how we insure homes in California. Who is going to insure homes? Is it going to be by private companies? Is it going to be done in a public fashion? Is reinsurance, the insurance that insurance companies buy to protect themselves from big losses, going to have to be underwritten by taxpayers or the state or the federal government? None of that is known now. But this fire is going to make the big difference in that, because this fire was totally unexpected. It happened out of the fire season, and because of that, we have a real problem here with insurance, and we're going to find out how big that problem is going forward, because whatever deal the insurance commissioner made with the insurance companies, I think is very much on the table now. Back to you.
Yeah, we've been covering that quite a bit. Tom Vakar reporting for us here in the Palisades fire. He is stationed up in the Bay Area for KTVU based in Oakland. Tom, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, folks that live in the Conejo Valley and edge of the San Fernando Valley can hopefully breathe a little bit easier now than they were maybe an hour and a half ago as we look at this firefight for the Kenneth fire, which is now underway, and we see a lot of white smoke and not as big of a plume as we were. So that is some good news. But it's not done yet, and we know what can happen with embers and all the rest of it. But at least right now, this is not looking to be one of those runaway, hundreds of homes go up sort of situations. Fires are burning in the terrain, but we don't see them burning the actual property yet.
Can I report some good news?
Yes.
Okay, so the Sylmar brush fire, the Hurst fire, all mandatory evacuation orders have been lifted.
Great.
Yes, that feels good to report something nice. This was just issued by the LA Fire Department, of course. Mandatory evacuation orders lifted for residents. Continued safety and evacuation warning remains for those areas west of Interstate 5, Newhall, Sylmar, Weldon Canyon, Sunshine Canyon Landfill, Oak Tree Gun Club, north of Orcutt Lease, Trail Road, south of East Canyon Mountain Way, I-5 North, east of East Canyon Mountain Way, Sunshine Canyon Mountain Way, west of Ridge Fire Road. That was a lot, but those areas now just an evacuation warning. So mandatory evacuation lifted for the Hurst fire that broke out in Sylmar a couple of nights ago. So that is good news. Meanwhile, we're looking at the live active flames of the Kenneth fire burning toward Calabasas along the ridge line here. You see the charred land. You see all the dried up vegetation on the other side. And we've seen a lot of water drops, those drops coming from crews that were fighting the Palisades fire. No word on any structure loss yet, thank goodness. Let's hope that it doesn't come to that. We see a lot of that white smoke. The mandatory evacuations do remain in place, but hopefully you have some new information?
No, I was sorry. I was just going to say, apparently we got to head to Christy Fajardo, who has moved her way into the neighborhood in Pacific Palisades. Christy.
Yeah, Alex, when you last came out to me, we were talking to two women, Susan and Madeline, who live up on Las Flores, and they were waiting to be escorted up to their homes to see what was left, and they were gracious enough to invite us along, and sadly, there was nothing. Their whole street was decimated, and very little was left, and they went through the rubble, and in fact, they said that their neighborhood was unrecognizable. One of the women couldn't even tell which house was hers. That's how little was left. We had to look at the street numbers to figure it out. And as she went through the rubble, she found a mug. There was one ceramic mug that was hacked, and she also found a tin that contained her birth certificate. And so she was happy to see that, but wasn't sure that what was inside, the contents would have survived that heat. And the other woman that we spoke to, Susan, that had been her and her husband's home of 48 years. Her yoga studio was gone, and her home was also gone. But she found one item, and she says if any item was to survive, she wanted it to be that. It was a bell that was from her husband's childhood home in England. And she says they're in their 70s, so that bell had been in his life for a very, very long time. And she still hasn't told him. She was taking video, but he doesn't know that there's nothing left. He doesn't know that their house has been completely destroyed, but she says that they all had suspicions, just hearing from neighbors and what they had seen on the news. But she had this message. She said, we have to be kind to each other. And they're just one example of many people who are flocking here to Mescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. You can see that the LAPD is lining up here, and they are escorting people up one by one. And the reason they're doing that is it's still very treacherous when you drive up there. In fact, we were dodging down power lines. There's still trees that are smoldering, so those could topple at any time. And there are fire trucks moving all around, and there's still some homes that are either smoldering or burning, and just a ton and ton, sadly, of devastation. And unfortunately, that will likely be the case for some of the other people who are waiting here. Some, though, will see perhaps a miracle, because as we've seen time and time again, you'll go down a street and the whole street will be completely leveled and one house will be untouched. Let's send it back to you.
We had so much. They had so much hope in their eyes when we were talking to you last time. So sad to hear that, Christy Fajardo. Thank you, and hopefully we can help that family as they have to now rebuild. One of the other big stories that we've all experienced together, L.A. County accidentally sending out an evacuation warning to millions of people on their phones at a time when so much of our area are already panicked and concerned about information and misinformation. A major blunder from the county. The person who usually is on at this time is Harvey Levin from TMZ. This is his time slot when we're usually airing TMZ Live. Harvey is just messaging me and watching our coverage, and I know you got something to say about what just happened with the county.
Well, first of all, I have to say that your reactions, not the words, Alex, but the grunting when you heard this really kind of told the story. It really, in the middle of something like this, I mean, I just looked, just a very, myopic view. I looked in my office, and everybody got the alert, and nobody knew what to do. I mean, and this is just a microcosm of what's going on everywhere in the city, where, you see this, and, you're right, it just sends panic, and then what happens when the next alert was we made a mistake, and now what's going to happen with the next alert? And, seconds matter, so this was a huge screw-up, as you said. But I have to tell you, you guys did an interview Tuesday night with Rick Caruso, and Rick Caruso was critical of leadership in the city and the state. And I know there were certain people who called Rick Caruso after that and said, boy, that was a mistake to say that. Well, that has really kind of taken sail, things that he said. And there are a lot of people in this town who are really now critical of the priorities that some of the leaders sent, from why are we, and it's not like people are anti-bird or anti-fish, but when you have these sanctuaries to protect animals and you're not focused on reservoirs and water and things like that, I think it's really brought things to a head. And there are just a lot of angry people in town, and I didn't know they'd get angry still in the middle of the fire, but I'm really hearing it.
Well, I'm not sure if you heard, but Rick Caruso, Harvey, joined us. Alex set up that interview during the 2 o'clock hour today, and he responded to that, basically saying, these are just all excuses at this point. This is still a disgrace. This shouldn't have happened. He did say that it wouldn't have prevented the widespread destruction, but it would have mitigated what we are reporting on, and what I know your team is reporting on too. So at TMZ, you've obviously talked a lot about the celebrity homes that have been lost, but this goes much deeper than that.
Oh, it's fundamental. And the other thing is, just as somebody who's been in this town most of his life, I'm just looking at some of the reactions, and look, I'm not trying to get political here because I'm really not in this sense. But, man, when Karen Bass was asked the question about what she thinks, what she wants to say to the city of L.A., and she didn't say anything, it was breathtaking to watch something like that. And I really do think that people are focused on it. I mean, we've seen the way leaders are judged during crises, and I couldn't believe that. It was it was a softball question. And not to hear an answer to that. And then to see, Governor Newsom kind of on the defensive when that woman came up to him when he was getting into his SUV. And, I just think that I'm surprised that in the middle of the fire, you're starting to kind of feel this groundswell, but I'm really seeing it.
Yeah, and Harvey's referring to, there was a moment, if you hadn't seen it, where Mayor Bass was getting off her plane coming back from Ghana. A reporter came up to her who happened to be, I think, on the same plane or nearby, threw a camera in her face. I don't know if she knew who he was. He's from Ireland, and he was asking her questions, and instead of responding at all, she just stood there, and it went for several minutes. That clip went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Our interview with Rick Caruso went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk, Donald Trump talking about it, and it seems like especially a lot of the right-wing accounts are really pushing this, but it's going beyond even just some of the conservative media, and there's a lot of folks. And then when you have incidents like what we just had, this alert going out, it raises questions about competence. It raises questions about who's in charge, can you do your job, and there's already so many people that are feeling concerned about that, and they don't see their leaders. I mean, I appreciate everybody's busy, but we've asked for days to talk to Governor Newsom, and they've said no every time. We've asked for days to talk to Mayor Bass. And she has been doing a couple press conferences a day, but hasn't been doing one-on-one interviews. I mean, they have an opportunity to get in front of this and talk to people directly for whatever reason, and they're all busy, and I get that, and you got to balance everything. But we certainly would welcome the opportunity to talk to them, and we've had respectful conversations in the past, and would appreciate getting to hear their perspective, because in a vacuum, when you don't speak, other people fill the space, and you've certainly seen a lot of people referring to what Caruso has been talking about.
And that's a diplomatic way of saying, you run the city, and the city is watching local news because that's where we're getting our information. Right. So talk to us.
Right.
And,
Newsom, instead of doing an interview with us, chose to do an interview with Anderson Cooper, and with respect to him, and the reach of CNN is great, but people that are really focused on the life-saving information right now are watching not only us, but all the local news stations looking for information from their leaders.
And Newsom's answer to Anderson Cooper, oh my goodness.
We got another one.
And as you hear there, again, those phones there in the studio at Fox 11 LA, they're still continuing to get these emergency alerts. We're going to continue with their coverage, but we don't want to put that tone out over our air here at Live Now from Fox. Of course, folks watching from all over the country, no emergencies at this time, but we can now listen back in to their coverage.
About leadership. And to make it this kind, jump on it politically, I think almost diminishes the point. And, when you have disasters, and I mean, if this is as big a disaster as anything I've seen in this city in my lifetime, and I'm old, and, this is where you need somebody, to hear how we're pulling everything together and what we're doing. And, people are worried about rebuilding, where they're going to live, what they're going to do, how it affects everybody. And you want to hear from leaders, and you want to hear a plan. And I agree with you. I mean, it's like, don't go on. It's simply true. Great, you went on national television for a national platform. This is a local story. And there are, and people are consuming information, not watching CNN. They're watching Channel 11. They're watching Channel 5. They're watching Channel 4. And that's where the focus should be. I just don't get it.
All right, Harvey, thank you for sharing your perspective. We really appreciate it. And
one of the things I'm sure you'll push out on TMZ is that the Monday night football game with the Rams and the Vikings at SoFi, NFL just announced that they will be moving that to Glendale, Arizona because of the wildfires.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's impacting so many different industries and walks of life. All right, Harvey, good to have you. Thank you.
I just want to say one other thing, because I've been watching you guys. You guys are really, really doing a great job.
Thank you.
Oh, that's very kind.
Thank you, Harvey. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Harvey.
And I hope you and your team are able to stay safe in all of this. Just some more information from the NFL. That game, the notice from the NFL saying that the decision was made in consultation with public officials, the participating clubs, and the NFL Players Association. So it will be televised on ESPN and ABC as scheduled. So the game's still going to go at 5 o'clock our time on Monday night. It just will not be in Los Angeles. Tickets will go on sale at 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday through SeatGeek.com and noon Pacific for the Rams season ticket holders and noon Pacific to the general public. So not clear what happens exactly if you had bought tickets already for Monday night's game. But again, the Rams-Cardinals wild card game, which the Rams were supposed to host, will now be played in Arizona instead.
Okay, so this is video from the other night, it looks like. Is this the Palisades fire that we're looking at? I'm sorry. Studio, really? This is the Studio City fire from last night? That was up in the hills. Okay. This doesn't look like that.
Hopefully we can get some insight
Clarity,
into what exactly it is that we're looking at here.
But the big fire, here we go. This is a live picture of the Kenneth fire. Lots of white smoke. That's a good sign, but it's massive, I know. That broke out at 3:15. LAFD, the lead agency on this one. You can see those active flames below the plume there. All those flames along the ridge. We haven't heard any word of structure loss, which is a wonderful thing. We are happy to report that. We've seen a lot of this, which is a beautiful thing as well. That's a super scooper, and those puppies carry 1,600 gallons of water in one drop. So, and we saw that on the first day of the Palisades fire as we lost our signal there, that the super scooper was literally getting to just fly into the Pacific Ocean and pick up all of those gallons of water from the Pacific and then drop them initially on the Palisades fire. But we know how that went. Unfortunately, the winds just got too detrimental and too hard to fly, and they could not fly anymore. No aircraft on Tuesday night. So we have the fixed-winged aircraft up, but as we're looking here in the wind alerts, Adam Kruger, we can bring you in. We're obviously under the red flag warning. That has been extended until tomorrow, and then you have a whole bunch of wind alerts.
Yeah, so I've got a lot to say, and I don't know if we can get Skyfox, the shot back up, because, okay, I understand we can't, but But first of all, great conversation with Harvey Levin. And during that, it was just fascinating to watch. It was like a masterclass in containing a burned area. We were watching the drops go on there, and you saw how there was this like nature preserve area between some neighborhoods, and they were doing a great job of containing. And you know, that was the Kenneth Fire we were watching there. And initially, before it was even called Kenneth Fire, we were calling it West Hills Fire, right? And so that's where it began. Then it started going south. And it, you know, if I had a home in West Hills, I would feel okay right now. And I don't want to give anyone a false sense of security, but from where the fire started, it has pushed away from West Hills. It's gone to the south. We saw, for example, Mountain View Estates was an area that they were trying to contain, and it seems like they were doing that successfully. But again, West Hills area, if I had any interest there, like if I were a homeowner there, I would feel okay with what I'm seeing right now as this is moving away from there. Another spot that, okay, so here's Skyfox back up. So, again, like giving you perspective here, on the left side of your screen was where the fire began, and that was on the border of the West Hills neighborhood. Then it swept through this area where there's not really any homes as far as I can tell, and then started approaching places like Mountain View Estates, and I was seeing some of the drops right on the edge of the Malibu Canyon apartments, just to kind of give you some frame of reference for these areas. And it looked like they were pretty successful in blocking the fire from reaching any structures, and of course we'll have to wait and see what continues to play out. You can see now as we look at this, I can tell we're looking east because the winds are going from north to south, which would be from left to right on your screen right here. And that's why you see the smoke going in that direction. In general, the flames will go that way, but they can also move in other directions, not just the way that the winds are blowing. And so again, we just saw you know, considering where this fire is, and they've got a chance to kind of work with it before it reaches some structures, it looked to me like they were doing a great job of holding the edge just before it reaches some of these homes in this area. And of course, we'll keep watching this. Again, this is the Kenneth Fire. So it's that Mountain View Estates, Malibu Canyon Apartments, Elysia Canyon, just naming some spots that's north of Miro Drive and north of the 101 there, and a little bit northeast of Agoura and Agoura Hills, to give you some frame of reference. So anyway, just wonderful to see that it seems that they're doing, you know, a good job of air attack on this. Also, though, I will mention, so areas south of this fire, yes, the smoke is going towards you. Yes, you know, you are in the threat zone, and there are mandatory evacuations there. And I want people south of this fire to know, if you're thinking, you know, you're thinking back to the Palisades fire, for example, and a lot of areas that had mandatory evacuations, they wound up losing their homes, right? And I don't want you to think that just because you're under a mandatory evacuation that you're going to come back to your home being gone, because weather-wise, this is a much different situation than the extreme conditions we had going back to when the Palisades fire began. There was, you know, very little they could do in terms of protecting property in that situation just because the weather was so extreme. This is different. Yes, it's still breezy. We still have gusts around 20 miles per hour, and I'm going to talk more about the forecast in just a moment. Winds are expected to get a little stronger, not extreme, but 30, even 40 mile per hour gusts can't be ruled out a little bit later on tonight. So there will be an increase in the winds tonight. But it's good to see, you know, what we're seeing from the air right here, that it looks like they're, from what I can tell, they've got this under control pretty well. So let's switch from that now. And if we can go to graphics 1 before we go to weather 1, because I want to show on a map the area we're talking about. So this is going to illustrate this pretty well. So again, here's the Kenneth Fire. This is that West Hills area where it began, and then the winds obviously have been pushing the fire through this area. That's that kind of preserve or wilderness area that we saw burning, and that's okay. I mean, there's no homes right through here. And then the water drops were going on right on the edges of these neighborhoods. I mentioned the Malibu Canyon Apartments, for example. That's kind of in the mix right here. And all these red areas, rightfully so, are under mandatory evacuation orders. And that's to be safe. You know, protecting life is obviously number one here. So they want people out of this area. But we're seeing, from what I can tell from Skyfox, pretty successful fire retardant drops and water drops on the edge of this. And we hope that's going to protect these homes from catching fire at all. And, you know, it's a manageable wind situation right now. So So that's another good thing. I know we've got someone kind of navigating the map here. If we can actually take it down to the Palisades fire, I want to point out another thing, and I promise we're going to get to the wind forecast here in a moment, but let's, if we can, zoom out, go down to the Palisades fire, because it was at some point, I believe in the last hour or two, we had an update on the acreage up a little bit more, and now as we're adding acreage to the burn area of the Palisades fire, it's to the north of the fire, which is kind of going into the wind, opposite of the wind direction. And so it's, you know, as you look at this kind of perimeter of the fire, that's the orange. The red is the mandatory evacuations. The orange is the perimeter of the fire. And every time they update it and add a new perimeter, you get a new layer. So like initially it was this brighter orange area, then each layer they add, it goes out and out from there. So this freshest layer, this is the latest update here, that's the new perimeter that they adjusted this afternoon is these northern parts. So the fire is creeping northward, and for the time being, for a lot of this, that's okay. This is an area where there are not much homes. And if we can zoom in a little bit closer to this spot, which is right around Topanga, I'll get out of the way here. That is an area where I am seeing the fire perimeter actually approach some spots that before we're not seeing flames nearby. So again, Topanga is right there. You can see it labeled. And so there are flames kind of going northward towards these places, but also, again, today is a day where airdrops are being quite successful, and I imagine they're going to have a pretty good job, doing a pretty good job kind of containing this and not allowing it to get into some of the actual structures up here around Topanga. That'll be another thing to watch, though. Okay, so if we can go away from graphics 1 and now switch to what we call weather 1, let's walk through some of the advisories we have, and I'll get to our wind forecast. And first of all, red flag warning, we know that's in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. After that point, we see an improvement in the winds, both in terms of the speed and the direction, actually. There'll be a slight onshore component to the winds by the end of the day tomorrow. We've got a lot of advisories here, a lot of different colors on the map. Everywhere is under a wind advisory of some sort right now, but later on tonight, these yellow areas will switch to a high wind warning. So that's the next level up. There's wind advisory, there's high wind warning. That's where winds are more severe. And so the National Weather Service says sustained winds, 30 to 40, gusts stronger, maybe 60, even 70 miles per hour in some of the higher elevations possible. That NNE, you might know by now, but that means winds are from the north-northeast, meaning in the same direction, going like this, the same direction we've been seeing throughout this entire event. And by the way, high wind warnings still extend way on down through Orange County, off towards the east through the Inland Empire, all the way over to around Palm Springs and south into far southern California. It's just, we haven't talked a lot about this area because there's not a lot of fire activity, thank goodness, in these spots. But still, there are fire weather conditions in these areas, and everyone needs to stay vigilant here through at least the end of the day tomorrow. Now to our crucial wind forecast. And as we go from 6 p.m. today into 10 o'clock tonight, and this is the point at which we start getting into the high wind warnings now that goes into effect for a lot of these areas north. And you can see that the purple is really where the strongest winds are going to be. So that's confined to mostly wind-prone areas. There's still a lot of, let's say, the LA Basin that won't see very strong winds, but it's a different story up north. And of course, that's where a lot of the fires are ongoing. Here we are at 10 a.m. Friday. Again, not extreme compared to what we had earlier this week, but still windy and still a concern. Still dry air as well on Friday. Here's a look at Friday afternoon. Things are looking much better by this point. That's 4 p.m. If you're curious about what's happening after that, and since, you know, we have the time, we're just going hours and hours here on air, I do want to mention, you know, if people are wondering what the weekend looks like, or you may have heard of a possible Santa Ana wind event next week, yes, that is on our radar, so to speak. So as we take you through Saturday, we actually do see some of the wind-prone areas maybe see the winds pick up a little bit. Actually, let me back this up because I want to point out one other thing. Let's go to here Friday afternoon. I mentioned the winds getting lighter, but also watch these streamlines. That shows the wind direction, and you see where it's coming from the ocean, and that's great news. So that's going to help the humidity go up late day Friday. But again, we'll go into Saturday, couple of pockets where it's going to be a little bit breezy. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there were some isolated red flag warnings that perhaps get issued at some point on Saturday because of what that looks like. Now Sunday, overall, I think we're pretty good. Now we go into what I think is going to be the next event. So Monday or Monday night or Tuesday, somewhere in that range, we're going to find, especially wind-prone areas and especially north of LA, the winds pick up once again as we see a setup for what might end up being a moderate Santa Ana wind event or maybe borderline strong Santa Ana wind event. It does not look like a setup like this just insane winds we had earlier this week. But this will be another thing to watch as we get into next week. So again, but just in the short term, we've got winds that are going to start to pick up tonight and will be pretty strong in some areas through the night into tomorrow morning. And then nice improvement by the end of the day on Friday. Guys.
All right, Adam, thank you so much. Very in-depth, very helpful to our viewers. The sun is just setting right now, and so we have a darker view, if you will, of the Kenneth fire. And look at all that charred land. But the good news is no structure loss. This is from LAFD. Again, this ignited at 3:15, so we're going on a couple of hours. And it looked terrible when we first broke in. When we first brought you the live pictures, there's another fixed wing. And that's been the saving grace, is the water drops that we've seen time after time. Again, this broke out in the West Hills neighborhood, burning toward Calabasas. But we're so happy to report, especially as, you know, you see the charred blackness, and then in the smaller picture, what a beautiful sunset we're seeing there from our Santa Monica cam.
The Santa Monica cam showing that sunset mixed with all of the smoke out there. So you really have some very dramatic colors happening right now. But really want to give a shout out to the LA Fire Department and all the folks flying right now that were able to essentially put this fire out. I mean, a lot of charred land, but no charred homes. And that is incredible. I mean, there's still obviously some more flames, but the way that this thing looked an hour and a half or so ago compared to now is really remarkable. And even that house right there, right on the corner, that we were worried about the flames potentially hitting that tennis court there, they were able to stop that. And if you look, Marla, you do see around those homes the brush clearance, that they've done what you're supposed to do, which is to keep some distance between the brush and your home, so that there would be a natural fire break. It looks like they did things the right way in terms of the building there, and that probably helped them as well.
Well, as we hit the top of the hour, 5 o'clock on this Thursday, we want to reset and get you caught up to speed. All right. With that said, welcome everybody to the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock simulcast. Actually, we're not simulcast tonight because of the Ducks game. Forgive me. I'm Marla Tejas. Usually Christine Devine is sitting here. I'm in for her alongside Alex Michelson. You see the podium set up while we're looking at the Kenneth fire and the big screen. We're waiting for a press conference led by LA City Mayor Karen Bass. There is a long list of speakers we will be hearing from, but as soon as this gets underway, it was supposed to start at 5 o'clock, so it is now we're being told at 5:10, so we're 10 minutes away. Once that happens, we will bring those remarks to you live. In the meantime, the Palisades fire obviously is the #1 fire that we've been watching. Matthew Seedorf, he's been on the front lines of that, and he is now in the Malibu area. Matthew, what are you seeing there?
Well, right now we're just watching that sunset like you are, but it's just kind of an eerie feeling looking at it out over Malibu. I mean, this is the famous sunset, right? But they're burning. I mean, really the only way you can even tell how many homes have burned out here is counting the chimneys, because that's all that's left. Looks like there's someone out here actually taking a picture right.
Well, obviously, we have all sorts of cell and transmission issues because of all of what has burned, and already, usually, Malibu doesn't have the best signal to begin with. But if there was a shot to be stuck on, that was quite a pretty shot to be stuck on. Let's hope we can get the signal issues figured out and get back to Matthew Seedorf, who's been working tirelessly following the Palisades fire.
Okay, so the active flames burning, I know it looks terrible, but the good news is we've seen water drop after water drop for the Kenneth fire in the Mountain View Estates area. Skyfox flying high above, and you see all that smoke. You know, air quality has been such a big issue in our area, and it's not just the Palisades fire, which we learned, by the way, has charred almost 20,000 acres. That new information came today. More than 5,300 structures destroyed in total. You know, yesterday we were saying 1,000 acres at least. Well, guess what? 5,300 plus structures destroyed, 0% containment. While we're looking at those active flames, we're just getting word that this Kenneth fire that started at, 10 and then quickly went to 50 acres is now up to almost 800 acres. So 800 acres in Calabasas have been charred. 791 to be precise. This is all per LAFD. So some new numbers as it relates there. A lot of acreage eaten up in less than 2 hours, but the good news is no homes.
Yeah, and part of the reason that they moved that press conference, which was supposed to start at 4 back to 5, was so that they could coordinate the response on this, and seem to have done a really good job here in getting this thing under control. And it's a much different story that they can now tell at 5 o'clock than they would have told at 4. And we know that this is such a densely populated area, and I'm sure a lot of people who live in that area are feeling a lot better than they were. Again, got a lot of fires that we're following. One of the most destructive is the Eaton fire in Altadena, which continues to burn tonight. Susan Hirasuna is there, and a family seems to be there as well. Susan.
Yes, we're here on Fair Oaks in Altadena, and this is a friend of mine and her family. And Daisy is coming here for the first time. Her kids were not really grasping the concept of losing their house, and they insisted, your older son insisted that he wanted to see all of this, right?
He wanted to see his home. He wanted to come back and check his home. He was, we were watching the fire from our window, so he wanted to also see his school and make sure that, everything was there, but he doesn't understand that we lost our home. He was upset. He was crying, but now it's like...
And now what do you think is, as you watch them look at this devastation?
It gets me comfort to see they're innocent, how they just, don't understand the concept of pain, of losing things. I thought they were going to take this a little bit harder and difficult, but they, to me, it's sad to see everything that we work for, everything that we built here to just be gone in hours.
When did you feel the need to leave your home?
So we were just, a regular day watching TV, and I didn't even.
And then the power went out.
Oh, the power went out?
Yeah, and then we were going to get our dad, but he was coming. Then we had power flashlights. They're so good, and they woke us up, me and my brother up, and then we left our house, and then we didn't realize that our house was gonna burn like this, and a lot of stuff that we left in our house and it's burned, and we had a 3D printer, and it was so special to me, and it's gonna make me a little sad, but I don't know why, but this is what happened to our house. And a lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere, and now everything is broken, and it's all lost its color and stuff. And these are the only things I have. This, and this.
Yeah.
And it's so sad. And this. That I see truck there right there. It's just moving, and
now your mom told me that you wanted to come and see all of this. Why was that?
Because I wanted to check on it and see if it was not broken, and my dad took a video that it was broken, so I went to go see so we could do this new stuff, and we went here for today so we know what happened, and that was our chimney where Santa comes, and now it's gone. Now we can't get presents here anymore. We have to replace this house and have a different house.
Yeah.
And
Daisy, was it scary for you when you left the house and you weren't sure how the house was going to, and then ultimately did not survive?
So I saw the fire coming, and then I was like, well, this is getting too close to us. And my husband was like, no, it's a little far. We should be fine. But then I just had a text message from a friend and was like, Daisy, I'm worried. Like, you should just have your car ready to go, pack some stuff, just be ready, because you don't know. And I was like, you're right. Let me start charging my phones. Let me start charging everything just in case. And then we had the power outage. They went to sleep because they was just going to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I stay up and I was just monitor the fire. And when I saw that it was getting closer, I woke them up. But I was like, if you guys are going to go to sleep, just make sure you're enclosed and make sure you're ready to go. And I woke them up and I said, you know what? This is not looking good. We got to get out of here. And I grabbed pillows. I grabbed blankets just in case all the hotels were like full and we needed to sleep in the car because I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And around like 1:30, we left. My niece was still in Florida. We just got back from Florida on holiday vacation, and she needed to come and grab her stuff. So we kind of like waited for her to help her grab some of her items and just head out and run out of here as quick as we could because we just thought the fire was going to catch us.
Your kids must have had a lot of questions all along, and so now they're here. They're getting some of their questions answered, but on the other hand, what do you think will happen in the next coming days, especially now that they've seen it for themselves?
So we're gonna send them to Florida so they can stay with my family. My family can at least take care of our kids, and we're just gonna have to figure something out here. We're gonna see what we're gonna do to rebuild. We secure a room until Saturday. And we just kind of try to pick up the pieces and see what's next because we don't even know. But we don't want them to be bouncing with us from room to room and being houseless.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to find homeschooling from a distance just to see how they can, they can adjust. And we really don't know. We just here trying to we just don't know.
Yeah. So many questions that are left unanswered. Now, Daisy, I've known you for a few years, but I don't know your children. Can you tell me how old they are?
That's Henry that was speaking. He's 6 years old, and then Lucas, he's 5. Henry's 6.5, and Lucas is 5.
And you were saying, though, that you thought you were a little worried about the youngest one.
I was worried. I mean, I guess because they'd seen the videos and we have, told them and prepared them. They didn't understand, and they're like, when are we going to go back home? I want my toy. And I'm like, we might not have a home. I think everything burned. And we already prepped them to understand that they're going to go to Florida, that we don't have a home. So maybe that's why they're taking things so calm. But to me, it's just not, I don't have any comfort not, knowing that everything that we built and everything that we had is just gone. We didn't grab nothing. I just grabbed one luggage for all of us, for us 4. So I thought we were just going to be able to come back. You just think that it was just going to burn in
where there's nothing.
Yeah, it just burned like at 5 o'clock. I actually, we had 2 guest areas, so we had another tenant that lives with us, and he decided to stay. And at 5 a.m., that's when he let us know that that's when we knew that the house burned, because he let us know that he almost got caught in the fire because the fire woke him up and he ran out. And then my husband received an alarm from his car that the trunk was open and all this stuff. So that's when we knew that the house was burning at 5 a.m.
Oh, my gosh. So have you started the process? Have you contacted insurance? Do you know what that entails?
So we did contact our insurance broker. He gave us a lot of information. We submitted a claim, but it's just that's all we did. We submitted a claim. He did say that I guess the land doesn't have it's not insured. My husband was the one dealing with that, so he would know more. I just been in so much distress, just haven't been able to sleep. I haven't eaten.
And you're worried about your kids. And, Keith, do you want to weigh in at all? Is this your first time seeing it, or did you come
No,
before?
I came up yesterday, so I got the major impact yesterday, but it's just devastating. Everything we worked for.
How long have you guys lived here?
That's, 3.5 years, I think. Almost 4 years now.
And in that time period, I know, in order to make a house that you just move into a home, what kinds of things did you do?
Well, we've been doing a lot. When we bought the house, it was kind of a fixer-upper. We've done a lot of electrical work. We've done plumbing work. We've replaced sewer lines. We've done a lot just to make it more comfortable.
We just did the window. We
replaced all the windows.
About a month ago. And we owe the AC system too. That was quite of an expense to do all the AC, do all the, fireproof windows. That obviously there's nothing fireproof.
You had fireproof windows. Sorry, I don't mean to giggle, but yeah, they sell you fire. Oh dear, are you okay?
Yes.
They sell us fireproof windows, and what is it like? There's another term for them, right?
With double pane windows,
Double
they were
pane.
all, yeah. Just,
Well, there's no such a thing as fireproof window. When the house is gonna burn, it's just gonna burn.
Yeah.
it's hard to recognize where anything was. It's just like I see the skeleton of the washer dryer. That tells me that's the garage, but.
And Henry pointed out your bike.
Yeah, the exercise bike that was on the deck just kind of dropped as the deck burned, I guess.
I think that was the boys' room over there because I can see the AC.
The boys' room.
So the boys' room was right.
Was this one in the cold?
Right.
The one with the AC. What? This was my room?
Which was your room? This was your room, Henry?
I think so because I know I was supposed to be here. And over here.
Yeah, right by the air conditioner.
Yeah.
They had a desk, downstairs desk here that their uncle built for them. She's gone.
This is where they had all their toys over here. They had their little playground. You can still see the playground. Yep. They had a little, and then over there we had a little outdoor setup.
No, the concrete survived.
But, we thought we were going to be here forever and ever, and
gas.
Yeah, I do too. That's making me a little nervous.
Yeah.
And I hear the gas leak.
Because you don't have a mask. Like
I don't have a mask.
Oh, the valve is melted.
And there's still some open flame.
what melted?
So I don't know. I think maybe you should.
The main gas right here, and it's broken.
So the valve is broken to the gas line. We can all smell gas, and there are still some open flames. So I think it's best that we pull out and get a little farther away from the home. It was only when we were closer to the home that we could smell that gas. I feel like I might not be connected anymore.
Susan, we still have you.
To IFB.
We're just, Susan, can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Yeah, we find this very compelling, so we're letting you do your thing, but it's really extraordinary.
A burn.
Yeah.
We only took one vehicle.
You only took one vehicle, and you had several here.
That was
You're telling
our car,
us, Daisy.
and then my husband's car. We just took our car because it was more comfortable and it was bigger. And in case we needed to sleep in the car, then we can, and that's why I didn't want to load up the trunk with a lot of stuff because it didn't really matter. I'm like, let's just take what we need.
We figured we'd be back in a day or two.
Yeah. You had that kind of optimism.
Yep.
This is part of your car.
That's my license plate, what's left of it, yeah.
I see red on me right here.
Oh. Are you okay? Are you injured?
Did you cut yourself?
No.
You saw red, though. That would make me nervous. Have you lived through fire in this area before, Daisy?
No, first time. I never experienced anything like this. Things that you see, but nothing that you feel that will ever, be so close to home. I didn't think. I knew we were moving close to the mountains, but I didn't think we were that, that we would be able to get impacted that much.
Well, plenty of people who've lived here much longer than you would say, oh, yes, we've seen the fire, but it never came through this the way it came through Tuesday. So it was
the same thing. My husband, because he lived in, by the San Gabriel Mountains, so.
For a long time, and we've had fires come close, but never.
Yeah. So thank you both for talking with me and letting us see. But we're going to throw it back to the studio right now. I think there's a new news conference about to start.
So this is a news conference at the county's Emergency Operations Center. You see the Unified Command. There's Zach Seidel, who is the deputy mayor. You see there several county supervisors. Let's listen to Zach.
From Mayor Bass, as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place. South of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the president announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post, in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period. 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn areas secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with D.A. Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost. We will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do whatever is necessary to get us past this crisis, and we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer-term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now. First of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this. by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense, as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hurst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Marrone and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment, but please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please, follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself. Those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect with the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression